You dig? Oh yeah. I had to attend to some clients earlier. You dig? I got real clients. I don't got internet fake clients. So I was kind of my thing started at 5 o'clock, so I had to, I was a little pressed for time. All right, so let me get this party started. Let me send this link out to certain people. You dig? Really, anybody. You know my slogan. You know my mapper. Anybody can get it. You dig? So hold on 1 second. Watch this do some damn shit. Guaranteed. I knew it. I knew it. Okay, let me stop the share real fast. I knew that's gonna happen. Oh my God, the watcher. They shut down your gym. All right. So now we're going to recap. See, there was an issue with our communications. Well, if you watch the discussion, the dialogue, it appeared that we were talking over each other. You know, I thought he was ignoring me on purpose, but he wasn't. He wasn't ignoring me on purpose. He couldn't hear me. So I didn't realize that, and he didn't realize that. So he checked the feedback from the live, and he realized that he only could hear me through the live. So we couldn't talk to each other. It just he talked or I talked. So it wasn't a good dialogue. So he couldn't ask me questions. Really, I really couldn't ask him questions. So. I'm gonna drop the link. Anybody can come on. I want anybody to ask me any question. Okay? That's the link. Anybody can ask me any question you want. Okay? If you think that I was lying, or you think I could have been wrong, if you believe me, you got I'm giving everybody the link to ask me any questions they want. I'm gonna tell you my whole mental so now it's bigger than his services. So he's trying to limit it to me. It's not about me. I don't care. This is old. He just told you it's old. I don't care. I don't want the money back. Keep it. If you thought you did something to my credit, keep it. I know whatever you did, it wasn't what you promoted. You promoted that you get this stuff off. Because we asked in specific. We asked specifically, can you get this off? Yep. What about this? Oh, that's no problem. I might have an email. I don't know if I was texting him or emailing. Man, some of this stuff is on my phone. So, and the phone is like, it's an old phone. I might even get the damn thing fixed just so I can share the dialogue. Like that's how I'm on it. So the link is there. Anybody can ask if you need to know what happened, if you came late, click the link and ask away. Play devil's advocate. Do what you want to do. Because when you have facts, when you have a real story on your side, it's going to prevail. Like you can't Brooklyn magic the truth. I won't allow it. You dig? I won't allow it. So now the agenda part, that was, click that link. Somebody click that damn link. I got to talk to somebody. I can't talk to myself. I can't talk to myself. You dig? If somebody click that link, and I could talk to somebody, I would tell you everything. All right. And why it took so long, I could go over, ask any question, why it took so long. People got fake agendas, why I came out and finally said something. To be real, I told Unc I was not going to say his name. I said, I'm just going to do a video on awareness of potential credit repair scams. That's it. I said, I'm not going to say his name. I heard he did a video the other day saying my name, calling me out. These frauds and these haters. And I heard he said my name a few times. I didn't hear it. They told me this. So I'm like, oh, so the gloves are off. I'm like, that was crazy. All the stuff I have and the gloves are off. Are you crazy? So maybe he called my bluff. So he thinks that he can like wiggle his way and do the Brooklyn magic. Now, one thing scammers are good at. The scammers are very prepared for you to call them out. So I learned that today. But I did see it from my man polite somebody, try to confront him. Scammers are very good with comebacks because you don't think they would dare to even talk to you, let alone have a comeback. You're like, oh, okay. And they are good with it. They could throw it out real fast, you know. But I was batting those balls, base hit right here, home run over here, double over here. You dig? Now I was a foul ball over here, maybe a strike over here, but I was swinging. I was definitely swinging. So let me say this. I don't have a problem. I do not have a personal problem. It's over. I'm never going to say, give me the money back. It's over. I'm just mad at myself for being desperate enough to fix my credit, to drop my guard, to trust people who I thought were in a conscious community to practice a legal service, a legal business, to have good ethics when they're practicing credit repair. All right. I did not know the things I had to look out for, the things that you're supposed to require from a so-called credit company. I did not know those things. And I got video for you. Explaining what they're supposed to tell me that was never told to me. Like your consumer rights. I was never told that. Okay. So we want to talk about a website, right? Oh, I got that website, by the way. The website he took down? Nah, I got it. And that is like, I got it. You dig? Like I said, yo, you can't try to act like he's crazy, don't mess with him. Nah, people mess with me. People who you think mess with you, mess with me. So now, because you can't fake realness. So now I'm going to show that website real fast for you. And we're going to see if it looks like a legit website or if it's just some place to just order services. Okay, check this out. Yeah, people don't mess with you, bro. They talk to you, but they tell me the inside. You dig? So here we go. Let me pull this up. Now I got it on my phone. Damn, I should. Oh, you know what I'm gonna do? Because I don't want to reveal the bird who sent it to me. So I'm not gonna pull that up. I recorded the website from my phone. So where's my phone at? Where's my phone?
No, I'm biased.
Yeah, all right, brother, talk away.
Yo, have you tried to resolve this with whoever this person is in private already?
So let me say this. No, because the person
Haskell, if you don't quit playing, don't come on here with that bullshit.
What you mean, Amber?
Have you tried to resolve this with the person? You don't quit playing. Don't come on here with that foolishness.
Nah, tax is important, Amber. I mean,
tax is important, but I mean, just have y'all try to resolve it. You know?
Okay, that's a beautiful question. So Amber and Haskell, everybody listening. I'm going to tell you how I resolve things. I told Unc this. I told Chef this. I told Double X. I'm a type, and this is across the board. It has nothing to do with black business, white business. This is across the board. Haskell, when I got bad services for something, I'm the type who never complains. I just never go back. Exactly. So that's across the board. I'm too embarrassed to show you messed up. You dig? So I just let it go. If it's not too much money, I will let it go. Now, when I ordered these shoes from Saks and they sit the wrong size, I made a big stink. But like for example, Garfield, his program helped. If nothing else, it gave me credit awareness because I was like clueless to what you needed credit for, you know. And I was wondering why I can't get things done. So if nothing else, his show made me aware to want to know about credit and get my credit fixed. If nothing else, it did do that because I was totally illiterate to, you know, the whole credit business and credit scores. My thing was like a 514, something low as hell, because I never pay anything back. So now keep that in mind. I never pay anything back. Right. So now look, now keep this in mind. Now that means I'm 21. I'm 42 now. So when I solicited services from old boy, this is 3 years ago. I'm still like 30, high 30s. That means I went through life like what, almost 20 years not paying anything back. That means I'm over the 7-year mark. That means that
falling off.
Yeah. Yes. So you didn't. So if you did anything, you just cleaned off. It was coming off anyway. So it looks good. You didn't take off what was not supposed to come off. So the things I wanted to come off was the up-to-date things, not the old stuff. So I'm expecting that stuff to come off, and it didn't. I got more instead. And it got to be a big coincidence that you work on my stuff. It appears things are coming off. Then, okay, so it's around this time. This time right here, he starts servicing me around March. Around the New Year's, I got a boatload of stuff. So I'm like, where the hell is this coming from? All this stuff out of nowhere. Like, come on. I'm talking about call after call after call after call. Never happened before in my life until messing with him. He's doing something with my stuff.
Now they know where you at.
Right, so I'm getting calls at the call. I'm like, what the? So by that time, I already realized he ain't doing anything. So I just paid it all off. So I'm here to say this. I'm here to say from the experts, the people who do this for real, who write the laws and all type of stuff. There's only 3 ways you're getting this stuff off you're getting a negative item off your credit file legally. 3 ways. 1, if it's just past 7 years or 10 years, whatever you just did, bankruptcy, whatever, 10 years, 7 years. That's 1 way. Second, if you pay the damn thing off. Now, what's illegal to do is tell people don't pay it off. They got you. That's illegal for a credit repair agency to say that. He says that. We got him saying that. You dig? 3, if there is something inaccurately put on your thing or by mistake on your file that wasn't ever yours. That's what they do. They repair that. They're not supposed to take off things that was rightfully due, that's rightfully on your file. That's illegal to take that off. That's the law. If you take off something that's supposed to be there, that's called, you're breaking the law, and you and that agency can be held liable. Now, I got a video for you. Now, should I play it? Okay, so there's a couple guys who got caught.
But before you go into that, I just kind of wanted to say, because I hear you giving a disclaimer, but to be perfectly honest, anybody that thinks that this is like an issue that you've been harboring, obviously it's something that's coming out. Now, why it's coming up now, I'm not really sure, but clearly you've modded for his channel, you've been involved in different things that he have on his, so clearly it ain't been no animosity.
Exactly. Come on.
It ain't no hard feelings that's being harbored, because maybe I could be wrong, but you ain't getting paid to mod his channel and do these other things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
So that's a stretch to make it like it's a personal vendetta. Clearly it ain't.
He disgruntled or something.
Yeah.
So I don't even feel like
he didn't answer the question though, Amber.
Huh?
He really didn't answer the question though.
Which one?
Did you try to?
Okay. No, I did. I said I'm the type of person. I did. I said I'm the type of person. If let's say if I bought food from you, it was cold, I'll just never go back. So no, and plus it's so old.
But that's the thing. I don't even. So this issue I don't look at as stemming from the credit repair. So we know during that time you like, okay, I didn't get what I was gonna get, what I thought I was gonna get, but don't worry about it. You know,
because I paid it all off. So I didn't really care. Right. So
okay, hold on, Amber. Hold on now. So the answer is no. So is he aware of your dissatisfaction?
Okay. So now let me say this. Well, yeah, now he is. So because I expressed it in
this live, or you communicated this to him man to man.
No, well, the man to man stuff, bro. You won't get me with that. Now let me say this.
Now don't
wait, Haskell.
Let me rephrase it. Have you communicated that?
Okay, Haskell. So let me answer the same way I answered.
Pretty much was his first time hearing about it on the live.
No, it wasn't on live. Now it was from different birdies who repeated what I said, who I wanted to. But listen, what victim likes to confront their person who harmed them? Like, who does that? So when somebody did something wrong to you, you don't. The worst thing you want to do is talk to them. Like, what can we talk about? I know you ain't giving me the money back. Like, what can we actually talk about? Plus, it was like, okay, so Haskell, let me say this again. I was inexperienced. I didn't know anything about credit. So it came to light as time went by, bro. I started reading books on credit repair. I kept you see different videos online, and you start hearing about FES. That's a financial education service. You dig ML, MLM that promise they could fix your credit. It's the same thing. So when they tell you some things, because I went to a seminar. Now, mind you, I didn't go for me. I went for a friend. We went together. He wanted me to go because at that point my credit was fixed already. So, but anyway, like they started to tell you things that's illegal and things that's not. So while they going over that, I'm like, so I'm learning a lot of things at that seminar. Like, wow, boy did that. Oh, you can't do that? He did that. So, you know what I mean? It's going through my head, no problem. So I'm learning different things in life. I ordered some expensive sneakers from some Giuseppe's from Saks. They sent me they told me that too bad they sold the last pair. So I'm like, well, damn. Can I get my money back? I said, how you gonna do that? How you gonna let me order a certain size and then say you don't got them? So now I said, okay, do you have a size 10 and a half? They said, yes. So I said, okay, refund that money back. I'm thinking that money goes back right away. I didn't know they're gonna charge me twice. So when they went to charge me again for the 10 and a half, they charged me the same. So something said, I said, yo, hold up. Are you using the same money I used before for this purchase, or are you charging me again? They said, yo, we charge you again. So I'm going somewhere. So I said, what? I said, oh my God. So they charged me twice for these expensive ass Giuseppe's. So what I did was I filed a report, whatever, and what they did was they investigated. So this is how I got caught on a certain game. They investigated. Haskell, hold on. Let me finish, dude. Let me finish. So I made a report. And in that report, what they did was they sent me the money back. In my mind, I thought I won, right? Because I got the money back. I didn't know they was doing an investigation, and they sent me the money back temporarily, and they'll get it back. So I said, whoa, I wonder if this shit happens like that in credit repair. And when I researched, yes, it does. So when he said he never heard of it, well, brother, you're going to hear about it when I show you that happens a lot in credit repair. You dig? They will do an investigation when you do your disputes, and they will
take it off temporarily.
Exactly. And then when that thing shows up that this is yours, they put it back. That's a fact. That's a fact. He said he never heard of it, and he done this stuff for 15 years. That's a problem.
Yeah, because it's a question, they remove it until they make a final decision. If it's yours, then they put it back.
The true story is funny.
Now I do want to say something because I can't let you weasel out of this. I can't let you weasel out of this unbiased.
Yeah, go hard. Ask on Amber. Go hard on me.
Now you said you didn't confront him because who wants to confront their attacker?
Right.
But y'all stayed confronting Polite in the chat. So now I have to wonder.
The same way. So I came at him the same way. Go ahead.
But that's what I'm saying. So you were coming after Polite, but you felt wronged by somebody, or felt like somebody may have potentially scammed you,
okay,
or defrauded you. No matter what point it happened, if it happened yesterday, and you mean to tell me you had the opportunity to know exactly who did what, and you didn't confront them about it?
Thank you. Now, Amber, we're interconnected. Dagger Squad, Amara Squad, MBK, Silent Studios. People were telling me to stand down.
Now pause. Let me hit you on that.
Yeah.
So when y'all did the whole debate and the stream went down, I contacted Garfield out of respect for him and Side relationship, and I let him know I'm not pleased with this stream. Low key, I ain't even gonna ask for my money back at this time, but I feel like a businessman that's about his business would do that anyway. You know what I'm saying? So either way, he contacted him, and it's days going by. Y'all done back debate about 3-4 times. There's live streams everywhere going on about this debate, and whole time I still ain't seen it. So I'm getting increasingly pissed off. You feel me?
Right.
So it was getting to the point where I was like, listen, I'm trying not to say nothing. So then I started talking in the chat one day, and I'm like, I'm trying to keep it respectful, but I'm letting you know I done addressed it, and I'm being respectful out of y'all relationship, but in a few moments, I'm gonna do my own little side step, and I'm gonna just start getting disrespectful. Because one thing I don't like for a person to do is say I'm gonna handle that and then don't handle it. Eventually, he called him on the phone. It still wasn't handled in the timely fashion that I considered it should have been handled in, but it was handled. So I just went on ahead and said, all right, I'm gonna let it die. I'm gonna let it go. But in the future, like you said, not to deal with it. But I let it be known I had this problem. I talked to both Sonetta personally off the line. I talked to him. I talked to Garfield, so I did let it be known that I got this problem. I'm not the one to sit back and just get fucked over and don't say nothing.
Right.
You know that just ain't how
Amber, I want to say this. In your case, right? That's more about ineptitude, right? What Unbiased is kind of alluding to is more along the lines of
intention. Well, see, here's the thing.
Right. So that's why I need it. Hey, Amber, you know this, but he still ain't really answered this question yet, though.
But pause though.
Yeah, I said I didn't ask her. I said I didn't.
But see, the thing is, it could be ineptitude too, because if he don't know that there's a proper way to do it, and he's merely advertising that he provides these services, but he don't know the actual proper way to do it, then it would be his ineptitude and not necessarily fraud, because it's not his intention to mislead people. Now, the whole you don't need a social, but then you do, that's a whole different story.
Yeah, that's fraudulent.
Yeah, but the other things about the consumer rights, and these are different things that he may feel like I know how to fix it, but he may not know the laws pertaining to that. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So that could be in that.
He been doing this, what he said, 15?
Yeah, 15 years.
Again, that don't keep people from being ignorant. There's plenty of people been doing stuff for a long time and they still ain't doing it right. You understand what I'm saying? So
for sure. But if he doing illegal shit, he'd have got jammed up by now.
You know, Haskell, nah, we're not doing that. Why is Polite? Everybody believes Polite doing something illegal on a grand stage, and he's rolling around free as a puppy. So we ain't gonna do that.
Yeah, but we know what. All right, let me tell you what Polite do.
Wait. I'm saying Polite just an example, but how about?
No. Hold on. I'm gonna tell you what Polite do. And the brother, what happened to Common Sense? The gentleman who runs that channel, you know, he really expounded on this tremendously, right? I don't know if you're familiar with this channel. Go on this channel sometimes.
Who is it again? Who is it?
What happened to Common Sense? That's the guy. That's the name of the guy's channel.
Yeah.
And what he was explaining is what Polite does is he never puts anything in his name. Any sort of interaction he has with clients, if you want to call it that, he puts it in his wife's name. He has aliases. You understand what I'm saying? So you can never really pin anything on his person.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Polite is a scammer through and through. You know, I don't have no qualms about saying that, but he's a very crafty scammer, right? Now, in the case of who you're talking about, you know, I really need to get to the heart of it, like to see is this just a case of, like I said, ineptitude, or is this
okay? Hold on.
Can I address something you said real quick? Another way that people get out of things like this is by actually never really perform any act. So he said that he was getting instructions on what to do, right?
Right.
So really, I'm hands off. I'm giving you suggestions. So I'm not really doing anything.
Exactly.
You're paying me for my information, but you're really doing the service. So it's arguable that, that's just a consultant fee. I didn't say I could actually fix the credit. I'm saying I'm just a consultant. I'm giving him advice and suggestions that he could take it or leave it. Yeah, I'm charging him, but I'm not actually advertising that I fixed it. You know, that's one of those, I can kind of try to get out of it because I never really did anything. I just sent, now see me, I'm not going for that. Don't send me instructions for shit if I paid you for a service. I ain't gonna hold you.
Yeah, Brooklyn Magic, that's what it was.
Yeah, so I'm paying you for a service. What I got to do with it?
So Haskell, look, what I did want to do is this. So I was not going to bring me up at all, to be honest. I was just going to say this. He broke me up. I didn't bring me up. I brought up the practices. I'm saying, so we could talk about me too, but I wanted to first establish that's why he came on live to beat me to it because I told somebody that I wasn't prepared to like really bring everything out because I was working on the coronavirus, update video. You dig? So I don't really have anything put together. So I explained it to certain people. So whoever gave him the link, whoever tipped them off on that too. So maybe he asked when he hopped on a live because he knew I didn't really have stuff to put together. So I didn't want to talk about me first. I was going to talk about me last. I was going to first establish that the dude has a illegal practice. Like, he's practicing illegally. He's practicing illegal practices, period. So now, one is you cannot ask money up front. In any credit repair business, you can't do that. You can't do that. Once you do that, this is on any website. And once you do that, you are a fraud, or that's illegal. That's illegal. That's one. Two, you can't promise you can take anything off. Three, you cannot act like you have a secret way to get stuff off. And he talks about that tricky letter. That's illegal. You cannot take off illegal things. So we're not going to focus on me, make it about me. I'm involved too, but let's first establish that these are illegal practices and they're dirty. Okay, so we ain't gonna get around that. Let's first agree to that. If we can't agree to that, then why even talk about me, right?
Okay, hold on. All right.
Yeah.
So I want to narrow down what specifically is dirty because let me give you an example. The adding of trade lines onto an
I'm not talking about trade lines. I ain't talking about trade lines.
No, hold on. I said I want to give an example of something that is in that gray area that is not necessarily illegal, right?
Is it legal to charge for that?
To charge for adding on trade lines?
Yeah, is that legal?
To be completely honest, I'm not 100% certain.
So I'm gonna Google it. Let's Google it. Okay, finish and I'll Google that.
Right. What I would say is, the gentleman who we're speaking about, Amber, you there?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm always the one who like put a name on it, right?
now you like, don't put a name on it. Don't put a name on it.
Now I sound like a goddamn politician.
Save the children.
Nah, but the gentleman.
I get it though. You like both. So
yeah,
of course,
it's a great.
Everybody be able to come back together. And
right. So Haskell, there's a gray area there. It's not really illegal either. So go ahead.
And look, I didn't know that, but my intuition is like some amazing shit. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I knew is a gray area because, like I said, and all things popping in the chat said, just because someone's been operating for X amount of years and nothing's happened, that doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't scamming or doing anything untoward. But what I was saying is, there's no way that he could have been doing this for 10, 15 plus years and not be aware of
certain. I got you. Hey, I cut you off. My bad.
Somebody definitely came with the woo wham.
Right. And there was another gentleman on YouTube who made some allegations, right? So, this credit repair thing, when you talk about adding trade lines,
wait, stop a second. Hey, Flim Flam, he came on early already. So yeah, you missed it. You need to go back, check my other video. All right. So he did come on and talk. Go ahead, Haskell.
Came on.
Garfield.
On this live?
Yeah.
Not on this live, but
no, earlier at 3 o'clock. 4 o'clock.
The one before this, I think.
Oh damn.
Oh yeah.
Damn. Okay. Well, what I was.
You might want to go back and watch that one first.
I'm definitely gonna check that out. But what I'm saying is, when it comes to financial things like these matters, one thing that I've learned from experience is it's all about working a gray area.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And that's America in general is set up like that. It's just like when you talk about Wall Street, right? What's the difference between insider trading and some other more benign term for insider trading? You get what I'm saying, Amber? Like
yeah,
they
lock, but
right.
But see, the problem I got with that is anybody who knows that this gray area exists, operates within it, and uses those gray areas for their benefit to manipulate the situation. You don't consider that scam? Because I would say that that's what Polite does. That's what people accuse.
Yeah, exactly. That's what scammers do.
So I'm not gonna give, if I'm gonna consider that fraud, and this is why I say that people have to be careful what they accuse other people of doing, because if you pay attention to your practices, then you could be guilty of the same.
Right.
No. Polite outright defrauds people.
Wait. Hold on. Because I want the show to go a certain direction. You still can add on, but I want to make my point clear what I came here to do. So the warning signs of it. So not to cut you off, you can keep your point. You can write it down. But I do want to do what I do for coming on here. I don't want to go somewhere else, and I never got my point across. And I got to do another video. Even though there are videos to come, but I want to establish, I'm making a video on different things. So right now, we're talking about charging up front. Okay, so warning signs of a credit repair scam include, you see it for yourself, they charge up front. A simple rule is to never pay up. He charges up front. He said he did on my live, and he said it right here. Hold on.
Unmuted. He needs to hear this, because this is the problem with black people. This is what Q is talking about. Financial literacy.
Lay his point down. I mean, what else do we need to
start? I charge $100. Yes, you can call it an upfront fee all you want.
You call it what? Let's go back. That's his voice. Let's go back.
I charge $100. Yes, you can call it an upfront fee all you want, but I provide a service before I charge
you call it an upfront fee.
Yeah, that's fine. I call it an upfront fee, whatever. But
okay, so let's go back. Okay, so Haskell, I want you to wiggle out this one. They charge fees up front. He just said he did that. Okay, let's talk about that.
But unbiased, if you're paying attention, you'll notice there's equivocation there, right? He says you can call it an upfront fee if you want, right?
No, he said it first. No, wait. Okay, wait. Okay, hold on. Let me play it then, because Lex is going to...
He said it first, and then the dude said, "You call it an upfront fee."
Yes,
he said, yes, I do.
That point, dude.
Yes, I do.
So look, I'm gonna go back. He said you called it that, Haskell. You're chasing right now. Let me go back for you. You missed that one, dude. Your intuition missed that one. So I'll go back and play it one more time.
Listen, lay his point down. I mean, what else do we need to start?
I charge $100. Yes, you can call it an upfront fee all you want, but I provide a service before I charge. Yeah, that's fine. I call it an upfront fee, whatever. But
Okay, so who called it upfront fee, Haskell?
You said I called it an upfront fee, whatever.
Right. Yeah, he's gonna change it up now because they know that's illegal. That's the hope. Okay, all right. I'll play the video.
But can we just look up what an upfront fee is? Can we look up what an upfront
this
fee
guy
is?
right here, man.
If you want to be technical. Can we look that up? Because whether or not he calls it that or not, they have guidelines by law what's considered an upfront fee. So it don't matter if he calls it something else. If by law it qualifies as the upfront fee, it's illegal. Period.
Right, but Amber, it ain't that black and white.
It's not. God damn.
Okay, so look, Haskell, I'm gonna move on. So it says.
I want to make a quick.
Hold on. Because, bro, he said what he said. He even corrected himself, and we read that right here. So now it says they try to guarantee a credit score again. Offering guaranteed point increase is impossible because no one can remove accurate, up-to-date information from your credit report. No one can do that. He says he can. He talks about removing student loans. It says no one. And he talk about, your score going up after stuff is removed. It says it right here, clear as day. Go ahead, brother. You can talk. I want to make my points in between, but go ahead.
Right. So in that video you played when he said, you can call it an upfront fee all you want, right? The intimation there is, hey, you can term it as that, right? If you want to. So no, I'm serious, unbiased.
Yeah.
It should be clear, right? That on his part, he's saying, hey.
But Haskell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You were talking during when old boy was saying it because he said it low. He said, no, you called it. He was telling Garfield, no, you called it.
And then he corrected himself, right, Amber?
Exactly. exactly. He said, I'm only calling it an upfront fee because you did. So then that's when Garfield was like, right, I call it an upfront fee. So I think you need to go back and listen closely and just don't say anything during that whole segment.
Amber, I heard that part.
Haskell.
Yeah, what's up, Blake?
You're one of the smartest people in this community, especially from the chat room. Whether you from the same place, you cool with this dude, you can't cape for this behavior, my guy. You're too smart for this shit, man. The whole problem is a lot of people are getting taken advantage of. If my shit was in this situation and I was unaware, I would consider it because of the trust factor. And to have somebody on the sideline that I know knows the difference, you're too smart to even try to cape for that. You got to sit back, laugh, and let this man expose him, because there's a lot of people who are getting taken advantage of because they don't have the IQ or the intuition. I remember the first time I got on this and I asked you guys about the dude. And I said, he seems like a cool guy, but whenever someone needs to fix credit, I know you need SS number, and that's kind of shady with me. And then everybody chuckled and laughed, and it was just like swept under the rug. Again, I don't know him personally. He could be a great guy, and everybody has a hustle. And I'll never knock anybody's hustle. But when you're exploiting those who are unaware, you're a predator. And I always have problems with bullies like that. And we can't cape for this. So whether he's using the proper terminology or he's using gray areas, or well, you came over to my house and you drank my drink and you fell asleep, so whatever. No, fuck that. You know you in the wrong when you in the wrong, bro. Please don't devour or devalue yourself by trying to cape for this guy. Don't do that,
you definitely can't cape for him when you keep your foot on Polite's neck. So don't try to split hairs now.
Wait. Amber, no, hold on.
Go ahead, Haskell.
Y'all ain't gonna put homeboy in polite category.
But see, what you're saying is that there's such a thing as more successful scammers. What I've heard is people go harder on Polite and Umar because they feel like they're more successful at it. A scam is a scam. Defrauding somebody is defrauding somebody.
I'm gonna tell you why I go hard on Umar and Polite. These guys are outright charlatans. Okay? If you watch the Polite video with the condominiums thing, he's representing himself to be in a position that had nothing to do with him.
But I think he is too, though, Haskell.
Listen.
Haskell, I'm gonna show you something real fast. Do you know his website? Do you know his website?
Nah.
Okay, let me show you something. Now tell me this ain't polite.
So saying you're a credit expert, is that just puffing and just kind of, that's just promotion and advertisement saying you're a credit expert? What is that?
Right. Would you recommend this guy to your mother, Haskell? Let's cut the bullshit, cuz.
Hey, Haskell.
Come on. Haskell, I don't care if I pay somebody $100 to come clean my yard and they do half my yard, and I'm like, you know what, get the fuck out of here. He's full of bullshit. And then someone else come ask me about him. I may not throw him under the bridge, but if he's getting caught by 4 other people, I'm not going to say, well, he did say he did half your yard, and so he did some work. No, we got to stop the bullshit.
And
regardless if he did it unknowingly, it's bad practice, it's bad service. He's still on the look saying he has a group of 100. Let me finish this real quick, please, just real quick. He said he has a group of 100 and he can help them make $100,000 off the back. And I'm like, if you can do that, you wouldn't even be in the community. You wouldn't be doing this shit. Why are we playing with this?
You know what, Blake? That's a hell of a point, because that shit right there, that sounded crazy to me.
You see?
Come on, bro. But you still have the audacity to cape. You too smart, bro. You cut right through a lot of bullshit. I seen you cut through a lot of bullshit, and you were able to articulate many points that everybody's stumbling across. And even the situation when you got into it with Wujabu, you acknowledge, you know what, you know more than me. However, if I was more experienced than that, I'll be able to phrase it and blah, 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 blah. You're too smart to try to say this shit, bro. Please stop doing this, because I'm looking at you different side eyes now. And I know it ain't you.
Hey, hold on, bro. Listen. My whole thing is I want to move carefully. You understand what I'm saying? If this gentleman is indeed an outright scammer, that's what it is. But I want to make sure that we're moving in a very deliberate, manner to ascertain whether this is just outright malfeasance or.
Wait, Haskell, we're gonna take me off the table right now, and we're talking about his business only right now. Okay, so take me off. Because I see that's going somewhere else.
Hold on, Unbiased. I wanted to just wrap with the watcher, kind of like a little one-on-one real quick, right?
Please do.
What was I going to say? All right. you know, insider trading is illegal on Wall Street, right? You know that, right? Now, we all know that these CEOs, board members, et cetera, they share information all the time.
I don't know about that.
Martha Stewart, continue on.
Yeah, right. I'm saying, Watcher, do you agree to that? Do you accede to that? Like,
I can agree and concede that point. However, I do understand a hustle, a scam, or malpractice or deception is what it is. I'm not going to clean it up. I got to call it what it is because I wouldn't recommend that practice done to my daughter, to my brother, to my sister.
Just because people break the law don't make it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like,
if you don't get caught, it's okay.
Right. Exactly.
Well, let me hold on. Listen.
Like,
listen.
It's a soft science or it's a soft hustle.
Right. Hold on, Blake. All right. Peak game, right? As one of my little side hustles, I sell cable, right? That's one of my little side hustles, right? I have guys who will go out and install service they moonlight. They're actually official technicians for the actual company, but they'll moonlight for me from time to time, right? To do jobs, right?
Okay.
Now, a standard truck roll is like $50 to $70. That's just for them to show up, right? Now, a lot of times they'll show up and there's absolutely nothing to do, right? Meaning the unit, or not the unit, but the outlet, right? For the customer in order to receive a signal is already there. The wiring, everything is already there. All that person did when they showed up is literally connect the coaxial cable to one end, the other end of the coaxial cable to the device, whether it be a modem or a cable box, and literally that was it. And they walk away with $70 for doing about 5 minutes of work, right? Now,
okay.
mind you, this is something you could train a primate to do. However, the people who are paying that $70, they either have no kind of idea about anything. They're so clueless that even something as simple as screwing in a coaxial cable on one end and screwing a coaxial cable on the other end, that is like just super like complicated.
So they're inexperienced. I understand that analogy, but let me further that. Now, if that person was telling them, or you telling them, like, you know, we're going to get you 50 channels, and then they're like, all right, fine. But if he turns on the TV and there's only 2 channels, we got a fucking problem.
Or if you tell me I'm gonna come out there and activate it, and then you hand me the cord and say, now hook this up to that end. Fuck that.
All right, yeah, exactly. So now look, now I'm gonna go to the website that I went to initially that he sent me to when he had this service. Look us up this website. Wait, hold on. Wait, man, ain't it? Let me go to. I hate Safari, man. I keep coming to Safari. I hate Safari. Now watch this right here. Okay. So now ask her, this is the website right here. Look at this. And he tried to explain this today. Dude, where do you see anything about credit repair? You know what he said? I took it all off and put my book there. I'm like, what? How do you offer a program, a service, and then use the website for something totally? Look, listen, I got a website. They don't cost much, $10 a month, $5. Some are free. You could just get another website for your other book. Why would you take everything off and put this here? But I got your website though. I dug it up. I dug up your website. And it's not a real website. So I'm gonna go back. So now you see his website is nothing about credit repair. And this is the actual website. His excuse was I took everything off of my book. Who does that? When do you ever see a service take everything off and put something else there for the same web address? All right. Now we got to add that to one of these warning signs. Okay. So anyway, it says credit repair companies can help you repair your credit, but only in very limited ways. Not do anybody ever say that? They act like there's many ways to do it. Am I wrong? When it's pitched, do it's pitched like there's very limited ways? it's pitched like it's a lot of ways. It says the standard procedure for credit repair companies is to go through your credit record record and try to identify any items that they think are inaccurate or obsolete. An accurate charge is one where the item on your credit record has an incorrect amount, was actually paid rather than unpaid, or was reported as yours when it was actually another's person. An obsolete charge is one that is older than 7 years, which is still being reported. So we all got that information. Cool, we're educated. It says, for some people, these services can help. Financial companies, record keepers aren't perfect and will often get this wrong. It's not unheard of to have someone else defaulted loan mistakenly assigned to your credit report, or for a company to continue reporting a default when you have paid off the loan. So that's what they're for. They're for mistakes, errors. They're not for other things. Okay? Nothing here says you can take something off that belongs to you. The most important rule for our readers to keep in mind when going through their credit reports is that some companies might still be reporting old debt, which by law shouldn't be on your credit report after 7 years. You have the right to dispute these bad credit items. These are bad credit items on your report. You dispute bad credit items, plain English, on your report, and reputable credit repair agency will do it for you. Okay, let's go further. While there are reputable credit repair services out there, the unfortunate truth is that many companies, many's majority, companies who advertise credit repair services are scams focused on making money without helping you. On June 27, 2017, 4 credit repair companies got in trouble with the Consumer Finance Protection Bureau, CPFB, for misleading business practices and scams. Hey, for misleading business practices and scams. They charge very high fees up front. What? They charge very high fees up front, monthly subscription fees, while misleading money-back guarantees, and even use fake testimonials to mislead customers. Hey, we're gonna talk about that too in another live. Yeah, we got that. Okay, so I never heard if I get my money back. It says money back guarantee. I never got a money back 90 days. I never got nothing. 15 years and you don't do that? If you're thinking about hiring a credit repair firm, it's important to remember that you will never have to pay money before they begin the services. I paid money before things got started. I paid that $100 he talked about. If you're thinking about hiring a credit repair firm, it's important. So no upfront fees. We heard him from his own mouth. He charged upfront fees. Legitimate. Wait, no. I'm gonna finish reading first. Hold your question. Legitimate credit repair services are on. Now you got to dispute this. Forget about me. Dispute something they're saying, because we know what he says. We know what they're saying. It said legitimate credit repair services are only allowed to charge money if they confirm that they improve your credit scores, not delete stuff. Your credit scores. If they are telemarketing companies, they have to show that they improve your credit score of a minimum of 6 months after you engage their service. Did you guys know this? Did you know that they had to improve your credit score in a matter of 6 months? Okay, warning, we're going to get here. You can ask your question after this, Haskell. Warning signs of a credit repair scam include, I will be done when I read these. They charge fees up front. That's a warning sign. That's a warning sign. He said he did that. Now, my evidence would be him. So you saw these warning signs? I'm not going to make any accusations, allegations. I'm going to have him saying he did all this stuff, or most of it, or some of it. They try to guarantee a credit score gain. Hey, I will have audio from that. I got a good soundbite for that. Offering a guaranteed point increase isn't possible because no one can remove what? Accurate, up-to-date information from your credit report. I heard him respond to people. I got the videos. People saying, can you get this off? Can you get that off? He never asked, well, if it's a mistake, I can. He said, yes. You cannot. It says no one, no tricky letter. Hey, wait till I expose that tricky letter video. No tricky letter can remove. We all heard that. No tricky letter can remove accurate and up-to-date information from your credit report. It's a scam. It says they tell you not to take a credit reporting company. No legitimate credit repair company will do this. They don't or won't tell you what you can do for free. He told you can do it for free, so he didn't do that one. They won't tell you how you can cancel. Hey, I never was told that.
Yeah, but does he have? Wait.
Ask him.
That's about subscriptions. That's if you have a subscription.
Ask him, bro. I never had to kick somebody out before. So, bro, let me. This is about me. I'm reading. I invited you guys on to say what you guys say. But look, dude, when y'all was talking just now, you and the watcher, I didn't cut in. I wait till you guys were done. Like I said, okay, let me do what I do. But dude, let me read off my stuff, and then you can say whatever you want to say. All you can. I'm almost done. I got 2 more lines, and I'm done. It says they won't tell you how you can cancel. I wasn't told how I can cancel. There's no cancellation from what I know. Do you guys ever heard of that? It says by law you have the right to cancel. That's by law. By law you have the right to cancel. I didn't know that. It said free of charge. Wow. Any contract for credit repair up to 3 business days after you sign. Damn. It says they call you, you don't call them. He didn't do that. But okay, so Haskell, go ahead.
Yeah, so my question is because like most of the last part you read there is in regards to companies that put you on some sort of subscription, right? Paying a monthly fee. Was that the case here?
No. The monthly fee was not. I don't believe it was. No.
He told it would apply in this situation since he was actually charged up front. So if he decided,
hold on. That's the upfront part. I'm talking about the last couple.
No. I wasn't charged.
Even if he wanted to cancel after he paid upfront, even though the upfront fee shouldn't have been, but let's say he wanted to cancel, was he able to cancel after he paid the $100 and say, you know what, I don't want to do this no more. Can I get my money back? You see what I'm saying?
Right. But how I'm looking at that, Amber, is those two things are separate, right? As far as the money that you pay up front and reclaiming that money versus a monthly subscription.
Okay, I'll go with that. Yeah.
Right. So the monthly subscription part, I'm just saying that doesn't apply in this case.
No.
Right. That's all I'm saying.
No, it does not. I was not paying a monthly fee. No.
Okay.
Does anybody else want to respond to what I just read?
Did you guys have a contract? Did you have a contract, Unbiased?
I don't know. I think it was verbal. I don't think it was I don't remember. It was 3 years ago. I don't remember. But if I go off the top, I don't remember signing something. Maybe I did. I don't think I did.
You said this is 3 years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier.
So what? Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Clearly, the issue is not stemming from this. You understand what I'm saying? Whatever issue they have, it's coming out now. But their issue, whatever it was, it's not stemming.
Okay. So here's the thing. I'm pretty sure you are aware of the going back and forth with Asar, right? And the going back and forth with Jabari, and the going back and forth with Wujabu, and whatever else that's controversial out there, right? So when we have our side talks, we're on 3-way. You know, we're not live. We're on 3-way. We call each other, and so people are disingenuous in these conversations. So we're like, damn, bruh, you too. So what happens is when you're arguing on about something else, old things get dragged up. You dig, and say, well, you did do this though, or this did happen, or that happened. So hostile arguments, it brings up old past things. So this is how stuff got brought up. And I said, well, you do know old boy did this. Yeah, but leave that alone. So that's so things be rehashed through arguing. You dig? So, and again, once I started researching some things, again, with the Saks example, when I was like, oh, so things can be deleted or taken off and put back. I said, what? Then when I researched that, it was true. I was like, oh, because I was still feeling some type of way, being I had to pay for every last thing to be taken off. You dig? But to me, it wasn't a big deal. But it bothers you when the person has a certain character, when they talking a certain way, like everything's legit. And like, all right, bro, you gotta stop that, bro. You capping right now. Like, dude, stop acting like your business practice is perfect. You dig? It's like one of those things. So conversation, and then things he's saying about me in the chat, the back chat, disrespected me. So I'm like, oh, so you know what I mean? So now think about that. I was wrong. I never said anything. and you're disrespecting me on something else. I'm like, oh, dude, you don't want to do that. You don't want to do that, dude. So that's how that came about. Like, all right, you want to do that? All right, I can play. You did this, remember? And not just to me, just your practice overall is fraudulent. Or at the very least, it says what it says. It says bad practices, right? Bad business practices. Who can deny that? So again, let's not make it about me, because I'm not making it about me. I'll make it about me maybe next week. I want to make it about the actual business practices. Are they legal? Are they legit? Are they illegal? Are they illegit or illegitimate? How are we going to, discern this? That's what this is about. It's not about me. We'll talk about me next week when I pull up my emails and stuff. You dig? And when I pull up certain conversations, we'll talk about me then. I'm not prepared to do that. I wasn't even supposed to talk about me today. You dig? So we're going to talk about the actual practices. Is this, did he fit these warning signs in high school? Yes or no?
Say again?
Did he fit these warning signs? Yes or no?
I would say maybe one or two of them.
Okay, so does he fit they charge fees up front?
Technically, yes.
Okay. All right.
Can I say one point before you continue?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, because this, again, I get it when you have homies who get caught up in the jam and they're your peoples, right, but nonetheless, they're doing wrong. But one point, well, I don't know if Haskell brought it up or if Amber's actually alluding to it, that thing that's setting me off or having me stand back. You knew he was hustling the community, right? And
I didn't know that.
To say nothing for this. Okay, let me rephrase it. Let me rephrase it.
I thought he got me that said, I didn't know this was like illegal across the board. I just thought I was done wrong and that was it. Until I researched that this is bad across the board. Then that's when I said, oh, his whole practice is illegitimate. So that's when I said, oh, shit. And I brought it to my people's attention. I said, yo, look at this. And when they nod their head like, yeah, it is. I'm like, oh, so everybody getting it, not just me. So that's when I said I'm gonna do something about it, because we're supposed to be pseudo killers, exposers of lies. You dig? That's what we do. So now, once I know that this is not just done to me, it's done to everybody, I'm like, all right, okay, I got him.
Okay, I see. Well, then that would have been my only critique. Then it's like, if you knew he was hustling everybody,
I didn't know,
and then you just keep it on the low for the last few years, then I would understand somewhat of the animosity, or at least the over interrogation that Haskell be coming from. But I mean, if you didn't know any of that, then that's where that is. And again, it's always the onus normally goes both ways, in my opinion. One person for not doing the research and being
Hey, the watcher, I'm not asking for any money back.
Right. And that's why I'm not even hard on you, because you recognize you got hustled and you just chucked it up as a loss. Like some people do. In certain cases, everybody can say what they want, but everyone's had a situation where they felt like they got over, and it's more embarrassing, or you're frustrated and you just let that shit slide and you move on. You're willing to be the bigger man. However, if you're seeing that this is continuously going on and there are victims out there, then I feel like somebody got to wave that red flag. And that's all I wanted to just chime in on.
Okay, so now, Haskell, we'll see if he fit these, because every website got their own little 7 signs. So here we go. 7 signs of a credit repair scam. You could be getting scammed if any of the following are true. It says you aren't given a copy of the consumer credit file rights under state and federal law. Haskell, you think I got that?
Keep going.
Okay, so let me tell you guys, I didn't get that. Letting you know your rights to obtain a credit report and dispute inaccurate credit report information. All credit repair companies, all caps on, all credit repair companies are required, not an option, to let you know that you can perform these services on your own. I did not get a copy of this. It says if, number 2 is, you aren't given a copy of the contract. I know you can forget about that. Yeah, this ain't happening for a fact. You aren't given so now, but don't forget, this is not about your homeboy fixing your credit. And this is a person who said they had a company on my live earlier. They said they got a credit repair company. So we're not talking about me, Haskell, the watcher, Amber doing it on the side. We're talking about somebody, or even him saying he's just a side hustler. He said he had a company earlier in my life. He said he had a website. So he's definitely held to this right here. There's no way out of this. You aren't given a copy of the contract. He said he got a credit repair company. This definitely applies to him. It says all credit repair companies. On my live earlier, he said he had a company on credit repair. So that's it. You aren't given a copy of the contract to view before you are asked to sign it. I don't believe I got one, a contract. I don't believe I signed anything, but I'm supposed to have one according to this. They give a contract. Do not agree or pay for services before you know what you're signing up for. Read through the contract to make sure it contains all the important information. Never had that. Don't recall it. The contract doesn't contain the following information. Okay, look, number 3 is gone because we didn't do a contract. I don't remember. So that's over. You're asked for payment. God damn, it's on every last one. You're asked for payment before the services have been performed. We heard that from his mouth. That's his standard practices. You did. That's a standard practice. So he breaks that law every time he even starts somebody's stuff. The law prohibits credit repair companies from charging upfront fees. We heard from his own mouth. This is an area where many credit repair companies break. What? How many? Many's majority break the law. Some companies may be unaware that they're not supposed to charge customers upfront. Well, he can't say that. He was on the actual panel debating that stuff. So that's over. Okay, so let's go on. The company promises to remove accurately reported information from your credit report. Legally, this information belongs on your credit report. It belongs there. That's not how it's pitched on this show. I'm going to pull that up. But credit repair companies sometimes try shady tactics like having you claim identity theft. He didn't do that. To remove accurate information from your credit report. Wait. He did have me freeze my account. I don't know. I got to think about that one. He did have me freeze my account. I got to think about that because you freeze your account when you think there's something illegally done, right? When you lose your debit card, credit card, or some valuable information, you would freeze your account.
Right. But it's a little bit different from claiming that you've been a victim of identity theft, though.
Okay, cool. But it's standard. But when you freeze your account, the assumption is that.
Right. So what I was going to say further is perhaps that's a tactic of his that when you freeze the account, of course, that's going to give the impression that perhaps,
right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so again, that's like a gray area type.
No, that's not great. That's illegal. You can't do that.
No, I'm biased. It says clearly there that you cannot claim that you've been a victim.
Right. Look, Haskell, what I'm trying to say is
nothing illegal about freezing your account.
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying when you are attempting, I bet you this. I bet you if you're trying to fix your credit, your freeze account, I bet you there's some shady stuff right there. And
we need a source.
Okay, cool. Tomorrow. Okay, cool. Bro, I'll pull up. Tomorrow I'm going to call Lexington Law, and we're going to ask some questions. Tomorrow or sometime this week, I'm going to put on speakerphone, and we're going to ask some questions.
Okay.
The company promises to create or ask you to create a new. Nah, he didn't do that. Okay, it says you are asked to sign a form waiver. Nah, he didn't do that either. All right, so we don't got to read that. It says, can any credit repair company be trusted? Shop around. It's the credit repair company consult with you.
Quick question. Because we have to kind of, if someone knows these things are illegal, they may imply you do certain things that give the perception, but they're not going to outright ask you to do certain things because it is illegal and it is self-incriminating. So if someone tells you to intentionally give the wrong social security number, they're not telling you to create a new social security number. They're telling you to intentionally make a social security number.
Right.
Is that considered, would you consider that, Haskell, even though they didn't tell you outright, give yourself a new social security number? Or if they tell you mess up one digit, mess up a 2 digit, and then mess up your address?
Mm-hmm. No, I wouldn't, because within the matrix of this system, this thing is entirely rotten to the core. The foundation of America is built on I'm being deadly serious here, guys. And anyone who can't admit this, they're just not living in reality. You know, the entire system, the debt system, the way how they print money, they just create wealth out of thin. The entire thing, the entire system is based on gray area and you know, this kind of you know what I'm saying, this kind of finessing type of thing. This is America. Like I figured this out. It took me, let me see, I came to America in 1995, and growing up Christian, you know, I was the square, you know, by the book dude, couldn't get anywhere. And I figured out all these motherfuckers are cheat, all of them, from the top to the bottom. Nobody's doing shit straight up by the book, and they're successful.
That's not true. That's not true. What you're trying to say is there's certain people who can inherently get away with it, and there's certain people who can't. But there are people who are doing it legitimately. They're just doing it a lot slower. But I have people running laps on me around my businesses, and I know that they're scheming and they're hustling. But I know I can't afford to, because if I was to make that choice, I'd get locked up or I'd get ratted on.
Right.
So we can't just make that excuse like everybody's cheating, so we might as well do it, and it's okay if we do it. I can't agree that one.
And even still, okay, let's say you're right. So what you're essentially saying is you have to be down to scam or defraud in order to get ahead. So then why are we banging on people that's scamming and defrauding to get ahead?
Here's my thing, Amber. As long as you're not scamming or defrauding your people, right? Now, freezing an account to give an impression that there's some sort of possible identity theft, that's, for me, and this might be me splitting hairs, you know, that's manipulation of the system. If somebody was doing that on my...
That's illegal.
Hold on.
I understand where you're going. You don't even have to finish the point. I get you. You're saying, I'm not defrauding my people by doing that. We're sending this to these institutions, and we're trying to get over on them. I get you. Got that point.
Wait.
But here's the problem.
Huh?
Here's the issue.
Yeah.
So when they go through with a fine-tooth comb and they say, "Oh, nope, this is their debt. They messed up the social."
Amber, you both get in trouble, not just the agency.
Exactly. But either way, let's say I don't get in trouble because I'm contracted with this agency, and technically I put everything on them, so they got their name on the line. Let's say we go with that. At the end of the day, when that stuff go back on your credit and I'm out of the money,
they will.
Who really got the ass end of that?
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Got the short stick, right.
It would be a different thing if these things were sticking. And yeah, I'm sticking to the man, I'm getting over, and I'm good. I'm building up. But what he's saying is, yes, I use these tactics, and yes, it appeared to work, but eventually the shit ended up coming back on my report any damn way. So at the end of the day, you know these practices do not work. So to continue to do them and pass them off as if they work, you actually are defrauding your people. Because you're taking payment for a service that you're really not providing. You're giving the appearance of providing the service. And then once you're out the clear, they done paid the money, they done went on, think their credit's fixed. Lo and behold, here this stuff comes.
Okay, so right here, so now we're at a more trusted website. This is the Federal Trade Commission, Consumer Information. It says signs of a credit repair scam. You'll know you're encountering credit repair fraud if a company, so you're encountering, so it's telling you what you're dealing with when they do this. And since you pay them before they do any work on your behalf. So this seems to be constant and across the board. Everybody agrees with that. And we all read them from his own mouth. We can't, so at the very least, if nothing else is true that we said, we know this is happening. And it says fraud here, at the very least. It says, tell you not to contact the credit reporting companies directly. I'm sure I can pull that up. Many lives, many conversations, okay? Tells you to dispute information in your credit report, even if you know it's accurate. Is that happening? I mean, come on, is that happening?
Of course, that happens every day, man.
No. But yes, but it's not supposed to happen with people with licenses, okay? Now, it says, Now this part is that's nothing right there because that wasn't said. It says, does it explain your legal rights when they tell you what they can do for you? And I have not. I don't know. Now this might be a little gray because he tells a little truth, and so I'll say this: I didn't know all my rights, so he might have told me some things I can do, like dispute your own stuff, write your own letters, but I didn't get all my rights. I know that, and I definitely didn't get a copy of anything.
I mean, I've heard Garfield on his show say, you folks can do this yourself, and he's given information to that end, right? We
yes,
can
but
all
you do realize that doesn't meet his burden as a company, though. That's a separate website on YouTube. He's talking about 100 different things. Where am I supposed to go to the marker?
That
the
would
marker
be
where you make this statement. You understand what I'm saying?
I get what you're saying, Amber. It should be more like in the body of a contract or something like that, right?
Yeah, but definitely.
What was I gonna say?
It has to. When he tells us not to pay our debt, and instead get so he when he says don't pay your debt, don't pay it off. That's bad. Don't pay it off.
Right.
Now that's fraud. Now you heard him say that before or no?
Yeah, absolutely. As recently, they had a show. They were talking about some church or school that paid $2 million or something like that, and he was saying, that was bad, or they didn't have to pay that or whatever.
Bro, that's fraud. Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. I did hear that. That's fraud, bro. That's fraud.
But listen, I'm biased.
Yeah.
We've had many conversations on many other topics, and I know you've heard me say this before, but to be frank, brother, don't take this the wrong way. I'm of the opinion that you are a little bit naive about how the world works. It's like, you ever heard that saying when they say you don't want to know how the sausage is made? You know what I'm saying? You come to the restaurant, you get a good sausage, but if you were to go in the back and see the process that goes into making that sausage, you might not want that sausage anymore.
Hey, Haskell. All of us that are unaware of something are susceptible to be victimized. You dig? Period. Many young youth that's not aware of the law, that's in some type of legal activity, let's say selling drugs, all of them get abused in that interrogation room. You dig? They don't know their rights. So this goes for anybody. So we're all naive, your word, in something we don't know, that we are vulnerable, that we're in a compromised position to ask for help. That person.
Right, hold on.
Wait, I got to finish my point. I'll let you go. See, that's the thing. I'm almost done. So the coronavirus is going on right now. Mm-hmm. Whoever gets sick or believe they have it is going to be in a naive position to the authorities or to the doctor, whatever, be in a compromised position. You don't know about what's going on or the process. So whatever they tell you, you're going to do it. And it might be somebody who don't have your best interest. It might be just a crazy doctor, racist, whatever. And he might tell you to do something that's not good. So all of us who are misinformed or lacking in the area, we're all vulnerable to a malpractice. Go ahead.
Yeah, man, Decent commented in the chat like I'm always the devil's advocate guy, right? But, my thing is this, man. When it comes to any situation, I like to be very deliberate, very careful, very slow.
So what we've read, is it a fraud business or no?
Hold on, Decent, because I got to not Decent. Unbiased. I got to complete a thought here, right?
Yeah.
Let me give you an example. Today I was driving and this thought came to my head because I was driving through a school zone and the lights were flashing. I slowed down and some guy came from behind me and he just zoomed around me. Now, later in the day, I came to another school zone and it popped in my head like, wait a minute, there's no kids in school. Like school has been postponed because of the coronavirus thing, right? So I'm like, okay, that's why that guy zoomed by me. So shit, I immediately start mashing the gas. I'm in the school zone doing 50, 60. Now, if a police officer were to pull me over at that moment, right? by the letter of the law, I would have been doing something illegal, because within that feet of space, within that
Brooklyn Magic.
no, there's no Brooklyn magic. I'm telling you, life in general is about gray areas, bro. If I'm in a school zone, and
Bro,
I know
what does that have to do with what I read? There's no gray. When I read something, there was no gray area.
Hold on, bro. I'm a tied in. You gotta let me get there.
You're saying gray areas.
Let me get there, bro. If I'm in the school zone, right, and I know for a fact ain't no kids out here, period, ain't no school, right? But technically, according to that sign, between 3 and 5, I'm supposed to be doing 15. If a cracker pull me over,
Cracker?
hey, huh?
Cracker? Come on, dude. We can't say that on a you dig?
That's that Florida shit, man. That's what we call police, bro. If the police pull me over, right, and he write me a ticket for speeding in a school zone, right? Technically, that ticket is gonna stick, right? Now, the intent of the law is to protect children. Huh?
You have to get a lawyer.
Not, bro. Even if I get a lawyer, even if I get a lawyer, by the letter of the law, I violated the law.
But that's something you could actually go to court and refute and say, well, school is out during this time. All schools have been canceled, shut down. I don't feel like I should pay the ticket because it's meant to protect children. No children are out. We under quarantine. Whatever the case, and a judge could likely throw that out.
Right.
But he could as well as affirm it, right, Amber?
That what?
Wait. No.
Hold on, I'm biased. Hold on, I'm biased. Amber, he could very well throw it out.
Yes,
but he would be.
The possibility is there because it is the law.
Right.
But again,
Hold on. Amber, I'm saying, so you agree he would be totally within his rights to affirm that ticket. Right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
There you go.
But
that's not right or wrong for him to do that. Now, we on the phone.
But see, here's the thing. You knowing the law, and you can rationalize in your head, well, school is out. I could just, go ahead and do what I want to do. Or because school zones is like a half a mile, they're not too long. If that, it might be more of a quarter of a mile. You mean something you can't do the speed limit through that quarter of a mile? And then,
But what I'm saying is, Amber, for the police to pull me over, put a ticket on me, and then for a judge to affirm that, that's fuck shit. We could all agree to that. Right? But at the same time, technically, that's the law. And that's my whole point. Like, a lot of times in life, shit ain't always like, you know what I'm saying? It's gonna always be some sort of not flouting. I don't know what the word I'm looking for. But there, you're gonna work great.
Haskell.
You're missing my point. The law existed before you did that. So they could have let you slide, but you knew the law.
Yeah,
and you broke it.
I made a phone call real fast. I made a phone call. Haskell, that's a ticket.
Hell yeah, it's a ticket. I already know.
Yeah, but no. I'm saying like that's a ticket. The sign says what it says. And if you go through that,
I already know that unbiased, but that's some bullshit. Like,
can I say something for you, Haskell? Can I say something for you? Because you're really. I've never seen you this so far off your mark. You were really trying to address decent in the chat, and you got this. I can just tell that you're emotionally involved with this because you're not thinking like you normally do. What he's trying to say is you're a very logical person. You never jump out the window. You need to see all sides of an argument, and that's a very strong attribute. And I think that's what you're trying to get at. However, you're just too involved. I don't know what it is. Maybe the immigrant. I don't. You're close to him. That's your homie. You're scamming yourself. I don't know what it is, but right now, my guy, you can't hold your logic together because you're off track. But I know where you're getting at because you're not necessarily playing super devil's advocate. You're actually trying to look at this from all sides to try to give him benefit of the doubt. You're trying to be charitable to the brother. I get it. I can't say we all get it, but I overstand. I feel like I'm the logical one sitting back watching you just get into a train wreck and car accident. It's bad seeing you like this, bro.
Bro. But this shit,
and I ain't gonna even hold you up. I understand what he's trying to do as well, but my thing is, I'm just going to argue the logic of the arguments he's making. Because I understand you want to give people the benefit of the doubt, but in doing so, you have to attack those benefits of the doubt that you're giving them. Right. You understand what I'm saying? How does it hold up under scrutiny? And to be perfectly honest, it really doesn't, because no matter how you slice it, you knew the law. You know what I'm saying? You made a choice that
the law is the law. They said do it. There's no what's it saying? What's it saying? There's no some excuse.
Ignorance is no excuse.
Right. The law is the law. So if I drive, I'm not from Amber. What state are you in?
I'm in Minnesota.
Okay, if I go to Minnesota and break a traffic violation, I'm getting a ticket. They don't care about me being from New Jersey, nothing like that. Like they expect you to read about those traffic laws in advance. So
and here's the thing: it's not a guarantee. It's literally they have the leniency. They can let you slide and say, "Okay, you out of state. I ain't going."
Every traffic stop is by discretion.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so now, true stories from New York. I hate when New Yorkers come to New Jersey. I hate New Yorkers. They can't drive for nothing. So in New York, from what I know, most traffic lights there's no turn on red, no matter what. In New Jersey, it's not the case. So when they come over here, they used to not turn on red. And I'm like, yo, go, you dumb New Yorker, go. You can turn, you fool. So I hate when they come up here. But I'm trying to say, Haskell, that we turn on red a lot. And sometimes in New York, it's common knowledge there, so that there might not be a sign. So a New Jerseyan will make that right. And we'll get that ticket. You know, so like you said, now the cop by discretion can say, all right, New Jersey, I get it. Or he can say, bro, listen, I go by the law. Listen, I ain't beat. You need to know better. You shouldn't be here if you don't know the traffic, traffic laws, whatever. So, so the cop thing is by discretion, but what I read was not discretion. What I read was pure black and white. And the first law to break, the first sign was those who charge up front.
Yeah. What if it's a consultation fee?
Right, that's what I was going to say, Watcher. Now you sounded like me.
Wait. Hold on.
Sounded like me, Watcher, because guess what?
Wait.
Whoa.
Wait, that's not. Hold on.
Real talk, Watcher.
Stop.
Pause. He said in his own lies that to fix your credit, I charge such and such up front, not a consultation fee.
Or setup fee, something like that.
He don't even call it a setup fee.
But he told me that.
This is what I'm saying. What I've heard him say on his live. I charge such and such up front, and then you pay the rest once this is what I've actually heard with my own ears. Now, I didn't know it was illegal. It just didn't sound or even questionable practice. It was just questionable to me. I ain't doing that. Now, anything dealing with credit, because I'm automatically knowing for you to do anything to my credit, you're gonna need my social. Period.
Yeah. Not good. Now, Haskell, how about this? Haskell, how about
hold up. Are y'all gonna answer my question? I'm not saying he said it or not. I'm just curious. Would that make a difference? Is that legal or illegal?
Okay, that's illegal.
What I'm asking.
That's illegal. There's no such thing as free consultation.
Where? Hold on. Hold on. Where is that in statute where that's illegal?
Dude,
for example.
Okay, look. I'm gonna ask. Let me ask. What you gonna do? You gonna add on to that some more? You said, where's that at?
Listen. I want to give some more.
Right, please don't be long with it, because you kind of taking over the show. I got more stuff I want to bring out. Like, for example, forget about that, because I want to. Amber just reminded me. Haskell, the dude said he does not need my social security number. I paid money. I'm biased. I need your social security number. I already paid now, and I'm desperate. So I'm like, oh snap! And then I'm forced to give him the social security number if I want to get services done. I already paid money at that time. I ain't doing good right now as far as employment. So I'm like, damn, that's a hit. All right. Okay, I trust you because you was on this platform, that platform. You rock with so-and-so, you rock with so-and-so. Like, that's how this works. That's why people trust Polite. They look at who he's around, and nobody speaks against him. So I'm like, all right, well, okay, I trust you. I don't think you'll do this to yourself and one day have me come back 3 years later on a live blast you. I don't think you'll do that. So here.
So now he told you he ain't need your social.
No, he said at first. He said, and look, he admits that. He said it today. He said he promotes that. So I'm like, well, but you got my social security number afterwards.
Nah, that sounds crazy, unbiased.
Wait. Okay, Haskell. So am I making that up, or like what's going on here?
Play the audio, cause that sound crazy as fuck.
No. Wait. What are you missing just now? I'm saying
you said that he told you that he don't need your credit.
That's his pitch. No, that's his pitch on every Yeah. I could pull up any random credit repair thing. He said, I don't need your social security number.
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Nah, I gotta hear that audio because I've never heard that. That sounds crazy.
When he said that, I thought it was more like, I'm just gonna give you the information and you go do it yourself. So that's what made me believe it's the bait to reel you in. That's when he said, when there's no credit needed, it's like, okay, so he's going to tell them what to do and help them out with the paperwork, kind of like that status correction. I'm not going to go to court and represent you, but I'm going to give you the paperwork. You got to fill it out the proper way, get it notarized, and get all the type of shit done, but you can do it yourself. You know, it was just the bait to get him in there.
Right. So now listen.
To me, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So I just want to say that.
I'm not buying that. That sounds ridiculous.
I mean, now you Haskell has a right.
That sounds.
Hold on.
I'm gonna mute. What y'all say? Source up or shut up. I ain't mad at him.
Yeah, I'm not mad either. Haskell has a right to say source up. I'm not mad at that. So I pulled up a lot of old already in advance. I pulled up a lot of old videos. Like I said, first of all, I wasn't supposed to present anything today. I told you that my man got the word that I didn't really have anything. I was just gonna rant. And he hopped on. This was the best time to hop on, but I didn't have anything pulled up. But I got a bunch of his videos. I know for a fact he said that. Okay? So I'm going to listen to the videos I pulled up, and I'm going to find it because he said it more than once. And if that doesn't work, I have a Facebook conversation. So, but I want the audio. You did, because somebody could be hacking your Facebook. So I want the audio and I got it. I just got to go through these videos, which I will. I got time. I'm home now. I'm home. So in the morning, I'll play it while I lift weights or something.
Yeah.
So I have to skim through the videos. I don't have it on me because I never thought I'd be doing this. You dig? So I got to skim through the videos.
Well, go ahead and do your thing. So I just want to ask you. So Haskell, if somebody tell you that they can fix your credit without your social, what do you take that to mean? What are your first thoughts?
I'ma think the nigga crazy.
Wait, what about scammer?
I mean, what is scammer or no scammer? Like the whole credit system is based on your social, so that doesn't.
Right. So if somebody says that, wouldn't that put them in the scammer category? Because they're taking your money, saying I don't need that to do something that you need it for.
You know, I can accede to that. If he told you explicitly, hey, I can go ahead and
no, not me. Well, he told me, but he has a live. I'm saying he said that publicly on a live. I'm saying I could pull up a live where he said I don't need your credit.
I would love.
But my thing is, let's separate him from it because I don't want it to be too personal.
Right,
I'm just saying anybody that's advertising that they fix credit and they do not need your social to do it.
Yeah, I gotta see that. I gotta see that because that makes.
But no, hold up. I don't want to go get it. Wait, bro. Listen, the way I want it to work is I don't want to get that. You say, "Wow, that's crazy," and have another excuse. I want you to say, "Yeah, that's some scamming stuff right there."
Sure. All right, I'll go ahead and say it. If he advertises,
don't even say he, just period. Anybody, if anybody advertises that they fix credit,
if someone advertises that they can fix your credit and they don't need your social in order to do so, I'll go ahead and say they're being tricky.
Come on, bro. Tricky.
Scamming. What's the difference? Scamming, tricky.
Look, my man said, "What's the difference?" Tricks are for kids. I can do a trick right now.
All right, they scamming then. All right. Okay.
You know, it wasn't that hard to say that. Look, if it's not there,
it hurts them, bro.
Yeah, Haskell, if it's not there, it's not there. Then that's okay. Like I can say, if the watcher did so and so, he's a scammer. Because if he ain't gonna do it, he ain't gonna do it. If I got confidence he's not gonna do it, he's not gonna do it. So if you got confident, oh boy, ain't that sloppy, just say that. And now it's on me now.
I want to say one more thing.
Y'all know
I'm just saying, and I'm being facetious, but I wish that my homies would back me like this nigga Haskell. God damn, I wish I had homies.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, I mean
Garfield don't even fuck with me like that. Garfield don't even fuck with me like that. I don't know if y'all notice, like when I call in, like
we don't notice.
No, he like you one of his arch nemesis. But y'all have a love hate relationship.
You don't Garfield don't rock with me like that.
I'm just playing, but I know this is how you operate though. And this is what the point that you were getting at to the chat, that you're more likely going to try to view from all angles to make sure you're right. You're very meticulous in your methods before you make that jump and that leap. And that's why I fuck with you.
And that's the thing. You don't want to give the perception of a biased panel. You know, you should be.
Right. Yeah. So asking something is the right thing to do.
I'm not upset about that. But see, here's what I want to say. Like at the end of the day, I'm not as liberal as y'all are with that scammer word. You know, I'm just not liberal with it. Now, in this case, I really want to be more liberal because the person in question has been very liberal about using that term towards other people. So I feel like it's only right that, you know, I bring that same heat. But at the end of the day, for me, I would say at the very least, someone who says that they're fixing credit and they don't need your social to do it, at minimum, they're misrepresenting the service that they're going to provide. Because you cannot fix my credit or do anything really to inquire or any of that without my social. You're going to need it.
I agree, Amber.
So at minimum, you're misrepresenting your services.
Yeah. But I honestly thought he was kind of like consultation type shit. Like, I don't need your SS number because I'm not going to do all the legwork. I'm just going to do the prep work type shit. And I honestly thought that's what he was doing. And when I asked you guys that day, and I don't know if you were on a panel, but I'm like, is this credit stuff or repair stuff legit? Because once I see somebody talking about they need my SS number, I can't fuck with you. And then I heard people laughing and joking, like, no, he's good. He's legit. I've seen people fix credit. He blah, 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 blah. So, I mean, y'all co-sign homie for me. And I'm more scared because I don't even know if I've sent people to him, but I know I forward videos and I post videos and shit. So I'm like, damn, now I feel like I'm under confidence. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I sent people that too. Like,
so that's why I'm nervous. And my word is everything to me, man. It's fucking everything.
I don't like co-signing anybody that I don't, you know what I mean? Especially never met before. I don't like, well, I met him now, but then.
Truth is a beast.
Miss Leo. Yeah, see that Miss Leo stuff, man. That's getting real.
Damn,
all right,
man.
I'm gonna have fun pulling this up.
What do you have right now, though, Unbiased? Because I know you said you had some stuff you wanted to show.
Yeah, so right now, I just have videos. Well, I got some of these videos. I gotta scan through. But I got videos pretty much touching on like what's legal and what's not. And I got him saying he does the things exactly what they're saying is illegal.
So you don't have anything right now that we could look at?
I have nothing right now because I was not prepared to do anything right now. Because originally I had a video I was gonna put together. And it was gonna be like an hour-long video or whatever, just playing the video straight through.
So this was kind of on impulse.
Right, because somebody gave him the link and he called in and challenged me right away. So he beat me to it, right? He beat me to it. So now I have to, take my time. And so now the whole video thing is over. So I'm just going to beat him up piece by piece, claim by claim. So I'm going to make a live claim by claim. This claim was what's fraud or what's a fraudulent practice? And that was asking for money up front.
Now, pause.
A true story and a fool, though.
Haskell.
Yeah, he is.
Haskell. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we sorry, Amber. Go ahead, love.
Oh, you good. I just wanted to address a comment he made in the chat, Haskell. So, from what I know, you're instructed to sign up with through Credit Karma.
Yeah, yes, you are.
And and this is before Unbiased even mentioned it. but he had, kind of said that he could help me. Now, I wasn't soliciting or asking, I was just, it was the credit segment. I was asking a question one day in the chat, and he just kind of like, yeah, but pretty much he was telling people like, you sign up and, get your credit karma account and kind of send him
the password.
Yeah, send him the information and he can go through and and see that was something that I just wasn't going for. But
and what is he gonna do there?
That's one of the ways that he gained access to your report is from
Yes, right. That's
you're desperate.
That's dirty and illegal.
Desperate.
Now look, guess what? You're the second person in this community I heard that from. You're the second person. So he's saying, give me your stuff. And we are speculating that all he's doing is just disputing your stuff for you. Something you can do. I don't know. That's what we're speculating. He's saying, give me your password so I can do what you can do. I'm just going to dispute, and hopefully something comes off. That's just speculation. That's just my thinking. You dig? I don't know if that's what's being done.
Well, I'm a defend him and say, well, that's not technical. Well, I can't really say what he actually does because I have not contracted with his services. I have not used him regarding any personal consulting. So I can't really speak to that. But from what I know, he's advertised his method to be, he does not dispute directly through the site. I would assume that he takes note of the creditors that are on your report and he sends letters or instructs you on how to send the letter to the agency to dispute it.
Yeah,
he does not advocate doing disputes online because he said it goes through a thing and typically they don't even really read.
Yeah, they rejected that whole great spill again. You know what? I'm gonna pull up a video for ask you.
Yeah, I've heard him say before that I've heard him say before that, yeah, you can do all this stuff yourself. I mean, I could cut my grass myself, but I pay somebody to do
it. Right.
So just because you could do something is a lot of the shit we pay for, we could, like, I could wash my car myself and I pay somebody to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to pull up something for you. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, now this is a good one. This is a good one. Okay. Hold on. Let me share my screen.
Tyler is what?
Let me share my screen. All right, this is a good one. Yeah, I got so much. Oh, God.
It's in Phoenix, Arizona. Hi, Tyler. How are you?
I'm doing all right, Dave. How are you?
Better than I deserve. What's up?
So I just wanted to call and ask you your opinion about credit repair companies. I just recently started listening to you probably about a month now, but it's hard.
I'm going to get straight to it.
Standing collections.
Okay, hold on.
Repair, okay? There's only one way that your credit is repaired. Well, there's two ways, actually. One is if you have a bill that you have not paid and you've got an outstanding collections, you pay it. Okay?
Right.
And then it continues to report, but it gets older and older and older. So like back in 2017, you paid off your last collection and now it's 2021. It'll still be on there for 7 years, but it doesn't really count against you much after it gets 3 or 4 years old. An old paid collection, but there is no repair for unpaid collections. It's going to continue to ding your credit, period.
And we read that. Go ahead.
The other repair that you can do to credit is if something is reported inaccurately. There's a collection on there, or there's a part of the account that's inaccurately reported. You can challenge the repair. You can challenge the inaccuracy under federal law, the Federal Fair Debt Collection Practices Act. The Federal Fair Credit Reporting Act allows you to challenge, and you write a letter, certified mail return receipt requested, so you have proof of delivery on a certain date that says, as of this date, I am challenging the accuracy of my Visa with Wells Fargo. It is inaccurately reported.
That's right.
Okay. Then they have 30 days to verify the account and the reporting with Wells Fargo in that example.
I forgot about that. They be banking on that they don't respond in 30 days and they have to delete it. They be banking on that, like the frauds.
Or they have to remove the entire entry.
Okay.
All right. And so let's say they don't respond at all in 30 days, then you'd go back and demand, oh, this is a 30-day-old account. You go back and demand that it get taken off completely, and it takes the account, any reporting, good or bad, regarding that account, completely wipes it off of there. They can put it back on later if they re-report it, but you can get it taken back off again, so you can have inaccurate things removed, and that repairs your credit. What some of the credit repair people do that is basically fraud is
let's go
in and challenge all of your negative accounts as being inaccurate, even though they are accurate. And some of them, even though they're accurate, won't respond within the 30 days and they get wiped off.
You see?
But that's fraud. That's fraud.
Yeah.
Worse than that, some of the credit repair people will talk to you about getting a new Social Security number and like setting up a new identity, which is even more fraudulent.
Yeah, he didn't do that.
Yeah,
fraud, if you didn't know, you go to jail for.
Yeah, the first example is pretty much what this company is saying, and it was.
Let's go on.
With the first example of challenging everything.
Pretty much what they said that.
Inaccurate. That's called lying.
Hold on.
Accurate, and you challenge its accuracy. You challenge everything, even if it's accurate, and you challenge its accuracy. You report it as being inaccurate. That's called lying.
Right.
It's fraud.
So basically, what I should do is cancel this out because they have a money back guarantee if you don't.
I wonder who's doing this credit.
In the first month of doing it,
cancel it. You're dealing with scam artists, is what we're saying, dude.
Yes.
They are telling you that their business model is to lie.
Do they have a tricky letter?
Right.
That's what they told you.
Because I'm paying off stuff that.
So that's about it. Now that's something light, you dig? But I like how he was very articulate and clear.
Damn.
The tricky letter is lying. It's a scam. It's fraud.
I'm a real person. If somebody's advocating for me, I ain't got no problem with them lying in that way that he described. I don't.
Yeah, but I mean, when it come back that they disputing all your student loans, they got transcripts from when you attended the school and the address, man.
Hey, Amber, it's one thing if what Haskell said, yeah, if they told you they're going to try to get lucky, yes, you wouldn't care. But what if they're telling you? What if they don't tell you that? What if you don't know about that? Like you really believe that they're disputing some things and that this process works. If we're paying off pure luck, hoping that the bureaus don't respond in time, and we're paying these hundreds of dollars, we're not going to just pay on that. We are paying because we are being told indirectly or indirectly that these things are definitely coming off. So we're paying for that because a lot of us want to do stuff, and the credit is holding us back. I heard you can't get equity out your house sometimes if your credit is bad. So we are hoping like hell that this service can be the one. And when it's not explained to us like clear as day, like, yo, this dude, there's a good chance that all this stuff is accurate. See, if I was doing this stuff, I would just be honest. Like, listen, you know what? Wait 7 years. You got some money? Let's do a payment plan. Now, I can service you and see if anything is on your report that's inaccurate. You dig? But again, the law states that once they go in there, if they don't improve your score, we've seen what it says. If they don't improve your score, you get your money back. You don't have to pay, something like that. They got to do a service, and it got to be a good service, not any old service. So what he said was it's still wrong. We read that they got to do something positive.
Yeah, man. You know, I'm gonna wait until you bring some evidence.
I did. I brought up you cannot accept money up front. It's a fraud.
No. I think what he's looking for is some things that directly correlate with things that he actually said out of his own mouth.
I played that video where he set upfront fees. I played that video already.
Oh, I'm talking about Garfield himself. No, you're saying in the general sense. I'm talking about specifically your dealings with.
Oh no! Eliminate me. Remember, I'm talking in general right now. I'm not talking about me at all. I will have enough by that time because I don't even have anything pulled up. I have nothing gathered, no videos, nothing. You see, I'm just freestyling. So this was a freestyle video. So again, I keep saying eliminate me, and you keep bringing me in there. This is a general discussion about just fraud practices. That's all, fraudulent practices. That's all we're doing here. So either people are doing things by the book and they have legal practices, or they're not doing things by the book and it's illegal. That's it. That's all we're discussing today. Take me out of it. Forget about me. I could be wrong. I could have an agenda, like he said. Now, Haskell, did you know he went here? He went here with it. He said unbiased is ADOS, and he got a problem with Jamaicans. He want to cross the divide. Did you know he did that, Haskell?
Yeah, he went wild.
He said that earlier.
Haskell, he did that.
Yes. You got to watch the earlier video.
Haskell,
he was deflecting, straw man.
He said, he said, now you guys never, ever, ever, ever heard me brag about some ADOS cult group ever.
Now hold on, unbiased. Hold on now. Hold on. We had an exchange in Sarnetta's chat.
No, hold on, brother.
Hold on.
Wait. You gotta hear me clear. You gotta hear me clear what I said. I said you never heard me brag about the ADOS cult ever. Now, now hold on. If I'm hearing misinformation about what you're saying ADOS is, I might argue that, but I'm not here pitching the ADOS thing, and I'm not saying it's wrong. But I'm not pitching it. So Garfield, again, don't deflect, dude. Garfield said, wait, dude, listen, I brought that for a reason. I'm saying Garfield said he's chasing to find an agenda. He said there's some agenda Abias has. I don't know. He is ADOS, and he's trying to divide the community with Jamaicans and Black folks. So again, don't deflect for a small discussion I might have had about you saying some dumb shit like you usually do. And me too. I see some stupid shit sometimes. But that's a small argument. I don't remember that thing, by the way. But I do know I never pitched some ADOS division stuff. Can y'all agree to that? Because
I can agree with it, and anybody that says otherwise,
right?
I need them to provide the evidence.
I don't want to hear you on that. It would be you, and all people who heard me talk, it would be you, the one to know something I said that I can't recall. I don't know what our conversation was. Can you source up?
I got the screen.
Right. So you're gonna recall something that I don't remember even doing with you.
I could find a screenshot.
Okay, you do that. Okay, you do that. Yeah. I do know me and Garfield had a discussion.
Let me say what I'm gonna say. Right.
Now, well, if it's about our discussion, no. Unless you source up now, because I ain't gonna let you put me back as the attacker and Garfield the victim. No, if you can't source up, be close.
You haven't even given me a chance to.
All right. Yeah. But don't bring up side stuff. I said, Haskell, did you know that Garfield said Bias is ADOS and he's trying to cause a division amongst the Black Americans and the Jamaicans? That's what he said.
Yeah, that's stupid. that's the stupid. But I do want to say, because I've noticed with many in this cyber community, you guys can be very impetuous. You know what I'm saying?
Bro. Listen,
you guys are very impetuous. Hold on. Let me
explain your point.
We had an exchange in Sarnetta's chat, and Unbiased related to me. I don't know if you can remember this, but he said
but
that
you do, right? Just
let him finish. Let him get it out.
I'm gonna dig it up. I'm gonna. That's why I'm asking if
you do that. But stop deflecting. That's just starting to get annoying now.
No, because listen, I'm biased. I see you doing the same thing that Garfield does. Like when he come on here,
scam.
You in your feelings right now, bro.
No, because you've been the whole time we've been talking. You've been doing like the devil's advocate. What are you doing? And I'm letting it go. But every time I mention something that's crazy, you don't address it. You instead address me, dude.
Yeah, this is about
no. It's about what I'm claiming. Okay. Right. So I'm speaking about the guy who I'm the defendant. You did.
Unbiased. Let's not be coy here. You're alleging that Garfield defrauded you. Like, come on. Like, what are we talking about?
Wait, bro. Again, keep me out of it. I'm talking about the subject. I said
he's alleging that Garfield has fraudulent practices.
Yes, that's what today's about, dudes. I said it 5 times, Haskell. I said leave me out of it.
Or questionable.
Right. I said leave me out of it. We're talking about the business practice alone. We'll talk about me when I got my stuff together. That's all. Leave me out of it. I was never supposed to be a part of it. I'm talking about the practices all day. I put up sources on the practices. I don't say me, him, practices only. That's all I'm doing today. We'll talk about me when I bring me up. I will bring me up. Because I'm going to bring up a lot of things that is, but I'm a little pessimistic now because I thought if I brought up the fraud, 7 signs, and I thought, and we proved that was there.
Nah, but I'm biased. 90% of the people, 99% of the people rocking with you. I'm probably the only one.
Oh yeah. So now let's explain the wrench thing. Okay. Let's explain. So now they're chasing, right? I had a discussion with okay, now they're chasing about the wrench thing. Garfield.
Pause. Yeah. Before you get into that, actually 90% of people aren't rocking. We have some people that's in the chat that they say they've been waiting on these receipts and they want to see the receipt from Garfield.
Yeah.
Now,
what I'm saying, unbiased, the vast majority is pretty much seeing it unbiased way. You know what I'm saying?
Well, and I'm not gonna say seeing unbiased is what they're pretty much stating what the facts say, cut and dry. The facts say that no money, no that now you can say it as unbiased way, but unbiased didn't create these rules. These you can search them on the internet and come up with several websites.
Right, that's not my way. Right.
Now, when I measure them up against things that I know Garfield has said, there are some discrepancies and some conflicts in what it says it's supposed to be. So I don't have to be on unbiased side or Garfield's side. I'm just stating what the facts say as I know them to be. This says it's supposed to be like, and my experience has been this.
Can I speak for the watcher real quick? Can I speak for the watcher real quick? Because Haskell saying he's not on bias's side, just by default of the conversation. Amber's saying she's going off of her information and what she's heard. I'm just going off of what I heard come out of homie's mouth, and the first 3 sentences sound suspect to me. So I don't know what the hell the chat is talking about. I'm just going off. Once I heard that, I'm like, based off my experiences, my education, and me not. I don't want to say I'm not in a situation where I'm dire in need of it, so it's not really affecting me. So it seems suspect. Now I know people who had to take out $300, $500, $800 payday loans to pay people to fix their credit, and then find out they got fucked over by that credit people, and then they fucked up their credit even worse because they got to pay back exorbitant amount from a fucking payday loan. That practice right there put a bad mark or bad taste in my mouth. So when I see people who do that, I'm thinking of the totality of the situation and how people jump through hoops just to try to fix it because they want to get a house or they want to get a car, they want to help put their mom in a home. It's a bigger issue, and the people that normally are taken advantage of are the desperate. And if this situation is true, he's taking advantage of a community that is in most need of help and assistance. And that's my issue. So again, it's not about unbiased. It's not really even about Garfield per se. It's just, I hate that fucking practice. Because that's an easy target, and it's easy to wash your hands and say, it's not my fault.
And just to kind of piggyback off something he said, I wanted to be clear. Yeah. We're talking about whether the practices are questionable and legally or by the guidelines of law. And that's what I'm speaking to today. Now, personally, things that I've heard, they just didn't sit well with me, regardless of the law. I just wasn't comfortable. So while I'm not going to speak out against it, I'm not going to be telling nobody, oh yeah, he fixed credit, this, that, and the third, because I'm not going to tell nobody to get a service that I myself have not tried, and I'm not going to try. So, and that's free, whatever. Anything, it could be completely free because I'm a part of the 100 man and woman team. So I could get it for free. But guess what I got to do? I know I'm gonna have to give up my social. I'm not doing none of that. So at the end of the day, for me, it's not gonna work for me. But again, I would not speak on it because that's not my business. That's your business. Now, if we're talking about the legality of it and I'm saying things that are a question of law, yeah, I'm gonna speak on that. Because this ain't my personal opinion no more. Now we're looking at the facts and we're addressing them. So yeah, I have an opinion.
Hey, Haskell, go ahead and tell the discussion that you said we had on Sonetta. Go ahead.
Yeah, it wasn't any huge deal.
But go ahead, because I don't want to appear like I'm not letting you say it. Go ahead.
Right. You had made a comment that it was your opinion that the flying of a Jamaican flag, like in a car or something of the sort, was divisive. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, I strenuously disagreed with that.
Okay. I mean, what's wrong about that? Yeah, I believe. Yeah, I believe we're also like growing up. We didn't make a distinguish. We believe black is black. You dig? So when you see a Barbados flag, Jamaican flag, even though that didn't. Let me be honest, that didn't bother me at all growing up. But when it was brought to our attention from like the ADOS crew, we did say, yeah.
And you were regurgitating.
Wait,
and
no,
you know
no, bro.
Hold on.
You just cut me off just now. You just cut me off. I was saying that when it was brought to our attention that they do hold up their flag, and I think yes, to me, because I think we're all black, and once you do that, it's like you're not black like the way I thought you were. Now you're black in Brazil, or you're black in Jamaican, you're black in Barbados. You're not just black anymore. So yeah, and plus that is a division. Like you're telling me you're something else. I can't tell what you guys. I can't tell a Jamaican. Jamaicans look black to me. Guyanese look black to me. Of course, your accent will give you away, but some people's accent is not there until they speak, that fast talking stuff. Then we can hear it. I got friends who I thought was American black all throughout high school. It wasn't until they actually spoke around their people I heard the accent. So yeah, like you guys look regular American black to me. When I see a flag, it's letting me know I'm not that. So when I see a cookout with those flags there, I feel like that ain't for me. Go ahead.
Now, and you see, I'm glad that you at least you felt comfortable enough to say, yeah, that's how I see it. And what I'm telling you is that sort of thinking is defective, is really remedial. Now, when Antonio and Yvette, I could tell you that is not how they see it, right? The problem is when a lot of time when people listen to people's views, they kind of take on or they kind of contort it to how they don't get the nuance in it. You get what I'm saying? So what Antonio and Yvette is saying, we have a specific claim for a specific group, right? I can guarantee you if you ask any one of those people, if they find someone waiting a particular flag to be divisive, they'll tell you no, that's silly.
Oh, I disagree with that, by the way. But I wouldn't mind at all if black people from Jamaica or Haiti got reparations. I wouldn't mind at all. I don't want the immigrants who are non-black getting reparations. Let me just say that.
Listen. All right. Visions are a necessary part of life, right? It's how we categorize things. It's how we put things in order, right? Every state has its own flag, right or wrong?
Yeah.
Right. Now, is Florida flag divisive? It is technically, because the body of the United States is divided into 50 pieces. But when you say it's divisive, it intimates as if we're trying to demarcate ourselves from you, as to say, yo, we don't want to be associated with it.
No. We take it as you're saying you're not American black, like we thought you were.
Who is we?
No, for me, like for the guys, for people who think like me, I'm thinking that some Jamaican, Haitians, I'm thinking they're American black until they show a flag. I'm like, okay, you're not American black.
And that's silly.
But it goes both ways because my father's Dominican. I never met him, didn't know him. I was born in Bronx, New York. When I moved to Phoenix, Arizona, I actually moved to California, then Phoenix, Arizona. But when I'm out here and I'll meet people from the Caribbean, or I'll meet people who are Puerto Rican, or I'll meet other Dominicans, and when they speak Spanish to me and I don't know it, they're looking at me like, what the fuck? Or it goes both ways. You may have a nuance to it, or you may be inclusive, but there are others who are like, my parents don't want me fucking with you, or females who are like, nah, we don't fuck with you. It goes both ways. We can't just usurp the whole terminology and just say that one thing means that we're all inclusive. So I know it may have.
That's crazy. Is St. Patrick's Day divisive?
Wait. Let's get back to my original point because we're going down a rabbit hole.
Yeah, we are.
My point was I don't represent ADOS as openly and publicly. I don't say, hey guys, I'm ADOS, and and then go with the jargon. I don't do that, because again, that's not what I do. So that's all we're trying to say.
Constantly push their agenda.
Right. So Garfield, what he did was he said that was part of my agenda to divide the Jamaicans from the Black Americans or other maybe Haitians and Guyanese and whoever else is out there against the Black American. He put that agenda on me.
That was stupid. That's just stupid.
Yeah,
beyond it being stupid, would you implore that he provide the evidence to support?
Right, yeah, he got source up for that one. Yeah.
Source up for what?
For saying I'm trying to provide
that this whole attack is a part of unbiased agenda.
Oh, I mean, I don't think it's any way possible for anybody to prove something like that. That's just somebody who feels they're being attacked and they just.
No, it has to. You can prove it by me saying that. I got to actually say that. Like you have Tariq people actually saying that, so you can prove it on them.
Let me tell you the reason why I brought up that thing with the whole flag thing is because from my perspective, so far we've been on the phone an hour or whatever, this strikes me as a personal tiff that two gentlemen are having, and in my opinion, from what I've seen tonight, there's you're acting kind of out of a retribution.
Okay, well, how about this? I will go on his show and just squash it, because all I wanted to say is I wanted to say my piece. That's all, my truth. That's it. I don't plan on going about this months later. I'm gonna go right back to my thing, my virus, because right now my subject is the coronavirus, and guess what? It's popping right now. It's probably all the way to August. So I feel better that he came on my show, to be honest. I told Chef this. I said I feel relieved. I finally could tell the dude. And then
you was at a debate with him sitting right next to you.
Right. And guess what? All the stuff I know now, I did not know.
So when did you know this?
Bro, I just told you everything was through experience. I gave the sneaker analogy. I said different. I read books. I went to a seminar. Everything came in stages, dude. And
okay, hold on, I'm biased. Right. The debate was what, about 4 months ago?
Yeah.
So you're saying this erudition that you came into happened within the last 4 months?
Bro. It was a pile up of information, and then when I'm ready to go, people are telling me to stand down. They're saying, yo, you're gonna fuck up the community. So now the reason why I'm talking now is because he said my name first. I had no plans on saying the dude's name. I got a text like, yo, you seen this show? No, I did not. Oh, he said your name mad time. He's coming at you crazy. I'm like, word? I'm like, all right, gloves off.
Crickets.
No. I mean, Watcher, everything he's saying speaks to this being like about retribution.
No. Can I, Haskell, you're absolutely correct. And I actually thought that when I initially heard it, just like I was feeling like Chief X issue with Asar and him, it was something personal. Like when I asked him to steel man his argument, all he could just do is saying, like I asked him, I said, is this about him? Like, do you really believe that Asar wants to educate the people? He wants to edify them. He wants to let them know that. But he's like, no, I just think he wants to be a superhero. Some people have egos and they want to be above the community, blah, 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 blah. So once I saw that, I recognized it was emotional. When I'm listening to what Unbiased is saying, it's more like retribution. Like, okay, first, dude fucked me out of $200, $300, $400. I let it slide and didn't go anywhere. He ended up having a conversation and he leaked it to whoever it was. He texted somebody in the DM. Garfield heard about that, or somebody let Garfield know what's happened. So Garfield took the shit live. He tried to beat him to the punch by getting it out there to control the narrative. And then Unbiased and Retribution tried to have I don't want to say he didn't necessarily go at Garfield, but he went at his tactic, his hustle. And then Garfield heard him going at his hustle, came online being like a dog that gets hit with a rock. Everybody analogy in this community they use, a hit dog yelps. You know what I mean? I even heard you use that to me a couple of times. So Garfield got on here like, I'm the one he's talking about, blah, 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 blah. And I didn't even know it was him. There was like 18 people in there. He was been talking maybe like 15, 20 minutes, and he pretty much owned up to everything, but then backed off of everything, saying it ain't this, saying it ain't me, and it just went on. And so, again, we can try to gloss over the fact that people are getting hustled over or allegedly being, or there's bad practices that are being highlighted. We can look over that and just trying to say it's only coming out because he's upset, which I can have an issue and I can say I'm biased. That is kind of fucked up. However, we still can't sweep that under the rug. It's like, there's two things right here. One's maybe 2 grams and one is 128 grams. Excuse the analogy. And I think we need to be focused on 128 grams because if a lot of people are taking advantage and there could be more victims, that could be an issue. Or maybe Garfield needs to clear up his practices because maybe it's not as sketchy as we think or understand. But that's up to Garfield to do it. When he came on here, that was not his intentions. He started deflecting. He turned himself into the victim. He tried to do the divisive thing. And it's hard for you to really take the stance you're taking without seeing that first video, because that was an hour of revelation, my guy. And again, I'm still being charitable to you, because anybody else that would come on, I'd be like, why the fuck you got him on? I don't like this, but I feel like I know you enough to feel that you're just really trying to be charitable to the guy because you're trying to preserve the situation, and I still want to preserve it. And I can even tell that Unbiased is still trying to preserve it because he's willing to have the conversation with him. And if you listen, he allowed Garfield to just talk and speak his speech. Garfield dominated the conversation probably 60-40, maybe 75-25. He was doing majority of the talking, and he even allowed him to wait because I guess his headphone wasn't working. So Garfield had to listen to the playback on his laptop. So he was even patient enough to let him talk. And I was like, damn, he's pretty patient for someone who got scammed. But I feel like Unbiased just needed to get his vent because he got punched up and he wanted to get his get back. And I would like to believe that after all this, everybody can still come together. There still could be a Jabari Saz not pissed, Ank's not pissed, and everybody can kumbaya this shit. However, we really need to highlight this, and Garfield needs to clean up his practices or even explain, like, maybe Unbiased, you're misinformed, or maybe I may have misspoke a few times, because if you talk enough, when you're having 6-hour live streams and shit, you're going to put your foot in your mouth. A lot of people going to say shit they don't mean or fuck up. And then here I am again being charitable to the guy. But I'm just wanting it to be right. But the practice, the hustle, got to clean that shit up.
Yeah, but Watcher, here's my thing.
But if I may, and see, here's why I have the issue. When it comes to this situation in particular, because I heard the first show. I wasn't there for it live, but I heard it. I've listened to it already. So when he came in, and like he stated, Unbiased didn't state any names. Now, I actually thought, Watcher, you was being facetious in the chat, like, oh, I didn't know who this was, because I knew exactly who it was. As soon as he started, I was like, oh, Lord, this is where we're going. But at any rate, he was not, this was not a debate or it's a lot of bravado in the community. You know what I'm saying? This wasn't, you could tell that the things that were being said, he took extremely personally, and he was very upset. He felt offended. He felt attacked, like, you messing with my money. You understand what I'm saying? So with that spirit, I have to wonder, so what was your intention when you were stating some of these same things about Jabari? When nobody has said they've been scammed by the Shrine. No, but these are accusations you placed on him. So, and then you turn around and say, this is my brother, it's nothing personal. So to me, my thing is, why you can't keep that same attitude with Unbiased? If this is for sure gonna let me know what the intention was with Jabari. If people can't laugh it off, like Jabari has kept his countenance and hasn't taken it personal, even though some things have been said that I would definitely take personal. If people can't have that same type of countenance and get past it, like Jabari has, it's gonna let me know what the intention was for him. Because now you have somebody that's doing to you what you did to him. And if you're taking it personally and you're feeling attacked, like somebody playing with you, like it's an agenda, like it's a this. So my thing is, so now I have to question, what was your intention regarding that situation?
Yeah, but see, I already know. I could have said straight out, like, that Garfield Jabbar thing, that's personal. Like, who can't, me and you could see that.
But they keep denying that it's personal, though. You understand what I'm saying?
Of course,
like,
of course they're gonna deny it, just like how Unbiased denying this thing right now. Because look, if you finna tell me this man fucked you over, right? And I'm gonna listen back to what Garfield said earlier and all that, but I'm saying, if a nigga fucked you over, show me what nigga fucked you over at, right? When you showing me little shit about, he reported all these things, he challenged all of these things, and by law, you're not supposed to do that. That's like some old ticky-tack. That's green to me. That's flawed. You feel me? And if the malfeasance that he's saying is happening is that type of shit, that's flawed to me. Like, that's flawed. You feel me? That's flawed. That's super flawed. Well, see, technically by statute, section 130-2.4, you're there, and he didn't do that. So see, he's frauding. He's a fraud. Nah, man. Like we supposed to be niggas, man. Like, come on, man. Like that's flawed to me, dog. That's all I'm saying, bro.
But do you call out Jabari or do you call out Garfield when he does that? Because Garfield, he uses that. Well, okay, that's all.
Yeah. Why do you think Garfield don't like my ass? Why you think he steady cut me off and Garfield don't rock with me? You feel me? Like if a nigga doing flaw shit, it's flawed, period. And I'ma say it. And I do flaw shit. You feel me? Cause we human beings. Right. You feel me? So like, come on, like to me, that little ticky tack. Well, you know, technically, you're not supposed to challenge things that you know are true, and he challenged all of them. So see, there, he's a fraud. Like,
okay,
bro,
so
that's flawed.
Don't do business with Haskell if you, because he doesn't take his shit serious. With me and my business, yes, I'm gonna buy every code, 2-point dash, whatever you just said. That's right. I hold my shit that high. 2.2, 1-point dash. Yes. Nobody's gonna say I'm a scammer, I defrauded. I let people know up front that there's a verbal contract. You can leave whenever you want, but you will pay up front. I will refund you, you dig, unless you were supposed to be here and you didn't give me a couple hours a notice in advance. No, that's paid for. So I let everybody know in advance. It's no contract, but it's verbal. But you know, that's what it is. So like, there's nothing sneaky. There's no tricky letter. There's none of that stuff with me. And they can't pull up something on the internet and say, you did this. No, this is why I have a good name. I have a good name. I have a good brand name. I have no problem getting clients. It's easy for me. All right. Because I take pride in that name. You dig? You heard Damon Dash. I hustle for my last name. That matters to me. So you can try to water down all you want. It's those websites are for people looking for credit restoration from an agency. They're telling you who to look for and who to avoid. Clear. That's major. That's major. People are investing a lot of money in this stuff. Like the watcher said, some people are paying monthly installments. You dig? And 8 months later, nothing is coming out. Matter of fact, I should pull up another video. but yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm pulling another video. Hold on. I'm gonna pull up something like that. Check this out. So I'm gonna pull up just that. Oh, this is a good one right here. All right, I'm gonna do this one.
Man, he who was without sin cast the first stone.
Yeah, I'm not religious. Let me pull this one up.
And if somebody's hustling in the community, let me know in advance. I don't want to take advantage. Yesterday, I'm gonna be blunt.
It's not what I talk about the 10 things that a bad credit repair person might say and why you should run away from them. The number one.
Now, I'm biased. You know, you playing these white man's videos, man. You ain't got no black people.
Oh yeah, that black. Oh no, actually, I do have a color. You know, they call Hispanics black. I do got a Hispanic on here. Okay,
you want to see black people hustling? Is that gonna make us feel better? Is that what you
look at this?
Yeah, you got to get the right way to fix credit from the white man. You know that's gonna be an argument.
Right.
You know it.
Look how he looks. He looks so honest, right? He's a good Christian. Look at this.
Is somebody looking for a high upfront fee? They're not actually.
He said number one. Listen, like everybody else said it.
The number one thing that I would tell you to watch out for is somebody looking for a high upfront fee. They're not actually allowed to charge you anything upfront.
Okay, so that's not a little ticky-tack thing you want to play down, Garfield. So we got to really watch him because he's playing out something serious that we're hearing. We read it on a credible website. We see it on fringe websites. And now everybody, it's the number one thing to look out for. It's number one on every list.
After the service has been provided, are they allowed to charge you? So if they're looking for a big upfront fee, that might be a reason to stay away from them.
So that's the number one reason to don't solicit their services right there. So when that's being told to them, they're supposed to hang up and say no thank you. Say no thank you first, then hang up, or hang up how you want to do it.
Number two is you want to be careful of somebody who says that they know a secret way to improve the score.
Hey, that's a tricky letter there. Hold on, let's go back. That's a tricky letter, Haskell.
Looking for a big upfront fee, that might be a reason to stay away from them. Number two is you want to be careful of somebody who says that they know a secret way to improve the score. One of my loan officers recently called me and said, I ran into somebody who told me that if they change the employment type, it will increase the score, meaning that it was listed on her credit report as a waitress, and she's actually a pharmacist. She made that change, and she said that she had a 100-point increase. I can tell you that's impossible because FICO does not look at the type of employment you have. So if you want to see more about that, you can watch this video right here. If they tell you that they know a secret way to improve the score, you should probably stay away from them. Number three is if they say that they can create a new credit file.
I say he didn't do that.
There's really no way to do as well, but your name and your address and date of birth will always be the same. I guess you could change your name as well. But it's a lot of work, and you really want to be the person that has to go through all that rather than just pay your bills or, straighten things out. If they tell you that they can create a new credit file for you, you should probably stay away from them. If they only accept cash, that's
right. Okay, stop right there. You stop right there. We can chop it up on that. I have tons of videos, dude. Tons of them. Okay, so there's no fancy way to do it. There's no tricky letter. I could trick the system. Right there is a fraud. You can actually report them. On some real. Once he said, I could trick the system to make them believe that you don't owe his debt. What's your name again, sir? What's your last name? Hold on real fast. You can actually report them.
That's flawed. That's flawed as fuck to me. I'm sorry, dog. That shit flawed as fuck, dog. That's just real. That's just real, just human to human. That's flawed, bro. That type of like the shit about him freezing your account or challenging everything, and then hopefully, if a certain institution don't respond back.
Clearly said this guy.
So hold on.
I can't make it. Haskell, go for me.
Nah, but that shit flawed as fuck, man. Like that shit flawed, bro.
All right, Haskell, we're not dealing with it. Yeah, we're not dealing with opinions right here, bro. We ain't doing that.
So my question is,
what does Haskell mean?
What's flawed about that, Haskell?
Thank you. What does flaw mean? How are you using it?
It's flawed. It's green. That's lame as fuck. That's like little ticky tack. You know what I'm saying?
No, we don't.
So, bruh, if this man report or he use a little he use a trick of the trade, right? What they call it when he challenge all these
it's
debts.
Illegal. You're paying for fraudulent services, bro. It's gonna be put back on.
Here's my thing.
Let him finish. Oh, go ahead. I'm trying to understand what Haskell saying.
I'm gonna let Haskell finish, but then I want to ask a question. Go ahead.
Right. So the instances that he's bringing up is some very highly technical, ticky-tack ass shit. That's like the thing he brought up about, by the law, you ain't supposed to report that what was the thing where you just throw shit at the wall and see what stick? Where you just challenge everything, and then if an institution don't respond back after 30 days, it get took off, right? Yeah, that's manipulation. That's game in the system. But you ain't gonna tell me that a nigga defrauded you or that you know what I'm saying? Like that's man.
Go ahead, Amber.
I have a question. What skill does one have to acquire in order to do any of these tricks? What skill does anyone have to have in order to do these things? Can I not literally log into my Credit Karma and dispute everything and say it's fraudulent? Can I do that?
Of course you can, Amber. You could cut your own grass too.
Exactly. But again, if I'm paying an expert to do something, you should have a level of skill to call yourself an expert. And you should be doing something that is, one, difficult to do,
right?
Difficult to understand to do.
Good point.
That I cannot really do on my own. See, now it's one thing you're talking about writing letters. If this boils down to writing letters where I mess up my social security number,
right,
dispute stuff that are actually accurate things and hope that they don't catch it within the 30 days, then you're not providing a service. Right. You're trying to teach me how to commit fraud, and I don't really need to pay you for that. Because guess what? At the end of the day, these are not legal things. So at this point, you're charging me to teach me how to commit fraud.
Hey, you have to be licensed real quick. Y'all both, let me ask you a question to Unbiased first. Unbiased, do you have to be licensed to work with people's credit?
Yes. Now I'm going to say this. He said he had a license. So he said he was licensed. So I'm going to take his word. He said he's licensed.
Okay.
All right. This is what I wanted to ask.
My second thing is, okay, I just asked the question that I wanted. I appreciate you, my guy. I just wanted to give an analogy real quick. So, because to me, it sounds like it's just bad business practice. So if I have a house and I pay a plumber to come fix my pipes, and this motherfucker used the cheapest pipes, and for like 3 or 4 days or even a month, nothing happens, and then 2 months later from upstairs, the water's leaking from everywhere, then I'm the sucker and I'm flawed because I'm mad just because he used cheap pipes. Like, homie, I came in your house and I worked for 4 hours. I did all the work. I did everything. That's flawed. How you gonna turn me in? How you gonna discredit the shit just because I shorted you and I gave you some faulty type of shit? Or I used my cousin's pipes that I took from another house that were faulty, and I knew they were faulty, but I was just hoping it would work. It ain't my fault they bust. You know, come on, bro. Haskell, you can't be like this, bro.
Yeah, but you also you got to add in he broke the law too, because we read that there's some fraudulent things done. So that means that he did something else that he wasn't supposed to do there.
That was I didn't want to go that far, but let's just say he
I want to say one more thing, just quickly, because I see some people in the chat caping and this, Haskell caping. My thing is, if you feel like there's nothing wrong with none of these things, I want you to keep that same energy when you use these practices and they come knocking at your door talking about you committed fraud. I don't want you to say, "Oh, well, brother, this person I bought credit services and this what they told me to do." Now keep that same energy, because if it ain't nothing wrong with it and you saying you with the shit, then be with it when it all comes crashing down. That's all I'm saying.
Right, but
the bus then if you gonna say it ain't nothing wrong with it now.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing, Amber. Like when I was in the military, right, and we used to have inspection every morning, right? Do you know that if your first sergeant got it out for you, when he comes and does that inspection, if he wants to, if he's really inclined, he will find dirt somewhere. You know that, right? You get the point that I'm making?
No.
Elaborate.
Well, Amber, I'm asking Amber. I know you won't get it, Unbiased. But Amber, do you get the point that I'm making?
I actually do, but see, just same thing with the speed limit. The dirt is already there. They're already telling you what the dirt is that they're gonna look for.
Right. right, exactly.
Yeah. this what I'm telling you.
If you don't clean that dirt up, then yeah, they're gonna find the dirt because you left it there.
It should be no dirt there, right?
Look, they gotta act idiom or axiom. I can't remember the right term that say behind every fortune is a crime, right? The federal government, when they collect your social security and they represent to you that this is going to be something that is basically guaranteed when you reach a certain age, it's going to be there for you. You know where I'm going with this, right?
Yes.
We all know that they leverage that money.
So some old sovereignty package stuff. Got it.
Not no sovereignty package stuff. You way off base. See, Amber's in financial. She knows where I'm going, right? Now, do they tell you explicitly that, hey, this money that you putting in the social security, we're not just earmarking it and just putting it aside and not touching it, and that's for you when you retire, right? We taking it, we leveraging it, we doing all type of shit to try to make bread on it, and there is a possibility that all of these ventures and investments that we're doing, it's a possibility that when you hit 65, that bread might not be there. Now, Amber knows what I'm saying is 100.
Is there anything illegal in that? Is anything illegal? Add the legal part.
Absolutely, but see, here's the thing.
Illegal.
They pretty much let you know all of this, depending on your retirement account. They let you know what types of investment, and this is even the bank does that. Now it's a different thing when you have a retirement that kind of has a portfolio attached to it, and they
Amber,
let you
I'm talking
know
specifically about Social Security, not about 401.
Hey, yeah, these was funny in the chat.
Chat. Hold on, Amber. Am I right or wrong? Most people, if you ask them about Social Security, their idea of it is this is a guaranteed fund that is set aside for me by the government that will 100% be there when I retire. And that is how the U.S. government advertises it. They do not explicitly let people know that they leverage that money. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. Now is that fraud? Is that fraud, unbiased? Is that fraud?
Wait, is that fraud? Okay, dude, let me answer, dude. Okay, stop doing that. Let me answer. You sound like young Pharaoh saying the same thing over and over. Did they do something illegally, dude?
Bruh, no, because it's technically
it's not fraud. Okay, good. So we're done. We're done. I answered the question. You can talk. You can answer the question. Go ahead. Answer. Go.
I'm saying, so you okay with that, unbiased?
Bruh, is it illegal? I'm okay with things that's legal.
Slavery used to be legal, unbiased. What is you talking about, bro?
Right, here we go. Okay.
Behind that legal shit, man.
Jaywalking was illegal too, right?
So here's my thing. Now, at a point,
fight against it then. We fought against slavery.
Here's my thing. At some point, before they really started leveraging and becoming greedy, it did used to be something that was supposed to be there. But over time, they got a little greedy with it, and they started taking chances that they shouldn't take. And they ran into a situation where, okay, we may not be able to pay people what we promised them we were going to pay them. Now, the difference is the law does allow for them to do that, but I would say it's disingenuous and it's misleading because the pretense that people, but again, this isn't even something that you could, that was optional though. You understand what I'm saying? It's not something that you have the option to, I'm not going to really participate in that. It's a government, pretty much a government funded retirement plan that they don't really give you a choice in the matter. Now they telling you we're gonna give you this, and that's why we taking this. But then you come to find out that that's not really what you're getting. But they had the what do you call it? They had the ability to do it anyway, regardless as to whether if they want to say we're gonna take it and you never get it back. They had the ability to do that. You see what I'm saying? So although it's misleading because people are thinking, oh, I'm gonna get this when it's not illegal because they had the power to do it. Now, it's disingenuous, it's disheartening, it's wrong. I agree with all of that. I definitely do. Does that mean that people should not expect for the government to do better because of that? Because they have so now they're being more forthcoming with the fact that these things aren't guaranteed. You see what I'm saying? Because the standard has been put out there that, okay, y'all misrepresenting and y'all committing the fraud against the people. So now they try to make it more known that, you know what, we can't guarantee you what your retirement is going to be. It's going to be roundabout somewhere in here, but we really can't guarantee you nothing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand 100%.
Hold on. Wait, let me insert True Story. You can talk right now. I just want to read True Story. It's pretty funny. He said, this just in. Credit repair is going to be big business after Rona leave town, the coronavirus. And he explains why. He said 3 months not being able to pay them bills, niggas' credit going to be like, and she got a graph showing like the stock market crashing. It's funny as hell, but it's true though. Go ahead.
That's facts. What I was going to say.
You just respond to
Now, I wanted to read BC's comment in the chat, right? So BC says, I've disputed my own credit before and was fully aware that the account was mine. It came off and I didn't complain. So I want to say shout out to you, BC, for being a real one, because this goody two shoes shit that niggas is on this panel right now is about to make me vomit.
Okay, now let me say something. I hold myself and my friends and family to a high standard in life. You dig? Many times we be tempted to take something, because you can take it. It's probably right there. But like I said, I hold myself to a higher standard. I'm saying, why would I do that? And I got the money. So yes, my business is fine. You dig? Because I hold myself to a high standard. My practices also. I don't mind refund. Matter of fact, somebody just now want a refund because it's true story called Rona shit. Because I moved everything. Everything was physical. I got to be there. Now everything's online, and they're not happy with the online service. I don't blame them because I was prepared to go online right now. I was forced into it. So a lot of things are a little unorganized, and this client, didn't want to be patient, and I actually offered them more service for free, basically. So what they would get done weekly, they'll get one service weekly. They're getting it 3-4 times a day because I know that it's unorganized. I'm trying to get it together, but they were dissatisfied, and they said, "Nah, we good. Just send us that refund, and we're gonna go our own way. No problem. Refund is there." You dig? So that's how I hold myself. That's why I'm successful in what I do. But go ahead.
Yeah, I'm biased.
I wanted to comment on two things. Okay, so first thing, I actually ain't got it like that to just be paying off debt. But at the end of the day, I have disputed literally one thing on my credit report because I'm like, where did this come from? I wasn't even living here during this time. Like, I don't know what they're talking about. So I disputed it and it came off and it has stayed off. That probably was maybe about 6-7 months ago. But there are other charges that I know I incurred and creditors that I rightfully owe, and I'm not going to dispute it just for the hope of it's going to come off. That's just not how I operate.
Right.
Not me. Now, some people might say, "Oh, what do you got to lose? Dispute it and see what happens." But that's just not how I operate. Right. So I'm not doing that. Now, another thing I will say is I'm a stylist. I've worked in salons before, but I am not licensed. Right. I am not licensed. So.
Oh shit! That's illegal, Amber. That's illegal.
It is. But here's the thing: I let my clients
call the police on you.
Absolutely. The shop owner knew that, and I let my clients know I am not a licensed stylist.
There you go.
I'm not a licensed stylist. So it's up to you whether or not. Oh, girl, right. I seen your work. I'm coming anyway. Period. But I was not going to pretend to be a licensed stylist because for some people that's important. For a lot of people, it ain't. And thankfully, I've never had anyone try to sue me or because I make sure if somebody has a issue or disagreement, I don't go and say, "Oh, this bitch lying," or "She this, that, and the third." This is a customer, and they could potentially affect the future of my business and my brand. So guess what? If I have a disgruntled customer, I don't get online and say, "Oh, I did this and I did that," or right. I have to try to resolve that issue. So to me, even if, for me, this happened 3 years ago for Unbiased, right? But he's still performing credit repair to this day. So
to this day.
If this is how you handle somebody that feels like they didn't get the service that they paid for, regardless as to whether or not you think it's a personal thing, you're doing this in the public where other potential customers could be watching and onlookers. There is no way I would have came online. To me, it's just bad business. This is what I'm saying about Black people don't know how to run business effectively. There is no way you couldn't have paid me. I still make my money this way.
Right. Let me respond.
I'm not going online and doing that.
Hey, BC, you said, look, BC said if you pay to get it off, it won't come off. That's a lie, BC. I paid it to come off, but it came off. So, and I got definitely receipts for that. I got receipts. I paid for all. Amber, I paid for so many things. They were calling me to work out deals almost every damn day. I paid so much debt off in a short period of time that they were calling me. Okay, you owe $1,100 here. Can you sell it for $450? Yes, I can. You did? Because you got like 20 days to like do it. Man, I said, you know what? This is better than, I said, I'll go buy a pair of sneakers. I will buy, cologne, whatever. All right, yeah, this is an investment in my future. So yes, I definitely paid it. It came off. My credit went up, BC. So I don't know where you heard that from, but I picked my stuff up. My credit shot right up.
Yeah,
and
but
one more
I'm
thing.
biased. Remember that
Craig,
video you played with Buddy, the white man? He said, "Yo, a lot of times it don't come off. It stays there. Like it still reports, right? But it reports as a paid debt."
I think he was talking about. I think he was talking about the debt that exceeds the 7-year limit. The expiration.
All you have to do is
Haskell. He was talking about expired debt, negative required. He wasn't talking about the things you actually paid for.
Yeah, not everything automatically comes off. You just have to let them know that it's expired.
So he was saying that. He was saying like it's not their responsibility to take it off. So he was saying, Haskell, he was saying when the debt is over the 7-year period, they still can report it. He said it's up to you to go and dispute that. You got the right to dispute that and get it off. That's what he was saying.
No. I'm biased. Talking about, he was talking about debts that you paid.
Right.
He said, yo, if you pay a debt, that doesn't automatically mean it's gonna come off.
Oh yeah. I'm not saying that. I'm saying mine did. When I paid mine off, it came up. That's why I advise people just to pay their debt if they can.
Now I did want to address Craig in the chat. He said he gonna call the police because he disgruntled. So Craig, go ahead and call the police because guess what I've come to find out? They don't give a damn long as you pay taxes, and I filed every year that I made money.
Uh-huh.
What people fuck up at is not filing taxes.
What you know about the crack tax?
That's where they fuck up. See, state board can't do nothing to me because I'm no longer practicing.
What you know about the crack tax? Anybody, not to go off, we go right back on topic. Has anybody ever heard of the crack tax?
Oh yeah, people not paying taxes on money they made through illegal
activities. No, they encourage them to pay. They encourage drug dealers, crack dealers, to pay their taxes. It's called the crack tax bill. I don't know if I think it's expired or whatever, but I can pull it right now. That was a real bill or whatever that was passed for drug dealers to pay taxes. So because they were saying they get hit with all type of charges, and tax evasion was one of them. So they was trying to say, yo, you don't want to get hit with that. At least pay taxes.
The least you could do is pay taxes on that.
Right. Because they're saying like, hey, with tax evasion. Well, look, let me play an expert. Hold on.
Only way.
Open terms, credit repair, and debt settlement, and most of all.
There you go, black guy, right there. There you black guy.
Oh man, can I go real quick? I gotta get this out.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I'll rewind it back.
It's just funny to me because, damn, Haskell, he gets so frustrated and so mad. He calls us goody two shoes, like we just some innocent good people, knowing damn well ain't nobody on this panel any goody two shoes. But he's just so emotional that he had to say that we goody two shoes, like we ain't
we don't call him
wrong. Come on, bro. Is that where we're gonna descend with the argument? Is that where you gotta go? Do we gotta start dry snitching on ourselves to just prove credibility to you? Right. And we're just talking about people being taken advantage of in the community. You gotta play this back or go to sleep and rethink this and understand where you was coming from tonight, bro. Because we really on some other shit. Hold up. I got homies who were doing mad time for doing some mad shit, and I don't judge them because at the end of the day, and I've said this before in this panel, they got to feed their family. And I'm not going to knock anybody who's feeding their family. Just like when everybody was shitting on rappers and saying that they're fucking up the community because all this hardcore shit and blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, you know what? We can say that. And I know people was getting at me, but I'm like, at the end of the day, they feed their family. So I can understand that to a degree. But at the same time, bro, is that really what we...
Wait, answer that question after the video, Haskell, after the video. So I want to say this. Wait, hold on. So I'm going to play the video. I want to say this. I got to say this. This video is not for anybody to pick sides, run with bias, Garfield. This is not nothing like that. I'm not saying don't rock with him. I'm just like Amber said earlier, and I don't want to misquote her, but as long as Garfield just stopped the pain up front, he's good with me. You did? Because again, I'm not saying the dude owe me money. I'm good. That's over. That's 3 years ago. I'm good with that. My thing is, if I'm supposed to be a suitor killer, and a lot of us are exposing a lot of BS that's happening in the community. You did? So I'm saying, well, why not? This is time to clean everything up. So that's why I'm at with it. So that's it. Okay, so again.
You said it. We've all said it. All we want him to do is just to clean up his practices.
I could be on his show tomorrow. I could be on his show tomorrow saying, yo, it's over. We good. Or we could talk about something new. I'm not mad at my man, but he's probably mad at me. He's probably mad at me because all y'all are virtual people to me. I don't see y'all tomorrow. I don't see y'all tonight. So like y'all mean nothing. Like, I don't take this the wrong way. But y'all, if I log off the internet, I won't think about y'all tomorrow at all. Okay? Because I got a real life and I'm not home all day watching children and stuff like that. But look, let me play this right here. Yeah, look. Okay, now I did say what's up with the book, and yeah. So I did say what's up with the book because I knew there would be an excuse why I won't be here till the 22nd, and we got an excuse. So like my prediction, I'm a prophet. My prediction was right. So anyway, let me play this right here because we don't, I know that there's. You can't have somebody pre-order something that's not ready. He admitted it's not ready. So what are we pre-ordering? Okay,
see.
So yeah, of course, we on all fraudulent activities. We'll deal with that tomorrow night. But right now, let me play my man right here. Oh yeah, we're gonna take it piece by piece. Check this out.
Repair is an attempt to try and repair any issues that you might see on a credit report. The only problem is that any information that is accurate, whether positive or negative, will remain on your credit report for a certain amount of time.
7 years, in fact. And if the information is accurate, it cannot be removed legally.
If the information is accurate, it cannot be removed legally. We're not being told that. Okay, let's go on.
Information is inaccurate, you don't need to pay someone else to remove it for you.
Because if there are any inaccuracies on your credit report, that is something that we can dispute. And the reality is, we don't need somebody else to dispute it for us. We have the ability to dispute anything on a credit report.
And then there are debt settlement companies that promise to negotiate down the amount of credit card debt you owe. Let's say you owe $15,000 and you negotiate it down to $5,000. What then?
Maybe you're only paying $5,000 back. At the end of the year, you will get a 1099 for that $10,000 that you didn't pay, which now you have to claim on your taxes as untaxed income.
Flores is general manager at the nonprofit Green Path Debt Solutions.
That was great information.
Instead of promising quick repairs to your credit, Green Path assists you in managing your debt. A holistic approach that focuses on how you got into a financial hole in the first place, then helping you dig yourself out.
What we like to do is we try and help everybody rebuild. Big difference, repair, rebuild. Things happen in the past. Now, how can we rebuild and make it a better future?
And if you're still unsure
there you go. Wait, what happened?
On where to go, the Federal Trade Commission has great info on how to avoid credit repair scams. And the nonprofit organization Green Path Debt Solutions.
That's it on that. Okay. I got video after video after video after video. And each one exposes something different. Each one says something totally different from each other. Video after video after video. So you can have your opinion saying you think stuff is petty, but when a person promotes their business as it's perfect, then it cannot have these flaws. It cannot have these malpractices, these dirty tactics, these tricky letters. You dig? So now I'm not saying, so the person who's desperate and don't mind the tricky letter, just know that you are liable just like the agency. You're not off the hook either. You signed off to that's like buying stolen goods. Both of y'all gonna get in trouble if they catch both of you. So, now I know a lot of us are desperate or we don't have the money to pay for the services. So I understand you're mad at me because you're like, look, you're like, listen, I don't mind it being illegal as long as the job get done because I need my credit to do A, B, and C. So I get it. So I understand why you'd be mad at me. But, what we read and what we heard, you cannot deny. That's all I'm trying to say. You cannot deny what we read and we heard. These are fraudulent practices for anybody who do these things. So the people we're talking about aren't the only people who claim to repair your stuff. We hear other people in the community. The guy who got all the scams, he does everything, and he even does credit repair. So my man got the skill. He can do anything. If you need your space shuttle fixed, he can do that. He can do everything. So we got people like that in the community, and they speak all these languages, so they can help you out with your German, your French, all that. But what I came to conclude is that the conscious community is not a special community. It's a fishbowl of people that are vulnerable to the scammers and frauds. Like, we are in one place and they know exactly where to come. Without this fake community, it'll be hard to track us. But we're in this fishbowl, so we're all here together. They're like, there they go, right there. These are the people who are desperate for some type of salvation, some type of new doctrine, some type of breath of air, and we're going to provide that for them. But we're also going to give them, the feel-good doctrine, and we're going to give them this new information, the government sells, all that type of talk, and we're going to also give them services and sell them products. It's not too many people in this community that are actually legit selling products and services. Not too many people. Like, do you know one? You dig?
Yeah, all I'm gonna say, unbiased, is make sure whatever you doing is squeaky clean, because
no, don't worry. I'm good. And well, we already know you're not squeaky clean because you just said that you're against things that are. You basically said, in other words, that you are against things that's by the law exact. So if you got a business, I don't believe you're by the law exact. So I wouldn't solicit your services, dude. No offense, but I need somebody who's going to be. I need a business that's going to try their best to uphold their obligation. So what they say they would do, their obligations, to what I signed a contract for, verbal or written. You dig? And I don't want them to cut corners on me. So
the first time I get on this panel, Haskell talks about character and integrity. Damn, man.
Sure.
And this one incident
he compromised
having me look at you way different, bro.
Nah,
because I hustle. I do a lot of shit. I make things happen. I make sure my family eats. And when I grow up and I move my franchise, move my business, and I grow the fuck up. I can't keep doing the same thing I did as a child. Eventually you got to get right. The Kennedys, they did their bootleg and eventually they got into politics. The mafia did a lot of they scamming and running numbers, and then they start owning casinos and property. The Jewish dude, the leveraging. I mean, like, everybody starts off at one spot and you got to make it to get to your spot. We all know how America's ran. Nobody's naive to this shit. We're not the first ones to come to this country and be naive. We know what the fuck is going on. But at the same time, bro, we got to call shit for what it is. And again, I'm not judging him because you got to feed your family and make your hustle and do what you got to do. And again, like, you first came on this panel, like, damn, did you try to get at homie privately and fix this shit? You fucking up his hustle. I get it.
That was a good question.
Nah, it ain't even about it, Blake. It ain't even so much about the hustle, but you're impugning this man's, character. And to me,
it's law.
Who?
But my thing is, the exact same thing was done to Jabari, and I mean, and you can look at it like him and Jabari was cool. Him and Jabari,
and that was wrong too, Amber. That was wrong too.
But again, I didn't hear you on none of them lives. Like, where is this coming from? Why y'all banging on Jabari? Why is this? Why is that?
Nah,
when he was talking about the shrine and it being a scam.
No, I was doing that in the chat because you know how Garfield is. You can't be real with that dude on his panel.
Really?
You gonna get?
Why you can't be real with him?
Oh, man.
You gonna get talked over. Hold
on. You just talked about his character just now. You said you can't be real with the man. Why not?
Nah, because he's super emotional.
Nah.
I mean, and I don't even have no problem with that. I mean, because it ain't like you was like on his side and banging against Jabari. I'm not saying that. But what I'm saying is, right now you're on a panel and like, see, Unbiased is being directly confronted with these things. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
He's being directly confronted. You're not in the chat talking shit, and he occasionally responds.
Right, exactly.
He's being directly confronted with these things. So what I'm saying is, like you said, did he go to him personally? Have you directly confronted?
Good point.
Unbiased, but Amber, I already know Unbiased ain't gonna cut me off.
It don't matter about being cut off. It's a principle about the thing.
Like Garfield would have been done.
Hold on.
Garfield would have been done kicked me off this panel a long time ago.
But at least you'd be on record for defending what you believe.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's the principle. It's not even the point. It's the principle of the matter. Like, at the end of the day, I tried. You want some foul stuff. Amber, I don't appreciate what you're doing.
Amber, look how that shit went left when I called in with that Wu Jiao shit. And Aunt got on my ass, right?
Yeah, that's true, Luminous.
Right, because that shit to me, that Wuja, that shit sounded crazy to me.
Wait, what? What
happened? Was I there? What happened?
Hey, wait, I just signed up for Wujawa's class yesterday, my guy.
Huh?
Clarify. I just signed up for Wujawa's class yesterday, waiting for my book. What are you
talking
about?
Nah, the shit with the whole Dr. York shit, and he was
okay.
Yeah, that shit. Cause you know what I'm saying? I don't even want to get into it like that because the brother ain't here. But you know what I'm saying? When I came on, I was kind of nibbling around the edges. And our basic point was, damn nigga, come up the middle. You like say it with your chest.
Yeah.
And the thing about it is, if you come on that panel and say it with your chest, it's gonna spiral out of control. So I try to be diplomatic. You know what I'm saying? Like, I know I'm biased. I know he ain't sensitive like that. You feel me?
But let's not bring up Wujawa though.
Yeah, that's why I said I ain't gonna get into that because he ain't here. I just brought it up as an example to say, look how when I called in right there, Aunt got on my ass. You feel me?
Yeah,
I understand what you're saying, but I mean, to be told, you were kind of beating around the bush though, like.
But Amber, I had to. If I'd have came straight up the middle, like, bro, I think what you doing is flawed. You know what I'm saying? It would have been a shouting match.
Oh.
But that's the whole thing. It would have been a shouting match between you and him because Wujawa was not gonna do that. You understand what I'm saying?
Right, exactly.
No, but I'm saying.
But hold on. And as a matter of fact, see what ended up happening was you and I got into a personal thing. It started off of Wujawa, but it went into because I think you told him he was being feminine and he was acting real girly. You know.
Oh wow. You like attacking people, bro.
Hell yeah. I tell you, bro.
No, hold on. I did not say anything about him being.
You got goody two shoes. Wujawa, we call him.
No, hold on. I did definitely.
Well, maybe not girly, but you said he was being emotional and he was acting like a female. You said
no. Oh, you talking about Ankh? Yeah. I said, yo, you acting like a woman.
That's what I'm saying. So
I said he was acting like a woman.
Yeah, so that's when it got out of control.
Right, but
because
Amber,
like, man, I'm trying to say
something. No. That was after taking several volleys of overhand rights and left hooks to the body.
Yeah, I'll be going hard, but that's a bad analogy because I'm always going hard on you, bro.
But see, here's my thing. I understand that, but I see the BS that all of y'all like really be playing. Like, you knew when you made that comment that I was gonna go off the deep end, and you can't tell me you didn't know that.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
Your mind that you okay. Well, this what you trying to do? We finna go here. I'm just gonna jump off the cliff.
Exactly.
But Amber,
where it was going.
But Amber, I'm a man at the end of the day. Like the minute I got on the phone, this pseudo nigga right here, and I played past it. I played past it.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
I said, yo, this the pseudo captain right here. You know what I'm saying? I'm not only a pseudo client, I'm the pseudo president. I try to you know what I'm saying? I try to smooth it over. And then I said something else, and then he do another little dig and do another, you know what I'm saying? So then I'm a return fire, nigga. Shit.
You are right on that, bro. I give you that.
Amber, at some point, I'm a return fire. Shit. What you mean?
That's what I'm saying about me and old boy. I'm saying that subtle things are being said. My man said in the chat for no reason because it's my platform. Okay, now look what he said. I got the receipts. Okay, listen. I'm not going to listen. Like I said, some of this stuff can be resolved tomorrow, whatever, phone call. That's why I'm the receipts, I'm gonna hold off a little bit because it's not that serious for me. It's over. But this is my platform. He said he didn't appreciate me putting Chief X on here because he believed Chief X disrespected Asar for challenging Asar. But he has Brother Reggie, who I respect highly, on there, and people disrespect him. I said, Garfield, you disrespected Brother Reggie. Or not you, but you had people on there to do that. That offended me because they play Reggie, they play him down like he's insignificant, he's a nobody, he's a joke.
Yeah, they do.
Tell me don't do that. They cut him off. They make a little jokes, and Garfield does it too on him. Little jokes. And Brother Reggie, he's the one that guided me to consciousness. He's the only person who knew me as a Hebrew, who knew who I was and guided me. I got a clip on my channel going back some years. He tried to get Sonetta on me to talk to me about debating the Nation of Islam, whatever. But Brother Reggie We had email contact. He's the only person who actually guided me literally to this consciousness. So I hold him to a certain light. So when they disrespect the dude, and he has a good, valid point. You know, he's always serious. He's not joking around. They downplay him. So now I said, Garfield, what about that? So you mad at, because I rock with Chief X. The person who you got disrespecting Reggie, you don't even rock with like that. But Chief X, that's my dude. So how you get mad at who I want to have on my platform? That's crazy. My man had people, he had Polite on his platform, and everybody complained. Everybody complained when he had Polite on his platform. You dig? And he don't worry about that. I can have who I want. So that's the thing that's going on, Haskell. He's doing stuff like that. So and when I call him, remember that debate we had? You feel like he was favoring me and not favoring you. Remember we had like a little discussion.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, well, Haskell, in return, I thought he was favoring you and not favoring me. In return, you dig?
No, I actually didn't think he was favoring me. Because he said, you know, unbiased, you really got to collate this information and deliver it in a more, if you know.
And he has nerve to say that.
Right.
Yeah. So Haskell, but what I'm trying to say is when I call his shows, he makes subtle things like that towards me, like play around, call me run bys, you know, do stuff like that. Stuff like that. And I got the jokes, by the way. You know, I appear serious, but I was a class clown in high school. So I appear serious, but I got the jokes. Like I said, during that vaccine debate, somebody had a flannel, church shoes, and gym shorts. I don't say no names. Somebody said him off. Somebody said, yo, put some pants on. He went in his car and put some pants on. Let's do it. Somebody had gym shorts, church shoes.
I'm biased.
Yeah.
That nigga had on a Lamont Sanford dress shirt.
That's a flannel. Now listen, the scientist lady we had on with us, she was sitting tight with us. She said, "Ooh, what's that smell?" And she walked over there and sat by herself. Well, you see right on the video, somebody was musty as hell. I don't know who it was. It might be the guy with the flannel shirt with no tank top. It might be that guy. I don't know. But all I'm saying is that somebody smelled like onions, you dig? And she went over there.
Now I gotta watch that video. Who was wearing the flannel shirt, y'all? Chat, Peanut Gallery, y'all get on that, man. Who was wearing the flannel shirt?
Yeah, so you know, people got to put some socks on. You just can't go out there in the winter with no socks. So presentation is everything. So when you look like that and you're supposed to be successful, I'll be like, I don't know, something ain't adding up here. Because I was the only dude flossing there, by the way. Yes. You dig? So, you know, but when I put things together, I'm like, yo, I'm around, all my friends are entrepreneurs. They own a bunch of stuff. We all look like professionals day to day. And we dress clean and we look like we got some money in our pocket. So I went to the debate. The successful businessman didn't look like that. Like, this is a debate with people coming from all over the planet. I mean, not the planet, but the country and probably the world, probably the planet. And you come looking like that. Like it's possible, but for me, like you said, asking for you certain things, you do your math. For me, being around successful people, that just didn't correlate. I'm like, I don't know. Somebody might be fronting.
Nah, rich niggas be musty too.
No, not colored folks. Maybe white folks, but we're kind of colored folks. We take pride in our money. Like we like to show off, let you know we got it like that. Respect me. Like that's the thing we do. So when I see somebody musty, and when I see somebody with no socks on with gym shorts, I'm like, I don't know.
Who the fuck was wearing gym shorts, bro? Who was that, man?
Yeah, they was told to go put pants on, and they went out there and put pants on.
Ali Muhammad went on stage in some gym shorts.
He went to the evolution debate with everybody dressed up, looking their best. He comes there looking like he was narcotic up with some gym shorts on. I'm like, what?
Ali Muhammad?
Yeah. I remember that. I was so disappointed because I was rocking with him at the time. I'm like, what are you doing, cuz? Damn.
Yo,
hey, I'm biased. Can you explain something for me?
Yeah.
Why is Aunt running around pounding his chest? He's hold on, no, it ain't nothing personal. I'm just trying to get the logic behind it. he somehow feels vindicated by this recent outbreak, pandemic, whatever.
I got love for Unc, man.
Yeah.
I can't.
You gotta ask Unc, bro. You gotta ask Unc.
No. Hold on. No. I'm asking about, not about him personally, the logic of it. Maybe you understand, right? He feels vindicated because he feels like the community at large or a certain segment kind of derided him for being so strident about the pro-vaccine thing, and he's saying that because of this recent outbreak, this basically validated his point. But what I'm saying, I don't get it, because the argument was about the efficacy and safety of vaccines. So how does this recent outbreak speak to that? I don't get it.
Okay, let me answer that. Lamar, you said, why would a man care what another man's wearing? Because you are considered insane when you have certain clothes on, okay? If I'm your lawyer, Lamar, and I show up with clown shoes and a red nose, you're gonna judge me, man. With red hair, you're gonna judge me. You say, "Yo, nah, I'm good." You dig? And you dig. Especially if I'm your what they call it, the
defense attorney.
Yeah, no, the free one that come represent you.
Public defender.
Lamar, if I'm your public defender and I come with big red shoes, big nose, and red hair, you probably want to ask for another one. You're gonna judge. You're gonna judge a man. Yeah, you're gonna judge a man for what he's wearing.
I mean, but here's my thing. Like, every argument that's being made in the chat, the same could be said about something Garfield has said. Like, you're trying to figure out why he cares about him, but why does Garfield care that Jabari wears a white robe?
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, Amber, that's just all of that shit. All of that is green.
You said, huh?
Now I said all of that shit flawed. All of that, him charging $4,500 and
I have no problem with that.
$4,500.
Yeah, bro, you can charge what you want, but I got old boy charges. You dig? And I could screenshot that, and it was the same price.
Who charged $4,500? What the fuck is $4,500?
The credit repair guy has some $4,500 and
no. I was talking about Jabari for the Shrine of Ma'at, for you to be initiated as a comedic.
Not everybody got the right to charge what they want. You
take classes and buy books.
Well, I think it covers like a 2-year period.
He said 3 years. He said 3 years.
Did we go to Egypt?
Something like that.
Did we go to Egypt?
I'm not really sure. Because I'm not interested, So it ain't no need for me to know the cost breakdown.
But I don't knock Garfield, anybody polite. If you got a real service that you offer and you want to charge $1 million, I have no problem with that. This is a capitalist country. You got the right to do that, and we got the right to.
I'm biased. I wanted you to break down that thing with the what I asked you though with the vaccine.
I don't know. Well, maybe because Unc said maybe he said the question. He said it's not about how, it's about when, something like that, right?
Right. That epidemic is gonna come by, but he was saying.
So I guess he was saying this. I guess he was saying that we'll see if you hold true to your anti-vax position, meaning that you're going to confront the disease head on, like Del Bigtree, Curtis Call said they would do. They don't believe these diseases are real. They believe they're a hoax. So Unc was saying, okay, well, we'll hold you to that because it's not about how, it's about when. And now we are in that when. So now he's like, all right, go out there. Go to those hospitals and help out. Or just witness and see if it's real. And don't wear gloves. It's fake. Don't wear a mask. Get out there and see if it's real and come back healthy. And then you got a good, case, guys.
Okay. So, I mean, that part of it makes sense, I guess. It's just the vaccine part I didn't get because there is no vaccine. Now, if there was a vaccine and these anti-vaxxers was like taking a vaccine, then okay, I could see they fraud, but
true. But Haskell, but they also believe that it's better to just confront the disease.
Well, he was talking about measles specifically.
Actually, they think all this stuff is fake. We just had a conversation with Curtis Calls. He said the coronavirus is a hoax on Sunday not too long ago. So he said that out of his own mouth. It's a hoax.
That Watcher?
Huh?
No, Watcher said, "Wow." You didn't hear that, Watcher? You didn't hear that show?
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, he said it's basically they haven't isolated the virus. You know,
True story said Ados first with the vaccine.
Right, you know, because I have these same ruminations to myself, like how do they delineate between what's this specific novel virus and something else that caused a particular illness, because shortness of breath and cold and all that
Okay,
stuff.
so let me read that for you. Like I told you, I put something together already. So let me introduce some of what I got. Okay. So I'm going to show you.
I am grateful for pseudo killers.
Yeah, so
I'm grateful for the Amon Ra squad, man.
Nah,
I like Dagger Squad. Very entertaining.
Hey, because watch, I tell them this all the time. Even if I don't necessarily agree, a lot of these things I never even necessarily put any thought to until they, you know what I'm saying? Like this vaccine stuff, I never knew what an adjuvant was, and you know what I'm saying? So what they do is important, man.
So now it's funny. It's funny.
3-year-old.
Now watch this problem right here. Haskell said Garfield cuts him off and gets on him. I told Unc, I said I like Haskell. Unc thought I was crazy. I don't know shit. I said I like him. I said to me, I believe he's intelligent. Haskell been on here, like he said, he could take the show away. So I believe that Haskell more than these guys, and he's on me. He's on me. But anyway, okay, so it says a novel. Let me share what I got. So y'all know I ain't capping. Hold on. Like, I'm actually putting something together. So y'all know I ain't capping. So here we go. You see it's called, so I'm sourcing up. It's coronavirus disease. So I got a whole bunch of stuff here. I'm sourcing up, you dig? So I'm putting something together. Okay, so now you know I ain't capping. So I'm 7 pages in. All right. So a novel coronavirus is a new coronavirus that has not been previously identified. The virus causing coronavirus disease 2019, COVID-19, is not the same as the coronaviruses that commonly circulate among humans and called mild illness, like the common cold. So they call it mild illness, okay? A diagnosis with the coronavirus 229E, NL63, OC43, or HKU1 is not the same as the COVID-19 diagnosis. Patients with COVID-19 will be evaluated and cared for differently than patients with common coronavirus diagnosis. Okay, it says, so basically on February 11th, the World Health Organization named this virus the COVID-19, all right? So it says coronaviruses are a large family of viruses. Some cause illness in people and others, such as canine and feline coronaviruses, only affect animals, okay? It says rarely animal coronaviruses that infect animals have emerged to infect people and can spread between people. This is suspected to have occurred for the virus that causes COVID-19. Middle East Respiratory Syndrome, MERS, a severe, so this is the difference, a severe acute respiratory syndrome, SARS. So MERS and SARS are two other examples of the coronaviruses that originated from animals and then spread to people. All right, the virus was first detected in Wuhan. You heard about that. Person to person. Some viruses are highly contagious. Blah blah blah. It says the virus that causes COVID-19 seems to be spreading easily and sustainably in the community. It's called community spread in some affected geographic areas. Community spread means people have been affected with the virus in an area, including some who are not sure how or where they became affected. So it says it is not known if weather. Okay, so weather. So all you guys who hoping for the summer to come because the flu season ends, that's not the case with this. Okay, this could be all year round, and they are saying that get used to this. They're saying that this might come around every year like the flu.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So we thought we was gonna get safe and August we're good. No, it said this might come yearly or seasonally like the flu.
Is it going to be mutating as well?
Yes. So that means a new vaccine every year. You
so
dig now?
We'll stop. So it's just evolution, survive or die. Then.
Exactly. And look, so like I said, I got some information that was going to scare the hell out of us on this right here, because this thing is more serious than we could ever imagine. And I'll give you a quick one. So the deaths of the flu from October 19 to March 20, around this month, was up to 55,000 deaths. They said they predict the coronavirus to have in this season, this year, 480,000 deaths this year. If it continues to do what it's doing, like the flu. So, the flu comes and nobody can stop it. They said if the virus is not contained, 480,000 deaths, 46 million hospitalizations, and 96 million people will be sick this year. Damn. If it's not put in check.
So it seems like the main points are it's more communicable than the flu, number one. And then number two, it has a higher mortality rate. Because from what I've seen now, it's basically 3 to 4% mortality rate.
Yeah.
Whereas the flu, I believe,
1%, something like that.
I believe it's less than 1%.
Yeah. So the only type of flu that's more deadly than this was the Spanish flu. So this is the second worst flu type thing that we humans have been exposed to. It is.
Yeah. So basically, I think we all can agree, being that I'm, Captain Pseudo, I might see something nefarious behind it, but we all can agree that if they're saying this thing is going to be basically seasonal, adult vaccines are pretty much around the corner.
Yeah. So now I don't think everybody with a conspiracy is pseudo. because in my mind, this is my personal opinion, I believe there's good conspiracy and bad conspiracy. You dig? So with this virus, I mean, I'm open to hear anything. You dig? I'm not going to say, I will hear you out. If it sounds to me too crazy, then I will say, nah, you're crazy. But if it sounds, you understand, if it's possible, that means it's possible. So I don't count on anything that's possible. But you also got to source up or prove. But I'm open to hear all thoughts and conspiracy. You dig? I don't just write it off because you said you came up with a particular hypothesis.
Who all gonna take the vaccine when it come out? I ain't taking it. I'm not taking it.
I'm all over that thing.
I gotta see some people die first.
I gotta know what the benefits are and the side effects. You know what I'm saying? Because you know what I'm saying? Like just kind of what the pros and the cons.
Okay. Yeah. Good. So we got a bunch of anti-vaxxers here. All right. So the side effect. Right. So now listen.
Hey. The first time, you don't want to be the first one. I believe all the way back.
Listen. I'm probably the most.
You either all in or you all out.
I'm all in.
It got nothing to do with anti-vax. Like he said, it may or may not mutate. Like, you take the vaccine and then it protects you from a strand that they ain't created.
Wait. See y'all like this.
Amber,
I'm going to talk about evolution.
Yeah.
Who do you think was the first to find out that there was such thing as poisonous berries? There had to be one person who walked and ate the motherfucker.
Wait.
And then somebody walked next to him and
hold on. Wait, vaccines don't work like that, dude. You don't have
that, but that's not my point.
Right.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Amber. So it's because Amber's statement is close to that. That's not how it works. You never get a live. You don't get a vaccine that could replicate in you. Most of them are very weak. So basically, when they prepare a vaccine,
but that's not what I'm saying though. That's
side effects.
What I'm saying is, I get vaccinated for a strand, and then a new strand comes around.
Right. So let me explain that. The flu vaccine, Haskell probably knows this. The flu vaccine is only about 50% effective. Okay, that's it. 50 to 6%. Now look, 50%. So that means that you can get a flu vaccine and you have the wrong strain. But what scientists has confirmed is that even though you missed a strain, it still minimizes your complications when you catch it. So it would be more minor for you, although you caught it, your symptoms, your complications will be way minor than somebody who has not been vaccinated at all. So you got to say, okay, is it worth confronting this disease up front and just taking my roll of dice? or at least get something that's well. See, it's hypocritical because we would take elderberry and echinacea, what that stuff Jabbar said. Right. So it's hypocritical because that's what that does. That is to relieve the symptoms after you contract the disease. So with the vaccine is more effective than that. So it's saying that you take the vaccine, okay, you got the wrong strain, you're going to contract the disease, but it's going to minimize the symptoms and the agony and stuff like that.
Now, my question is, at the rate it's going now, it's pretty much thought that most people are going to get it.
Yes.
Now, before the vaccine even hits the market. So would us getting it naturally do the same thing? Okay, so get it naturally, right? So we it's 50-50. We got hope we recover. You dig, and that's it. You're right. So
do we get immunity if you get it and you recover? Do you have lifetime immunity?
Yes, you get immunity.
So that's what I'm saying. So 9 out of 10, a lot of us are going to catch it before they even have a vaccine.
Well, you get immunity for that strain. If it's mutating every year like the flu, then you won't have immunity for the new strain, but you will be able to deal with it better. That's why some of us
have milder symptoms.
Right.
At this point, is no point in getting that particular vaccine if you already actually.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah, yes, it's over. Once you get it, it's over. A vaccine is just a preventative measure. It's not a after the fact. So now, once you get it, you want to do your elderberries and all that echinacea. What's that thing called again?
Echinacea.
Echinacea. Now you want to do that right there. You want to do all that type of stuff. My elderberry, I take it every day. I got it right here because I might be contaminated. You dig? So I want to make sure my symptoms ain't terrible.
What about zinc?
You take the
Zinc
test.
and vitamin C.
Trump just signed a bill to make the test free.
So this is what I heard. I heard that if you can hold your breath for 10 seconds, I heard that's a self-test that you probably, I don't know, it might be pseudo, but X told me this. He said, if you hold your breath for 10 seconds, if you can do that, then most likely you're not affected.
Without coughing.
Go
you
take
gotta
the
hold
test.
it to fill your lungs with air. And then if you have any of that shit, because I guess it affects the bottom part of your lungs. I got like a memo on all that shit.
Yeah. So for me, Haskell, I'm too shook, bro. If I test positive, I'm gonna be going crazy, bro. I don't know, cause I'm scary. I'm scary like that. So I'm good. I'm not. I never even held my breath.
You're a hypochondriac. You're a hypochondriac.
Watch it. I never even held my breath. I don't want to know. I want the shit to go away.
So basically, don't fuck around, start coughing, and lose it.
Oh my God,
Amber, what buddy name is with that song? I don't want to know.
And if it's playing.
Oh yeah, I'm trying to tell you, man. Hey, the watcher. I was already telling Shepard on the phone today. I was like, Shepard, I already told my mom all my passcodes because that's how panicked I am.
This nigga getting his will together.
Word. My brother can divide my colognes, my shoes, on my teeth. I had to I'm only just like saying, you know what I mean? I probably ain't gonna make it if I get it.
This guy. So you anti-vaxxer too?
That shit ain't gonna come quick enough.
No. So look. So if I didn't take vaccine, let's say I didn't take it, because that was a good point. If I didn't take vaccine, but I still promoted it, I wouldn't be called an anti-vaxxer. You did, because I promoted it. So is those who
hypocrite vaxxer?
No, but you ain't living it though. What the fuck?
Nah, bro. I can promote, like, for example, let's say old boy promotes good credit, but and let's say what he's saying is true. No, just hear me out. Hear me out where I'm going. Old boy promotes good credit, and let's say if everything is legit. And it works out the way you say it works out. He could have bad credit, but yours is fixed. Like, you look at it like, no. So you would look at it like, yo, it works. You don't look at him like, well, why aren't your credit fixed? That's his personal problem. But you're gonna say the information that you're giving out, it works and it helped me out. So if I promote vaccines and I don't take them, not saying I don't, I'm just saying hypothetically, if I don't take them, I'm still a pro-vaxxer because I'm giving the correct information and I'm guiding you guys right.
Oh shit.
Nah, I ain't buying it.
I ain't gonna hold you. I ain't rocking with that one either.
Again, that was all hypothetical.
That's
whatever. Okay, so you believe?
Funny.
Okay, so
I'm actually more inclined to feel like you just a part of it. See, that would make me feel like it's more of a conspiracy than anything. This nigga preaching pro-vaccine.
This nigga an agent, cuz.
All right, so let me ask you this. So why do crackheads buy the crack from drug dealers who don't smoke crack?
You don't get high on your own supply.
Yeah, but they can say, "Oh, you don't smoke it? Wait, what's in there?"
But see, the reality is they may not smoke crack, but a lot of them they do some degree of a drug. They may not do that drug.
They do coke.
Yeah, they do something. Now they may not do that one just because hell, they ain't gonna be able to make no money. Not only that, but they're not even gonna be respected. You know what I'm saying? Like
Amber.
Huh?
Okay. A lot of drug dealers got hooked on their own supply because they was handling the drugs with their hands and it was absorbing it and it was getting high.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah. Okay. So now the young guys nowadays, they wear gloves or they get a crackhead to test it. So they don't put it in their mouth anymore.
Correct.
They go get a crackhead just to do it for them.
Yeah.
You know, okay, and then the crackhead tells them if it's good or bad.
So I heard.
Right. So I heard, you know, that's a hypothetical situation. So these people, so they don't know. They don't know.
But see, here's the thing. First off, the good. What is this good that they're talking about? They're selling a good high, right? This is a good high, a good cheap high that you want. And as a matter of fact, of all the people that's selling this high, I got the best one. You understand what I'm saying? They're not saying this is good for you. It's gonna increase your health, and they're getting what the fuck they pay for it. It's a high, and trust and believe. If the crackhead come and I'm not getting as good as of a high from you that I can get over there. I'm gonna go start shopping with Buddy.
Okay, Amber, are you telling me a banker got to take out a loan to give you a loan and that it works out?
You said what?
Okay, if you're going to get a loan from the bank, are you trying to tell me the person giving a loan, they have to have a loan too?
No, but they do have to know about loaning me money.
And I know about vaccination.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. Again, I'm not going to them and judging this based off of them having a loan. I'm going to get a loan. I'm already in the market for a loan. If you're trying to sell vaccines to me, I need you to be a proponent of vaccines. If I'm going to get a loan, I'm already on my way to get this thing.
Okay. Now, what about Amber? What about the people who are pro-vaccination, but they have lupus or some type of immunity comprehension?
If there's something that's preventing you from
hold on. Now, who the hell would admit that? You know, on a live or on the internet, who would admit? Yeah, my immune system is compromised. Like everybody, you won't do that with this.
But my whole thing is the whole point of offering the fact that you're not vaccinated, period. See, my thing is most people would assume that you are vaccinated. And I wouldn't necessarily consider it, I wouldn't personally consider it disingenuous if they didn't offer that they're not vaccinated due to having a medical deficiency that prevents them from being vaccinated. Because without it's like only reason why I'm not vaccinated is because I can't be. But if I could be, I would be.
Wait. Hey, Mika, you still in here, Mika? All right, go ahead.
Like psoriasis is an autoimmune disease. So if you have like a skin disease or if you have lupus and stuff, then they probably would recommend you not.
Okay. Now, again, if I'm selling you, let's say something similar like this, a vacuum that you believe works and you can use it, it benefits what you're trying to do at home, makes it easy for you, it picks up stains fast, you like it. Are you telling me you're going to say, do you have a vacuum?
Not really, no.
Right. So I mean that's how it works. So basically, when somebody pitched the vaccine information to you, they're just there to educate you, to tell you why you should take it, how you can be protected. Can I now,
I'm not gonna ask, do you have a vacuum? But let's put these things in like kind of in the complete context. Let's say I'm at your house and you're a spokesperson for a certain vacuum company and you're selling me on a vacuum, right? This is the best vacuum we got. You definitely got to have this vacuum. And I look and I see you got a vacuum and it ain't this fucking vacuum that you're trying to sell me. I'm not likely to buy this vacuum because if this was the best vacuum that they had on the market, I'm assuming that if you really believed in your product, you would have one. You understand what I'm saying? So the one
that's a person, but that's a person trying to sell you though.
But that's what I'm saying. So if you're going around, but who is who is going around preaching pro-vax unless they're trying to sell this to people?
No. First of all, no, I don't know who's going around pitching pro-vax. That's not what we do. There's Amber. We are responding to misinformation. The community has flooded us with pseudo information about vaccines. So we are responding. We're not pitching. We're clearing the smoke. We're saying, yo, that's false. Where'd you get that from? That's not true. This is the actual truth right here. We're doing that. We're responding to fake news.
Yeah, but hold on now, guys. Hold on.
Pause. Just if I may. And that may very well be the case. Now, see, to me, it seems like a pitch because the first I heard of this is really from y'all and this platform, because I'm not aware of everything else that's going on in the movement. So maybe if I was, I would see it from your perspective. But from what I see, I don't typically see people bringing up that they're anti-vax. I see a lot of people bringing up pro-vax and attacking people that's anti-vax. And
wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah.
We got booed at the vaccine debate. When we did the vaccine, anything on Saturday TV, not now, people are kind of sold, but leading up to that, Amber, the entire chat was booing us saying we're wrong. Yo, the community, for the most part, are anti-vaxxers.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying on Sinetta's platform. But I have not been on Sinetta's platform following on no anti-vax.
Right, because you are in the platforms where we're scientifically literate, or we're at least scientific aware. You dig? So
you know how they have the memes. Nobody at all. It always appears to me like y'all are responding to something that I don't see this noise that y'all talking about. Y'all responding to. That's what it's just
okay. Hold on. Finish talking. I'm gonna share a folder of I screenshotted all the anti-vax BS. I knew this would probably happen where I got to pull up a source.
But pause. Here's the thing. I know you well enough to just take you for your word because it's not that serious to me. I'm saying from my limited experience in the community and the platforms I'm on, I never knew that you all were addressing all this other noise in the community. It appeared to me that you all were pretty much addressing a problem that wasn't actually a problem. You understand what I'm saying? Kind of like
crazy.
That's just how I took it. Now I wasn't upset about it because I'm for vaccination, so I don't really give a fuck. I was just like, who is out here talking about they ain't taking vaccines? That's weird, you know.
Right,
but
Amber, I'm biased in being a completely.
This is one folder right here, Amber. This is all scratch. Go ahead, Haskell. This is one folder.
I'm biased in keeping it all the way 100 because if the anti-vaxxers rhetoric takes root, and let's say 10%. If 10% of the population decide not to vaccinate, by pro-vaccination theory, that would put all of us at risk because unbiased and other people who are protractors for vaccinations, they subscribe to the theory of herd immunity, which holds that at least what is the number? Unbiased is 95%.
90%.
90, right. So at least 90%, I'll say 90 to 95 of the population has to be vaccinated in order for everyone to be protected, right? So if the detractors of vaccinations, if their rhetoric was to just catch fire and take hold, and let's say 12% of the people decided not to vaccinate, theoretically, we should all be in danger.
That's not how that works. Because in Samoa, they had a 70% ratio of vaccinated people. And so I'm pretty sure they had some measles cases, but they were very limited and controlled. It wasn't until they went below 31% or up to down to 31% that sparked this epidemic in their country of the measles outbreak. So 90% pretty much has, but 90% makes the disease eradicated. You dig? Where it's gone from the country and it no longer circulates like that. 70% just means that your chances of contracting it, if you have a compromised immune system, is low. It's very, very low.
Right. So
yeah.
But that's what I'm saying, Bias. When you say that you don't necessarily you're not necessarily a protractor for vaccines, but you're just a person who's correcting misinformation. What I'm saying is that's not necessarily true because
I was saying I don't, because remember she gave the analogy of a salesman. I was saying we don't go out there trying to sell it.
No, but y'all are advocating strongly and saying,
right. But again, it's a response to misinformation. Like, so basically, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, but you're of the opinion that we need to get vaccinated to at least right. So, it's not just a matter of correcting information. You are taking an affirmative position. You're saying, we need to vaccinate. And if you're not vaccinating, you're potentially a danger to other citizens.
And here's the thing: I don't want you to take selling in a negative way.
Look, Amber.
When people say selling yourself, that's pretty much marketing. So whether or not you're giving truth, we're just correcting the information, so you're marketing the truth, right? That's pretty much what you're doing. You're selling the truth. You're making people aware. Hey, here's the truth. We have this over here.
But I'm not selling
it. Understand what I'm saying? So I wasn't saying it in like a negative way. So I don't want you to think like I'm saying like you're like forcing it down people's throat. But at the end of the day, it's a discussion that has been marketed from my perspective, from y'all side, from the pro-vax side. I have not seen anti-vaxxers making videos, but then again, I don't tend to follow those types of people that think in that way. So for me, it just appeared like y'all were addressing an issue that wasn't as great as the content that it was a lot of content about vaccinations, and I just wasn't saying. I'm like, now who keeps asking for this? Like who?
Okay, so somebody made a great point, and Craig Shrugg's name, Phil Valentine. So every so often, Sonetta, it's his platform. He has different guests. So a lot of his guests be anti-vax. So that'd be an opportunity. So now don't forget, our platforms are little. I got 27 people listening right now. It goes to 30, then it's back down to 20. Goes about 145. Garfield about 300, 400. But Sonetta on a given live is 900 to 1,000. So when he shows these anti-vaxxers, they are reaching more people than we are. So we feel like, okay, we got to respond. But more importantly, we got to respond on the same platform that the anti-vaxxers is on. So when Phil Valentine go up there, he says he makes a whole bunch of claims. So then we respond. We say, okay, let's get together. Let's call Sonetta. Let's get on there. You know what I mean? So we don't call Sonetta for no reason and say, let's get on there and talk vaccination. That's not how that works. The coronavirus, obviously, we got to talk about it, right? But it's usually after they come on there and spew what they talk about. You know what I mean? Their information. We usually go behind them. I don't recall ever we just go in there and talk about vaccinations without somebody first pitching anti-vax information.
Now, to be fair,
I will say more recently, surrounding this particular situation with Corona, yeah, I can see the things that y'all are putting out there as being a response. Now, again, but I have more interaction now, so I'm more aware of what's going on. I just was not aware of all the other noise at that time. Now, I will say a lot of what y'all not just coming out talking about Corona, you know what I'm saying? It has been in response to other stuff that has been said, but I do feel like some people tend to jump the gun because it is their area of interest. They think they hear something and then they kind of be ready to go in on it. You understand what I'm saying? Like, these niggas, and maybe because it's the experience that people tend to give incorrect information, so the guard is up. But that's all I was saying.
But Amber, in this particular community, though, in this little niche right here, that anti-government, anti-vaccine, that sentiment is very pervasive, though. You know what I'm saying? So that wasn't imagined on the pseudo killer's part. It's definitely pervasive in this little microcosm right here, for sure.
Yeah, definitely. Not in the real world, Amber. The real world, people don't. They actually vaccinate, or if they're not, it's no like they don't. It's not like so.
In the real world, people don't even put any thought to this kind of stuff
at all.
Right? It never even crosses their mind.
And guess what, Aspen? That's why
I was like completely oblivious. I'm like, people really like, is this a thing? I didn't see it as being a thing. Now I'm becoming more aware that it is, and I have already picked up on it. Oh, they're anti-government, so they're anti-everything except for, you know, other things that they get from the government. A lot of these people probably on food stamps or have been at some point, or, you know, that when they get this stimulus check, they're not gonna be, oh, I don't want no fucking stimulus check from the government. You know, like, you understand? Like,
so if you see this post right here, so I will post, so Amber, I will post things like this, or I would say if not vaccinations, then what? But I will make things like this, posts like this, in about 25 different, you know, Black allergy groups. And so I'm asking, are we pro or anti-vaccination? Please explain why or why not. Was it something you read? So every post I do is pretty much neutral. Like I want to know what you know. So the person responded, anti, it's poison. So I said, I am trying to research as much as I can about vaccinations. What did you read that said it was poisonous? That is a very strong claim. You see, so I'm coming at them like that. So I'm not a salesman. I'm trying to extract what information you know, so if it's incorrect, I can correct it, because we have that.
But that's the thing. I'm not even talking about you, because it wasn't until like I have never really heard you go in on the whole vax thing. I know you're kind of and I don't want to say it and sound disrespectful, but I feel like you're kind of like maybe a surrogate when it comes to these things of Aunt. So he does a lot of the talking around, and it felt to me like he was selling vaccinations to the community. I have not heard you speak on it as liberally as he has. I'm kind of putting you together because I know y'all rock. You know what I'm saying? But this isn't for you specifically.
Yeah, I think the community knows that when it comes to vaccinations, like I'm probably the guy to talk to. Yeah, and I'm just being real. Like I'm the guy as a pro-vaxxer. Like I'm probably the first guy you're gonna think of if you want to have it. Like if Haskell wanted a good exchange, I'm pretty sure he'll look for me for a good exchange. You know, if you want to beat somebody up, I'm pretty sure he'll go and pick who he want to beat up. You know, but when people want to have a serious discussion, and Haskell, I like Haskell. I like his thoughts on vaccinations. You did, like he in my mind, I tell people, I told Chef, so I'm on record telling people, I said Haskell really is the only person who we call an anti-vaxxer that makes the best arguments. That's like worth actually sitting down. And I don't believe his mind is totally made up. I believe we can like sit down and talk about some things and get to the bottom of it. And if I'm able to prove some things, I believe Haskell had no problem accepting it. I think other people are sold on their side because of religious views or because they sell a product. Haskell, in my mind, I don't know, but I don't think he has a religious view that supports the anti-vax movement, or I don't know if he sells some products. So that's why I look at him as somebody sincere, somebody who can really have a sit down and go over the facts. So I always give Haskell props. He doesn't know that, but I tell Chef,
Haskell is pro-vax.
So I tell Chef, I tell all these guys, I say, I say, if I'm gonna talk to anybody, I said Haskell is the one I would talk to really about vaccination.
No, I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, so when it comes to this, bro,
stupid.
I always give you props when it comes to this, man. I always say, Haskell know his stuff. And I don't think, in my mind, bro, I don't think, besides me, I don't think anybody can rock with you, bro. And that's just my opinion.
So are you admitting that you're the reason specifically why the debate appeared to be lost? Okay,
no, because at that point I told I said, we need another month, another couple of weeks or something like that. But the vaccine crew was ready to, like, they was touring, whatever, so they didn't have that. So I believe that I think we all were rushed there. You dig? Because
I don't think they lost, Amber.
So, but Amber, I will say this. Let me ask you that question though. I would say I don't know what I know now.
Okay.
At that time,
to me, Amber, the other side wasn't really there to compete.
No, they weren't. But see, my thing is, well, I feel like they lost before they even entered the building, just based off of how everything was set up, and it was not managed properly.
Okay.
So that was, and for people to be, like I said, the bravado is strong. So for all the hype that was led up to it, and for all the talk smacking, and I thought I was really gonna see some serious stuff, and I was disappointed. And I'm dead ass. Like, and that's all. Like, oh, these motherfuckers is playing. They doing all this talking, and then you making excuses about no, they tricked us. I don't want to hear that shit. Y'all was doing all this talking when y'all should have been handling business. You know what I'm saying? So for me, it was lost before they even walked in. But what really got me is that you could see that, like, literally they didn't really have no control in the situation. It's like the other side was just pretty much running them up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it just, even for the arguments that I wanted to give them, it's just like I don't even have and then the stream. And even once by the time I got a solid stream that I could watch, I didn't already heard everything about the fucking debate.
Yeah.
So and the attitude from everybody that was on this side was letting me know that it kind of really ain't even much, because it was such a defeatist attitude. You know, they're already making excuses for, like, when you see it, this is what was going on. You know, they like they weren't even, it's like they already knew they had fucked up and they trying to explain it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, oh, this that bullshit.
Yeah, because look, if you peep Amber, that wasn't a debate. Like on the pseudo killers, they're going there for a debate, right? They're going there in gladiator mode. For the other side, this was a anti-vax rally that we just happened to invite four little dudes.
They let y'all speak for a few moments.
Yeah, let these little niggas, you know,
had their moments.
And but, I mean, and then it was just even visually to watch these, you know, this is supposed to be the so-called conscious community, a so-called Sinetta production, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, and you let these people just come in and how they way with your ass like that shit just didn't sit well with me. I ain't gonna hold you, it just didn't. I said, this is some weird shit.
Yeah, like, I want to give you how I felt. So like the way it felt, I felt like we could have done better. Like, I felt that we rushed the debate. I felt like we had more time. I mean, admitted later when he went on Sunday's show, he felt like that we should have had more time. Like, it was a bad time of Christmas and people wasn't coming out to support anyway because they're buying gifts and doing, they got to do a vacation and whatever. But so yeah, we did. And at that time, I was talking Big Bang, by the way. Like, Unc said, redirect your attention to vaccines. You dig? But I was on the fly, you know what I mean? So I had like a month just to prepare. It's a lot of reading. It's way more than I could have ever imagined. So, but I didn't feel like I like landslides. I don't like split decisions, you know? So I feel like, if we don't landslide, I don't feel like we won. We could have won split decision, but I don't feel like we won if it's not a landslide.
Unbiased. Y'all didn't even get a question on the
Yeah, right.
Like, come on, like, that's ridiculous. Like,
yeah, so when I watched it over,
it was like two different shows. It's like you wouldn't even known that y'all was supposed to be doing something together, or this was, you know, it was just like, and forgive me, I'm shivering. I'm outside trying to smoke a cigarette. I'm shivering like a motherfucker. But it was just weird because it's like, what am I watching? Like, it wasn't cohesive. It wasn't
right.
And that was my biggest issue. And of course, like I said, people don't listen to women in the community, because when I'm asking the tough questions, like what the contract say, because I don't want to hear this. I want to know what the contract said. And then, you know, when people are like, oh, well, really no contract. And then I'm like, how are y'all? And see, this is where I have to go back to having a criticism of Garfield and Ankh and these different people, because you can't preach how Black people need to get themselves together and they need to, you know, be about their business. And then literally you enter a debate with no contract, no guidelines, no rules, no regulations, no nothing. You just going there willy-nilly, and then you like, oh, well, we got tricked. And I'm like, see, this is what I'm talking about.
Because the other side didn't even have a position to defend. You realize that, Unbiased?
Well, I did when I watched it over. I didn't know that during the moment because, you know, a little nervous. And
all the questions were to put y'all on the back foot. Y'all have to prove something.
Right. And, you know, see, I didn't like this. See, Unk's strategy was to debunk their claims, you know, Google and debunk their claims. And at some point in the debate, I said, they're 2-minute rounds. They're rapid rounds. We don't have enough time to research 20 claims in 2 minutes. I said, we just got to say what we got to say. And then you see we stopped the debunking, and then Unc got up and started talking because it wasn't like you said, Haskell. Like they had so it comes down to they had a better strategy.
I have a question. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Like, what is it on? I never saw the debate.
Oh, so it's on. I don't know.
Sonetta put it up on his channel.
Which one? He got two.
Just search on both of them. Search.
Yeah.
Just search vaccine debate. It'll probably come up. I mean, you're gonna have to sift through some titles because everybody had a title vaccine debate. So
let me pull it up.
I'll find it. But I mean, what I saw was like little clips as far as like I saw. I think it was what's his name? What's that little bald dude?
Divine Prospect.
Exactly. I saw him pop up and he was like talking mad shit. I saw a couple of Hebrews come up there talking shit, and I saw some female come up there, and then some white people come up there. So what it seemed like for me, because it was just like 2 or 5 minute clips, like everybody was so anti-Amin Ra squad, like this was the opportunity to say, ha ha ha, y'all niggas took an L. And then Saul's gonna gas it up like, go ahead, look, she's a woman. And so from what I'm like, damn, don't tell me we took an L. And I'm saying we because I feel like I fuck with science. I'm like, damn, we lost to this shit. You know what I mean? I'm like, there's no way. How the fuck? I'm like, that's why I said it to you. I'm like, damn, judging off the videos or the little clips that I seen, look like I'm in Ross Squad took an L. I don't know how, but that's what it seems like.
Yeah, because they control the whole narrative. You know what I'm saying? It's their debate. The moderator was theirs. The venue, everything was you know what I'm saying? Unbiased. Did you hear about James Weiler, James Lyons Weiler? He was in a debate. That white guy, the evolutionary biologist. He got in a little bit of hot water because when this corona thing initially came out, he said he had sequenced the DNA of the particular COVID SARS-2 or whatever you call it.
Yeah.
And he saw some sort of vector technology in the DNA, which typically implies some sort of
man-made intervention.
Right. Now, what he didn't say man-made, right? And he was very careful to put it out that this is a hypothesis, right?
Right.
That this was from a laboratory. And of course, people jumped on that shit. Oh, it's man-made and that, and he later got some more information from some scientific colleagues of his that had been working on SARS for a long time.
Right.
And he got to see some other genomes, and he was able to eliminate the hypothesis. But he had to go on Chinese radio and everything, and like, yo, this is just science. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man.
I postulated some hypotheses, and when I did further investigation, the hypothesis was eliminated. But of course, the extremists, they had done took his shit and done ran wild with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Exactly. So true. I mean, the watcher. Here's it right here. So that's Asar. That's Garfield. That's me back there.
Oh shit! Who got the flannel shirt?
Wait, Paul. I was gonna say pause. Let me go back and see the pettiness because I was looking in the chat.
Yeah. So this is the scientist on our side. Now she was snugged up at first. Now she way over here somewhere. All right, because of that order she said that came about.
I don't see a flannel.
I don't see no flannel shirt.
Hey man, I told you that they was advised to get redressed.
Okay.
Dude, you know what I mean? Dude went out, came back, I guess went to Payless or wherever and bought some other stuff and came back in looking, Dollar General fly. I don't know. But I know he ain't had that right there in his jacket. I know he ain't had his Supreme right there in his stuff. I know nobody had that. You dig? But anyway, so this was, okay, Asar's book right here. Hey,
I guess I do see the illusion.
He's slick. Look at him. Okay, I see him.
I see a loser chilling.
Okay, I see what's up. You snuck that in there.
Yeah, I said straight promotion because I'm trying to figure out what that had to do with the vaccine.
Word. I didn't even know his book was out back then. Okay.
I hear that. I ain't even mad at him.
I see you. Straight salesman. So
that's wonderful product placement.
Okay, so you know me. I'm gonna come style a little bit, little Gucci, little Supreme, little Polo. Yeah, a little $1,000 watch. I'm gonna come looking fresh. You dig? But yeah, I'm gonna come looking fresh. And in that shirt, I had a pseudo shirt, by the way, and all that. So I end up unbuttoning it, whatever. But you dig? You know, I came ready to look decent. I can't say that for many people that was there, but I came prepared to represent myself properly. You know, but this is, I'm gonna put the link in the chat. This is I'm gonna put it in the chat for you. Let me put it in both chats so anybody can just look at it, watch it. If you didn't.
Yeah, you know, unbiased. I'm all about what could be proven, man, and evidence. Like I was watching Verstein channel.
Oh my God.
Wait. What? I seen I was one of the top comments at the top. I was like, what was I talking? I was probably talking shit.
Oh, you was the top comment on there?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
There she go right there. This is bananas. What that shit say?
Oh, that's on today. That's on today's. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That was live from earlier.
But nah, like she was. Verstein was talking about how this thing in China might have to do with 5G and. See, this is my thing, man. I don't like when anyone on any issue makes, statements or throws things out.
and what have Unc ever taught me? Didn't stop. I'm my own researcher, dude. But go ahead.
The crazy thing is, because honestly, I don't even know what the whole 5G thing is about, what that entails. I have no idea. But what I do know is I've literally seen it on several comments like, oh, they talking about that 5G. Nah, I'm straight. And I'm like, what? And literally this is something I feel like I just heard a few days ago. And I'm like, well, I don't really know what that's about yet. So
yeah, but why do pseudos always know it before the experts? Like if you look at Polite thing, Inky thing.
And then it catch on so fast. I'm like, is it just me and they talking about it more, or because I feel like this is something like new that just came up and like people it's already like everywhere.
It's just a fad, Amber. Ain't nobody doing no reading and really, because my thing is, how the hell is radiation gonna manifest itself in the form of a viral disease? Like, how does that work?
Yeah. Oh my God.
It makes no sense. You know what I'm saying? I'm about what makes sense. So she's like, it's probably the 5G that's making them sick.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Some people be taking this stuff too far. They be going too far.
Okay, so this is who to be the this is Bernstein right here. Now her claim was, look, Haskell, I know Wild and them had to be upset she was on the car. I think Sanetta stuffed her in the car because her claims were so wild. I mean, it was like, oh my God, who put you? I didn't know you was gonna do that stuff. She was on her own island saying the most. We was loving when she talks. So most of our comebacks was on her.
Ain't that the one you was ready to propose to?
No.
Wow.
Uncle's in love with her more than me.
More than me?
Right. Yeah, I was in love, but I'm the one that really wanted to put a ring on it.
He bought the ring.
Hey, they said Sarge Fro ain't got no lineup.
Whoa.
Yo, stop, yo. Yo, stop, yeah.
Whoa.
Yo, true story, called her Verse Queen.
Called her what?
Verse Queen. Her name is Verse. Her name is Bernstein. He called her Verse Queen. That's funny, man.
You know what he making fun of, right? Is when Cass be calling like every woman.
Oh yeah, the queen thing. Yeah.
Yeah, yo, that should be me out, bro.
Nah, but look, I mean, she looked okay, but come on, she's okay. But you look better when nobody else looks attractive. You dig? So you look that much better.
Now I'm saying in general.
Oh yeah, I got you. I was responding to the watcher. Right.
Like in Jamaica, they got like the guys. They call every woman Empress. Like,
oh my God, really?
Yeah. Hey, what's up, Empress? You know, like.
Oh my God.
I never understood that. I don't know. It's cringy to me. Sorry.
Empress. Yeah, that's some game right there, man. Make them feel like they got all this power, like other guys.
But see, here's the thing though. Like, it's been a few times where dudes been real triggered in the train. Oh, y'all calling her queen, and see, for me, honestly, I don't give a fuck. You just call me Amber, cool. You say, oh, what's up? You know what I'm saying? But at the end of the day, some people really do be like, some women do be impressed by that shit. But you hear one compliment, you hear them all. Like, that don't impress me. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna be queen. Yes, I'm royalty because he called me queen. No, motherfucker, I'm just that bitch because I'm that bitch. Like,
yo, my thing is this: though, if every woman is a queen, then no woman is a queen.
Right. And how do you discern who's queen, who's a queen, and who's not?
Oh, I'm definitely not with all that. We are all black queen. No, some of these motherfuckers, me and you are not the same. I ain't gonna hold you. Hey, I'm not with all of that.
Indigenous. This is your teacher right here, Indigenous. He has a master class on coronavirus.
Who's that?
King.
This nigga here, dog.
A master class on coronavirus. There's not enough information on this stuff to have a master class. There's new information coming daily.
You stay with the fits.
Oh yeah. Definitely. He is funny. Hey,
he came into some money.
Hey, I came on his ask on everybody. I came on his platform. And I was like, he said, okay, I'm gonna throw somebody a wrench. I was like, throw me a wrench. He said, I'm buying sports. Oh my gosh, I should block you. Oh, you was Uncle's son. Yeah. So he snapped on me. I said, I said, bro, I supported you. You dig? I bought your products at one point. So you gotta have a little more respect for me. So he said, all right, I'm gonna monitor you. Make sure you don't say anything crazy. that was funny.
Yo,
I got kidney stones from you.
Did you see the one where he had a green screen of a laboratory behind him?
No, you're lying, bro. You're lying, bro. Oh, I'm gonna look for it right now. He's lying.
No.
Hey, Blake, the man.
Which one was it? Oh, I got it. Oh my God. Yo, wait. Yeah. Oh, look at this.
Got a green screen of a laboratory, dog. I'm like, bruh. Yo, something is really wrong with us, man.
Yeah. What's this? Fiji water right here?
But why you got them blue blockers on like that though?
I think those are for I think those. I don't know if those are designers or those are shades that's supposed to block out.
They go right down by it's a nigga in the laboratory.
It look like T.O., my quarterback, man.
You said T.O. He does, yo.
My quarterback.
I'm so upset at that green screen lab, though.
Oh my God.
He got all the vaccines.
Wait, I'm not gonna get on ink. I'm gonna get on this dude right here. I'm gonna get on this dude right here.
Yo, hey Amber, the nigga got on blue blockers in the lab, bro.
That's flawed, bro. That's flawed.
My thing, what's gonna happen next time? What's gonna happen next time you come on? You throw that screen out there, like nigga, that damn bottle ain't moved yet. Ain't nothing moved. Everything's still picture perfect.
The cleanest.
Now, guys, this brother right here, he upset me with this right here. He really upset. Okay, he's in his home. I mean, this does not look right at all. Sitting down in front of a TV. Now, this home looks smaller than other homes, right? This one looks kind of small. But anyway, the money ran out, whatever. But why would you have these on to do a presentation? What's the point of that? You're not, what are you trying to sell to your subscribers? Why would you wear these?
He is swaggy. Is that a touch screen? What is he doing?
Nah, it ain't touch screen. But why would you wear these? Like, it was like nothing here warrant these. But go ahead.
See, the more pressing question is how you wear those on that rug. When I say I've seen that rug so many damn times, like so many places.
With ankle size.
Like that's literally like.
Listen, look. I'm telling you. I got these right here. By the way, for designers, period. They are not to be worn to wear like Nikes. They are uncomfortable, and the littlest thing can like spill on top of them, or you could crease them. You know what I mean? It's too risky. They're not designed to be worn like regular sneakers.
But he ain't been wearing them all day. He wore them for this video.
Right.
I mean, at the end of the day, like we all know polite. Like to me, that stuff.
No, this ain't flexing. This is capping. This is capping right here. This is not flexing.
Kill him with these.
Capping, whatever you want to call it. You know, for somebody who can't afford those, it's a flex, and that's the thing. Like you say, he capping like, oh, that shit ain't really that expensive. It ain't really. But at the end of the day, a lot of niggas in the community be mad off the cap. You know what I'm saying? Like this is a fact.
Yeah, you're right, but this is, I mean, god damn, you over the, okay, now watch this right here.
For the niggas that's wearing spike wristbands and fucking door knocker chains and shit,
that's right.
He's flexing a little bit.
Okay, so now to do a presentation, you gotta have Versace's on, a Versace belt, like to do a presentation.
That's a prerequisite now.
I mean, hell, you wear your Gucci and all of that shit to the goddamn debate now.
Yeah, but that was for presentation. Nobody.
You wear your good shit to the debate.
Amber, that's when you do it. When you're out in public representing yourself.
But he still presented himself to the public because this is online.
Amber, look what I'm saying. Amber, when I'm saying people who got designers is nothing. When you got a whole bunch of sneakers and belts and stuff, it doesn't mean the same to you anymore. So sometimes I go out there with a regular Calvin Klein belt sometimes and with some DSW shoes because I don't have to prove anything no more. He's supposed to be a millionaire. I already did a live where I showed millionaires and how they dress. Nobody looks like this. Not even an average guy looks like this when they got designer stuff. It's not a big deal anymore. He goes out his way every last live. Floyd Mayweather wears Jordan sometimes and his little TMT sweatsuit. He never dressed down. I mean, bro, so when you see he's trying to, like you said, Amber, he's appealing to people who are impressed by this to believe his story about his success story. That's why he does. It's part of his little scam.
But here's the thing. I'm not gonna hold you. See, to me, he looks dressed down. If he got on some expensive shit or some designer shit, I wouldn't pay that close attention. He looks dressed down.
Yeah,
you know
I
what I'm saying?
tell. Like
he
when
had
on
some fucking Timbs. You know what I'm saying? Like he looks dressed down to me.
Now you don't wear that with that. You that's not how you rock that stuff.
Oh, now you this nigga personal stylist. Come on now.
No, I'm saying I know somebody. First of all, I know when you don't have it. I'm trying to be polite. I
understand what you're getting at, but my whole thing is for a lot of people who also don't have it, it looked like he do have it. Now, for somebody that do have it, it's like, now see.
Right. No, I get it. And now, Amber, you're right. You're right. For the ones who don't have it, they are oppressed. I'm pointing out the scam in that. Like you're pretending that you're this rich guy. So I'm letting people know this is not a rich look. If you're successful or wealthy, you won't look like that. It's okay to wear some sweats and some regular shoes or some slippers. You're home. I got slippers on right now. If y'all home, y'all probably dressed down. It's okay to sometimes go out there and just have a sweatsuit on or regular jeans. Real rich people do that. They're not always. I can go to the baby IG right now. You'll see them with some stuff. You'll see them with some no stuff. And another thing is, you don't always got to wear Gucci on your stuff to let everybody know. When you know it is. You know what I mean? Only people who know what it is would know what it is. You don't always got to wear it. It don't always got to say Gucci on it or have to say Versace on it. That's what I'm trying to say.
I'm biased.
What I'm saying is, I get that, but just moving away from the name brands, not even addressing that. But as far as him, like putting himself together, because I don't really care particularly what he got on, but literally, I can pull up several different YouTubers if you go through their channel, and these are just regular average blowjob folks filming in their closet or in their living room, but they're literally getting dressed, putting on full face of makeup, to talk about or review a show, reality show. This is, I mean, this is real talk. They take it.
They're not trying to fix success, though, are they?
Huh?
Are they trying to fix success?
Well, that's the whole thing. No, they're trying to create their success off of
right.
YouTube.
I don't mind that, but if you're faking it, we got a problem.
Hey,
and he may also be trying to create more success off of YouTube.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying? Like,
I got something for you.
Hey, unbiased, go back to the lab, man. Go back to the lab, bro.
Man, don't do it.
Hold on.
Don't do it.
Amber. In 1 second, Haskell. Amber, look at this.
I'm listening.
Everybody, look at this.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna lie. I like Brother Polite, but all of that shit is clownery to me.
Yo, listen. He got the ring on. The ring costs like $200. That's not, and the chain. This is this is $400. This is not really expensive. So a rich person won't be showing a $300 ring, a $400 chain. Like, they don't do that. Okay, now watch this.
But can I just say something?
Yeah.
Can you hear me? My thing is, let's say it's a $400,000 chain. What I think when I look at this is you got money and you still don't know how to dress because this shit don't even look good to me. You understand what I'm saying?
Amber, like, he's overdoing it. Nobody wears this much stuff.
It looks like a butt.
I mean, but truth be told, nothing he ever wears, even if it is as expensive as he claims, it never looks good. I mean, and I'm not gonna hurt, and I like Polite, but I just don't think he's a good dresser. It's like, okay, so it's so I
got one question. Why would you take a picture like with your head like this? Can anybody answer that question?
You gotta see my Versace.
Yes, you gotta see the logo. You dig? That's corny. The look away. He said not the look away. Yeah. Now, Amber, watch this. Hold on. Watch this. Watch this. Shit. He's gonna act like his shoes cost $1 million. Look.
Oh shit. He looked like a Moor.
Look. Why you do that?
So freaking fine.
All right, the
chain is vegan.
I'm really bothered by the different tones of gold, like the gold and the
right.
Like that just, I'm like, woo.
Go back to the lab. I want to see this in the lab.
You know how you get an outfit or a pair of shoes and you can't wait to wear it.
Right. I do that too, though, Amber. I buy a pair of shoes, I'm wearing
them. Full screen it. Full screen it.
That nigga just went food shopping. He gonna wear his shit.
Oh, me too, Amber. I ain't gonna lie. I do that too.
Hold on. Let me see what he got in the lab, dog.
Are these wine bottles? Is this wine bottles? What's that?
Yeah, that nigga got a wooden desk in the back.
You got peroxide right here.
That chair don't match, bro.
Oh my God. What about the coin? Say the coin piggy bank right here. You put all the pennies in this.
Like nigga, how you got a wood chair in the laboratory? You ain't got no swivel joint. You ain't got no. That nigga got the kitchen chair in the goddamn lab. What
the emptiest beakers.
And one of these things is not like the other.
He in a room like you got to put in the key code to get in that bitch.
Nigga got a box of cereal in the corner.
Yeah, Essential, what's your question about the ingredients? Like, that's my favorite. Like, I love when an anti-vaxxer bring up the ingredients.
That's a clean room.
That's so ridiculous, man. This nigga really act like he in a lab, bro. That's blowing me.
Bruh, listen, I'm gonna show you something.
So quick question, because I'm joking and stuff, and you know it's obviously a green screen, but he wasn't really perpetrating like that nigga was in the fucking lab recording the video.
I don't know. I haven't watched it.
He wasn't really doing that.
I don't know. I didn't watch it. So
why else would you do it, Amber? He knows some people really gonna think he in a lab.
Right.
Well, maybe he trying to be funny, like playing off the doctor. Like, oh yeah, I'm in. You know, like. I know for a fact he wasn't really like insulting the people's intelligence like he's real life in a fucking lab. That can't be what was going on. It must have been an inside joke.
Nah, the rabbit got the gun now.
Oh yeah, that rat thing was funny as hell, bro.
Oh shit,
Yeah,
bro.
Did you see the one where he had the tennis shoes around his neck as a chain?
Oh my god,
Oh.
the red sneakers. Oh,
What?
Oh no, that's the video unbiased. You went in on me about
Yeah.
being in that chat room.
Wait. You said what? He had some tennis shoes around his neck.
yeah.
Man, a whole bunch of fool of
I'm gonna show you a picture of that. Let me
You
see.
mean like a telephone pole?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I'm gonna show you I'm gonna show you the picture. I got it on one of my videos.
Was he at a gym?
Nah, he was being interviewed.
Nah, you know who he looked like? He looked like Krang off of goddamn Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Dog.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
Yeah. He said Craig.
No.
That's messed up, man.
No, that's
Straight out
blank
Dimension
right
X. Oh
That's
no.
Hey man, I like Inky a little bit.
I liked him when he was killing who was he? It was him and what's his name? Fuck.
Art
from Team Osiris.
Oh, and Ngozi.
Yeah, when they were going back with that biogenesis.
Yeah.
That buck dancing, man. I used to fuck with Inky. But then that's when I started fucking with Unbiased because not Unbiased,
Ngozi.
but
and Ngozi.
Because I started researching. I'm like, oh, do you know what the fuck he talking about?
Yeah.
I started to get off the pseudos and fuck with the real ones.
Yeah. So one thing, they had a big debate about something. Inky said the right word, but he pronounced it wrong. So Ngozi thought he just said biogenesis, but he was trying to say abiogenesis, but he didn't know if it was called abiogenesis or abiogenesis. That's how it's spelled. So he pronounced it wrong, and Ngozi thought he was trying to say biogenesis. He didn't know he was just saying abiogenesis or however it's pronounced. So they got into a big thing on that because he pronounced it funny, like probably not how a scientist would pronounce it. So I'm gonna show you the sneaker chain. All right.
Oh man, I can't.
Please don't do it.
I can't. He wore some shoes around his neck.
And whole time I'm like, I know he finna take these motherfuckers off right now. Right now. Okay.
Now.
How long did he have them? Oh, nigga, no.
Too motherfucking long.
He color coordinate. Oh, he doing that shit on purpose. He feeling swaggy. Oh, no. Oh, Inky, cuz he must ran into some money. He must have ran into some money.
No, that's a clear indication that he didn't run into that.
No, I mean from where he came from.
I don't know. Yeah, he got a lot of. It appears to be designer stuff. You know, I don't know. Cause New York, when I was going to that vaccine debate, they had a whole basket walking up towards it, full of fake Gucci, everything you wanted.
That nigga know a good booster. Period.
Now I don't mind somebody. Now let me be straight. I don't mind somebody wearing fake stuff because you're smart. Why would you spend a lot of money on something? You know what I mean? You're gonna wear it one time, whatever. So if somebody wears some fake stuff, I look at you as financial literate.
Oh man.
Especially if it looks real. Like I look at you as that. I'm the dumb one. Spending all the money on something that I only wear once in a while.
Now see, I ain't gonna hold you.
Damn.
I've never been one. I'm not gonna get something and perpetrate it as being something else and it ain't the real thing. I can look good in some shit that ain't, Fucci or Balenciaga. I can look good in something that ain't name brand, and I don't have to fake at it being a name brand. See, when you do that, you're doing it for people's validation. You know what I'm saying? You're not doing it for the actual quality of the good.
Yeah, well, most, like you said, Bob, with the makeup thing, mostly everything people do is for validation, especially in this world of exposing you on Facebook and Instagram. People love to catch you slipping and meme out of you.
I like Calvin Klein shit.
Hey, shoe store, what you mean New Jersey on lockdown? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, they just fucked Arizona up today. They said that all the bars and all the restaurants get
mandatory. Yeah, but what do you mean? Because I know X got a curfew where he's at. They can't leave after 8 o'clock. So I want to know. Yeah, and then they can leave only at 5 a.m. So it's a 5 a.m. to 8 o'clock curfew. And
that shit will work down in Florida because niggas down here do not listen, bro.
Emotep, are you serious?
Florida niggas is retarded, bro.
Yeah, indigenous, I agree. Like, he said he could wear Wranglers and still shine. Yeah, I mean, I got some no name. I got some no name stuff.
I didn't even know about clothes till I came to America like that, bro. I remember when I came to America in '95, I went to middle school, and I still had my clothes from Jamaica. And I had no idea what was in store for me, boy.
Hoboken. That's the name I was trying to get that name, true story, Hoboken.
They roasted your ass?
Roasted? Man.
Oh yeah. You're gonna get it, yeah.
Cause you know, this was in the 90s, so you know, like,
oh my God.
Yeah, like name brands and all that shit. That shit was like everything to us.
Yeah.
So, bro, I'm talking about the minute I stepped in the classroom. I had on some I think I had on like some Umbro shorts with fucking
some British Knights.
with this goddamn horrible polo shirt made of burlap, you know, that rough ass.
Oh my God.
Shorts.
Yeah,
now see that would be kind of lit nowadays, you know.
Yeah. Did you have that fishnet shirt though that a lot of Jamaicans be wearing?
Hey Amber, you talking about the mesh marina probably. But yo Amber, they rank me in every class. I'm talking about mercilessly to the point where I started shoplifting.
Wow.
And
yep.
But they tell you that peer pressure, man, for your children, man, that shit is real.
I ain't gonna hold you now.
So
I was more so I got whatever I wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So I was one of the roasters. Now I didn't necessarily pick on people that I knew didn't have it, but you know, it was always the people that thought they was fly and like they gonna be in competition with me. Bitch, sit down. Niggas too though. We'll roast a nigga too. But
it's always worse when a female do it, man.
Oh yeah, it's
no mercy. But all the guys gonna laugh just to get some clout. It's even worse.
But at the end of the day, I ain't gonna lie. I still I hung around, you know, older cousins that, you know, shoplifted. So I went through my whole little shoplifting phase too. And my last time shoplifting, and
last week.
I know, hell no. I wasn't even stealing. As a matter of fact, so we used to hit up, you know, the expensive department stores like Ayers and pretty much just go through and anything that ain't got no tags, that even if it couldn't fit me, I was shoplifting for my part because I was just doing it for the thrill. So my mama had gave me and my sister $1,000 a piece to Christmas shop for each other.
God damn.
Yeah, we were supposed to Christmas shop for each other. Man, I had already really did my Christmas shopping the day before, stole everything, went with my cousin when he went and got his little girlfriend something too. Like I said, I just did it for the thrill. Ain't spent $9, okay? So then I goes back to the department store the next day with my sister and my older cousin. So it's just, and her brother, the same brother that I was there with the day before. So we all goes back to the store. And I know I done got everything, so I ain't stole nothing. So they was in there for too long. I be in and out. So my sister, she had got real, you know, savvy. She had took one of the bags from behind the counter and started putting her stuff in one of their bags, so it looked like she had actually made a purchase from the register. Then I go back to the department store the next day with my sister and my older cousin. Oh, so anyhow, we on the way out the door. We on the way. I'm not carrying no bags, no nothing. We on the way out the door and security come up. Now, as a matter of fact, my cousin BJ, he ended up carrying out one of the bags. My sister had 2 bags in her hand. My cousin had 2 bags in her hand, and then they gave him a bag to carry out. This is how heavy we was getting in. So they tapped us on the shoulder and took all 3 of us to the back and let him go. Even though he had physically took a bag out the store, they let him go. The female officer just thought he was so cute and he wasn't around, so he couldn't have nothing to do with it. So literally, she was like, so she told me, and I'm the youngest person in the room. She was telling me like, well, just admit that you. I said, admit what? you ain't caught me with nothing, and I don't even see why I'm here. Like I didn't take nothing out the store. And she's like, well, you had this shirt. You was looking at this shirt, and it ended up in a bag. So I'm like, what? So I'm like, no. So anyhow, my sister and my cousin, they ended up going to jail that night. I was released to my mom. Now, of course, my mom was pissed off because we actually stealing at the mall she worked at. But she didn't work at that store.
Niggas ain't shit.
She worked at Carson. But no dead ass. But what really made it bad, they was really pissed off because when they went through our purses, because my cousin had just cashed her check, so she had like $1,000, a little more. My sister had her $1,000, and I still had my $1,000. So they was pissed off because we literally could have paid for everything that was stolen.
Yeah.
So they was heated. So my sister and them, they got released the next day from jail or whatever. I ended up having to cut my summer short and go back to court. So how I end up getting off, because I ended up getting off on a charge. It never hit my record or nothing. And I represented myself.
You a more.
So
I'm into that Morris doctrine.
No. It was a female and a male. So it was a female and a male. The female was the one that was in the dressing room and kind of pretending to put on stuff while they was going in the dressing room and layering up and putting stuff in the bag. So, but she didn't show up to court. So when he's giving his account of what happened, and they said, do you want to cross, exam? I said, yeah, I want to ask him a question. I said, were you in the dressing room? He said, no. I said, well, where? So what you're saying now is hearsay. You're telling me what she told you about what I was doing in the dressing room. Where is she? So the judge looked at him like, where is she? He like, oh, she couldn't make it. She said, well, the case is dismissed.
Oh wow.
And that was that. But that was my last time. I said, my mama was so mad.
Yeah, you watch too much Polite. That's why you ain't want to get on his clothing, because you watch his little defend yourself type stuff.
No, that was just hell. Who was finna pay for an attorney? Like, who was that?
Yo, I put so much. I'm biased.
Yeah,
I put so much pressure on my old girl to get me. I don't know if you remember the Marshall Fox.
Yeah.
Bruh, them shits was like, I think it was like $120, dog. I put so much pressure on the OG, right? So I told her, I said, no, she told me, she said, look, if I buy these, you ain't getting no clothes. This was like back to school shopping or whatever. So I got the Fox, right? But I still had all my Jamaican clothes.
Oh my God.
Bruh, but a nigga couldn't tell me nothing though. I had $120 on my feet, bro.
How old were you at that time?
13, 14.
Okay, yeah, that's funny. It has to look. I'm surprised it was hard on you, because we did not, when I was growing up, we didn't really roast Jamaicans or Haitians or any like what they called black immigrants, because we felt like y'all didn't know. So like y'all had a pass. Like where I was from, we would roast American blacks who wore funny stuff or like no frill sneakers, stuff like that. We didn't really roast the Jamaicans because we felt like, that's not what they're into. Now, if you wore something too crazy, we'll get on you. But if it was like regular stuff, nah, ain't nobody really say much.
I had that polo shirt from the flea market with all the polos all around it, big ass polo.
Yeah, my man said Beverly Hills polo.
Nah, them polo shirts they be having a big ass polo, man.
Oh yeah.
Is that all over the shirt? Is that the stuff that Garfield said they be clowning him about wearing?
Nah, that's different. That's US Polo. His shit is at least an actual brand. I'm talking about the shit like you go to a flea market. I don't know what y'all call it up y'all way in Florida. Flea market. And it'd be like shit that nigga done made to the crib, or like some Chinese people done sold some shit up. So it'd be Polo Man.
Oh, okay. So like just an iron on.
Yeah, word.
Huh?
Now go ahead.
Now I'm saying it's Polo Man, like every square inch of the shirt got a Polo Man on it.
Right, yeah, that's funny, yo. Every part of the shirt got a Polo Man. I've never seen that before. Yeah, you was wilding.
No, but going back to what you was saying about I don't mind, people rocking stuff if it's fake, they being smart. But see, when we was in school, we used to tag people. like say somebody got on a FUBU and like we already know it, like that shit is not no real FUBU, that ain't no real Tommy. We would literally go behind and like pop their tag, and you know it got the Fruit of the Loom or the, you know, like nigga, this shit ain't real.
Yeah. I wasn't a good dresser until my brothers graduated, so I started to wear their clothes. But before that, like after that, like I just wore enough to get by and not get roasted. I had my Air Forces, you dig, little American Eagle jeans, Union Bay, you know, a little flannel shirt here. At one point, the flannel shirt was rocking, you know, the Easy E Snoop stuff, and they were like very, very cheap. So I had a whole bunch of them. Somewhere in the 90s, flannel shirts was rocking for us out here.
Hey, did y'all wear Taylor's unbiased?
Like like fitted stuff?
Nah, Taylor's is a brand. It's jeans.
Nah, I never heard of that.
Nah, but people used to think that I spent a lot of. People used to think I spent a lot. Like, I had clothes, and now see what I did spend a lot of money on was my shoes. I loved Air Force One, so I had them in every color. But people used to think I spent a lot of money on my clothes, but no, I used to literally just take my time and go through TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Rags, Burlington. I always got my shit like at a cheap place, but a lot of people weren't knowing, so they trying to go to the big stores, and they spend all their money on one fucking outfit. And I'm like, child, I done got 3-4 outfits for what you spent on that one. You know, like, but people wasn't knowing. I just knew how to be frugal with my money.
Yeah.
Once I did start spending it.
Yeah. Nah. There's some heavy deals out there in those like Polo outlets and wherever outlets. Like they be having heavy coupons. You can like combine them. Man, you just got to be a part of that coupon thing. I know my cousin sent me some heavy stuff from Polo sometime, and I went crazy in there, man. I went crazy in there. But yeah, so you're right. You can buy some expensive stuff for like discounted prices. You just got to catch them when they have those discounts, and they be flying. The discount go up fast, so you bought it for a discounted price, but now it's regular price. So it's like, yeah, I paid regular price. Lee's and Levi's. Yeah. So what jeans, like we was having a debate. What jeans is rocking right now? Like we were debating, like no one person could tell you what jeans, because every time somebody give a jean, some type of pair of jeans, somebody will say that as corny. So for men, what jeans are rocking that's stylish right now?
For men, I like Levi's, like American Eagle, jeans, and pretty much that's what I buy my son now. And even sometimes like H&M, you know what I'm saying? I'll fly through H&M and buy him something from there. Now the jeans he like is a little different than what I like for him, and I'm talking about my teenage son.
Yeah.
Now my mom just had bought some True Religion jeans not too long ago, and she thought she was gonna get in them, but she couldn't, and they was men's jeans. So she like, hey, see if he can fit them. Yeah. And he can. So he actually liked the jeans, and I think they corny as hell. But I've never been into over embellished stuff. So if he got rhinestones, if he got
I like that right there.
Patches, I'm not into shit like that.
I am. I'm into that stuff.
Yeah, all of that is, I'm like, yeah, you doing the most. And that's like, see, he don't mind, but then again, he's real basic. So he's not the polite that he gonna wear some over embellished jeans and an over embellished shirt. Like, and truth be told, like him, like I spend money on his clothes, and it hits me off because I'm like, I ain't buying you nothing else because you just don't put your shit together right. Like, it's like the kids nowadays, they feel like if they just got expensive shit on, they ain't even got to try. Like they'll just put on anything, and it irks me.
Hey yo, but everything you said, the True Religion, and somebody said Jordache jeans, all those jeans I heard people say was trash. Like some people say they rock them. I heard people say they were old and trash. Like I don't know a pair of jeans that's like universal like that. Most, the consensus of the hood would say, yeah, those get a pass. Like everybody is weird. Like I'm
literally never heard now. American Eagle, I think a lot of people don't really just be up on that. It depends on where you from, whether or not you up on.
I used to watch those in high school when I was like, 17.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like just regular, like a regular hood nigga. They not really going to American Eagle to shop. You know what I'm saying? But like Levi's, I've never really, because Levi's have so many different styles of jeans. I ain't never heard nobody just say Levi's outright was trash or corny or none of that. Like typically you can find a good pair of Levi's jeans that fit you right, that look good.
Yeah. He said true religion was played. I told you. He said, "Yo, look, we gonna get."
And I ain't gonna lie, I feel like True Religious is played. So when my mama mentioned, I'm like, man, he ain't gonna want no damn True
Religion. I love the rhinestone jeans, man.
I hate that shit. Like people was like people was rocking Robin's jeans.
Yeah. I can't in Haskell. I came late. I wish I'd have known. Yeah, I didn't start wearing stylish stuff till about like 2 years ago. I was Haskell. I'm no lie. I was slacks and button ups every day, no matter the occasion. I was like business attire every day. I didn't own no jeans. So down Haskell and Amber, everybody on the panel and listening. When I learned about Robin jeans, I said, "Oh, these are fly," and they're kind of expensive. I'm about to get props. When I went to go buy them, I heard these are old now. Like I was like, "Damn, I missed that wave of Robin jeans." I was so mad.
And I like Balmain jeans, but
Yeah, I like Balmains. I like them Balmains.
Robin jeans, I wish they come back because that's what I would like. Those rhinestones in the back pocket, all that.
Don't
I like that.
You wearing that shit on bias.
I would be wearing it, but I told that when I got hip to this stuff.
Don't tell me that, man. I'm gonna have I want them to come back so you can put your ass in them jeans and I can post you up like you doing polite. I want you to do it.
Yeah.
You don't count the rhinestone.
Check, you from Philly with that type of.
Where the rhinestones at on the jeans though?
The back pocket.
Weird, like that, like. Oh, wait, don't tell me that.
Everybody knows what you got.
Amber, you ain't never wear them back in the days of acid wash and the stone wash?
Yeah. I'll still rock some of them if I come across a cute pair.
This guy. After the answer. Yeah. So the acid wash, I remember all that. Yeah. So I'm with you guys. I'm the type, since I can't find a good pair of jeans, I just rock some normal stuff and just everything else be fly, like the top and bottom be fly, and maybe like some type of hat or a headband or shades. But the jeans, I can't find good pairs, so I just rock just regular. I don't know. They got a name. Like I went to Newark and they had some jeans on sale for $50, so I bought a couple of those. Man, they look like a little ripped up, whatever, a little stylish. So I bought a couple of those. But I'm like out of the loop. I'm behind time on the fashion of jeans. Somebody said, Balmain, I'm not paying $1,000 for no damn jeans. I'm saying that right now. I probably won't go past $150 for a pair of jeans.
I like the Balmains. I never wear them. I don't have the money to afford them, but I like them.
I would never wear them, but I had an ex that fucked with them heavy. But I'm like, nigga, you spend your money on that bullshit if you want.
Which money?
Yeah, I do all of that for my kids because I want them to do, have it like I had it, but I don't give a fuck about none of that now. I had my days where I dressed and won best dress and did all that extra shit. I'm grown as hell now.
So tomorrow, sometime, probably during the day, I'm probably gonna re-air Chief X video when he's getting on SR, right? So now this is I'm not doing it to start anything. I'm just saying that there's an ongoing discussion, and I will play a SR video too. I will ask him. But I want people to hear all. So for those who care about the thing with Greenberg and that whole linguistic study, linguistic debate or discussion, I want everybody to hear all three sides, because it seems like we only hear the SAR side, and we are being called laymen. We don't know what's going on. So. I think and then I'm going to re-air Josh Kane video. He is definitely equal because Asar actually debated him. So you only debate your equals, right? So Josh Kane knows about the subject. So I'm going to re-air Chief X and probably Josh Kane video for those who care on that subject. I know it's a subject we don't care about. It's kind of forced on us.
I do have a couple questions.
Yeah.
I know you're going to re-air it, but I just want to save myself some time. Has anybody come across, because I kind of went through it and I'm like, that's a little, that's questionable as well. I'm tapping out because this is not what I thought it was going to be. So I will be upfront and say I did not watch the video in its entirety. But from what I've seen a lot of assertions that, okay, this is a linguist saying this, that, and the third. I may have missed it, and maybe I need to, watch when you re-air it tomorrow. But did he actually go through and um, qualify those linguists as being qualified to critique
Nah,
a
he
God?
on that video, Amber, he never actually presented any linguists. He just showed the Wikipedia exchanges between the Daniel Truth of God guy or Power of God or whatever the name was, and the Wikipedia editors, and them saying basically that the uh, the um, the proposed phylum is garbage, and there is no, he didn't qualify if these people were comparative linguists or whatever the case may be, nor was it nor was any exposition given to show any particular errors um, in any of the information proposed by Assar or Mboli et al. No.
Okay, and one more question.
Yeah.
So because I do know the Stevie editor in particular, and I can't recall because I know he had read some comments prior to that at like the top of the page. Then he scrolled down and Stevie had made like a comment, and then below that it was a comment from Stevie, literally like hours apart, that was in complete contrast to the other comments. So one comment is like, he's trash, it's this, that, and the other. And the other one was like, oh, the work is well put together, is well thought out. And I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, this is the same poster. So were there other editors underneath that? Because that's kind of where I tapped out of the video, because he kind of like downplayed it. And I'm like, so you don't want
there was other editors in there crapping all over it. But here's my thing. For me, it's all about evidence and demonstration. I don't really care about the popularity thing, and because again, this is the example I always bring up. When you look at some of those artifacts in Egypt, right? Like the 100-ton statue of Ramesses, that's perfectly symmetrical in 3 dimensions. Front to back, and 2-dimensionally the face, right? The nose, the nostrils, everything literally is mathematically perfectly symmetrical. The consensus by Egyptology is that these monuments, these megaliths, were created by a quote unquote primitive Stone Age civilization, and they did these things with these very rudimentary Stone Age implements, like little flint chisels and copper chisels. And if you know anything about manufactural engineering or structural engineering, which I'm not saying that I do, but I have enough cursory knowledge to know that consensus is ridiculous. I don't know if I see Wuja was in the chat. Like in the Serapeum, I forgot what part of Egypt is that, but it's in one of the tombs, or not the tombs, in one of the pyramids. They have these I think the boxes are like 50 tons, and then the lids are like 10 tons, and the way how the boxes are cut, they're made of quartzite, which is too hard for copper to cut, and the cuts are like perfectly precise. Like this was no Stone Age civilization that created those artifacts, but the consensus is, you know what I'm saying? Like almost 100% of Egyptologists will tell you that they did all this shit with some little copper chisels, and you know, so I don't particularly that consensus stuff.
All right, look. So let me answer 3 questions, right? And I know what y'all want to talk. So ancestral energy said that all the ingredients. So dude, ancestral. That's probably for a different show. So maybe tomorrow, or maybe Saturday, something like that. I'll go into the vaccine ingredients. I have no problem with that. So maybe for a different live, I would do that. Not right now; it's too late. Indigenous black man said, he said Negroes got dreadlocks with weave now. Would you wear one? Yeah, I would do it because I always wanted to know how I would look with locks.
Man, hell nah, dog. You gotta be kidding.
He asked. I'm just saying I probably would do it because I want to know how it look with locks.
To be honest, nowadays you really can't even tell. So if didn't nobody tell you they had it and you just didn't know, you know, you mean for a lot of people you don't even know they got weave in their hair, and you compliment them on their hair, it ain't even their shit.
Oh hell.
For the last, so I probably would. I really would like to know how. I had braids for like 10 years, and I was always afraid to go to locks because I always want to take out. I got tired of the braids. I want to take it out, so I never wanted to commit to a style, and then I'll get cornrows and then thick braids, all that type of stuff. But anyway, Melvin Jefferson said, unbiased, gonna have rhinestone shoes to match. Yes, I'm into that type of weird stuff. I like colors. I like shiny shoes, shiny clothes.
I can't wait till you do it so I can post a picture up of you and count the rhinestones.
I like the shiny stuff, yo. Yeah, if I could find a pair of sneakers that actually light up, I will buy those. You dig? I love lights and shiny stuff. Yeah. I love lights and shiny stuff. Yes, I will do that. So I just wanted to answer those questions, and Mujabo, I think you want to say something.
Oh, peace. Can y'all hear me?
Peace, yes, sir.
Hey, peace to the panel. I'm trying to see who's all on the panel. Yeah, but peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Yeah,
so,
I was.
So we got Haskell, we got the Watcher, Amber, and Saru.
Okay, yeah. I was it is funny because I just perused through YouTube and I see you live, and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I assumed that you were asleep, and that it was just rolling. I said, okay, it's about 2:50. I said, watch, Unbiased is on here by himself.
I'm in the bed right now, dude.
But you're not actually. But yeah, you brought up a topic. I just want to say on the topic that you said you were gonna play a couple of the videos so people could see it, is that Asar's discussion with Joshua Kane. I typed it in the chat. I said it shouldn't be called a debate because Asar wasn't debating him, and he wasn't debating Asar. Then Asar was basically addressing his video that he made, way before they actually had that discussion. So he invited him on while he addressed his video, which was different than how they did Asar or how he did Asar. So he rather just address it while he was there. Otherwise, he could have just addressed it without him being on at all. So it wasn't a debate. It wasn't set up to be a debate or anything. It was just basically explaining just how kind of crazy his video was.
Okay, wait. Sorry, Wujal, 1 second. So, because I remember when Asar was giving a presentation, I remember Haskell kept saying double X and unbiased. So let me clear it up. So I want to clear that up real fast. Haskell, I know you see me roll double X a lot. I never had an argument for Asar with the whole linguistic thing. I told Unc I never had an argument at all. My only thing is this. When there's a controversy between somebody or two people, I'm gonna by default favor and go with the experts or the consensus. So that's my only view. So I never had an argument. Like I told Unc, I don't have an argument. I don't even care to discuss it. You dig? For me. So I told Unc that a while ago. So I just want to say that because I know people see me with X a lot and X have arguments. I have no argument. I'm clueless. Well, I know a little bit about Greenberg. I read it, but I'm clueless to everything that's going on between everybody. I'm clueless. But anyway, Wujao, go ahead.
Okay, so listen, on this topic, what's going on, what happens is like right now it like raised its head because Asar published his book. If Asar didn't publish his Illusion Volume 2, none of the topics about linguistics that you see in recent time would happen right now. So every time there's some kind of movement and whatever, that issue comes up with Greenberg, Afro-Asiatic, Negro-Egyptian, and all this other kind of stuff. It pops up. And so, but what happens is people who are just now being exposed to those kind of discussions, they're missing a lot of context. And so in history between Asar and other people that you see him or that you see try to say something about his work or whatever. And so people miss out on that context. But this goes back years to when we had first start talking about Afro-Asiatic and everything on Hangouts. And I think this is back when Ngozi was either still a member of Amon-Ra Squad or he had just left or whatever the case is. Whatever the case is, it was around that time. So that was a long minute ago. And so there was a challenge put forth about Afro-Asiatic being real and stuff like that, stuff you hear now, and that, Asar was saying that no, it's not a valid genetic language family, et cetera, et cetera. And so it goes all the way back there to the point where a challenge was put forth to debate the topic between with Ngozi and whoever else, and it never happened. Then it came up again. It didn't happen. Some people were supposed to say they were they asked to get 3 months or 6 months to study, come back, and it was going to go down. Never went down. So there's a long history of that whole topic. And I would say it goes back to 2016 at the least. And I could be wrong, but it's 4 years, roughly 4 years. In 4 years' time, all these people who have so much to say about, these linguistic issues, they could have learned the historical comparative method themselves, and they could be competent and proficient in it by now. 4 years by now. And I'm not even saying get a degree or nothing, or whatever. Even being an autodidact, 4 years are long enough to teach yourself. And nobody has done it because nobody who has so much to say ever demonstrates anything. And that's something that needs to be underscored, highlighted, bold, whatever. Nobody demonstrates anything. It's always periphery stuff. It's always saying, okay, this scholar is fringe. This scholar is pseudo. Now the new thing is Asar plagiarized. And that's in itself is just stupid. It's retarded. Because, I mean, you take the person in our so-called circles and conscious community, the one person that has the most citations. If you open up any of Asar's books that he published, he has the most citations out of everybody in these circles that you come across. Citations, bibliography, references, and all this other kind of stuff. To single him out and to say that brother plagiarized to deceive people and stuff like that, that's like beyond reaching. That's desperation. That's whatever you want to call it. Hating, desperation, reaching, envy, whatever. I mean, all those words apply because it's just stupid and retarded. So that's how the buildup has happened in the history. So I'm just telling you all that there's a lot of history where it's not even about the work anymore. It's not even about the work. Like if I told you 2 + 2 is 5, and the time goes on, the conversations no longer becomes you trying to educate me that 2 + 2 is really 4 and not 5 anymore. Now it's a whole bunch of other stuff, and that's what people are getting caught up on, including Chief X, everybody, and the reason why is because nobody knows about linguistics, about comparative linguistics. Everybody can speak a language, obviously, and everybody knows basic, language issues, but nobody who's doing a lot of talking has taken time out to learn. Like right now, Bias, you said that you're clueless, and there's a lot of people are clueless, but you're not one that's going to create a video and try to debate, argue, or attack any kind of points. So I mean, I would think that you wouldn't do that, because it's like I don't know enough.
No,
but
exactly right.
So
right.
that's why we get this whole plagiarism argument, though. Which, if I may, just briefly, the reason why I don't even take that, like, a lot of people felt like that was a smoking gun. Like, oh, he plagiarized. This is evidence that he plagiarized. And for me, in my perspective, I'm like, okay, well, first off, you're comparing. Never mind the fact that he has more citations than anybody in this community, and you're saying you're isolating his work, and you want to test that for plagiarism. Never mind that. Let's look at, okay, amongst people in his field, if you take their different publications, how much of this would seem to be quote unquote plagiarized? Because I'm assuming a lot of these people repeat some of the same concepts and ideas. So are you doing a fair comparison? Because to me, it would be only right for me to show you not only that, okay, he has a lot of the same material from this particular work, and I'm gonna prove that by showing you how little material. I'm gonna pull another thing, another book from the same genre that's talking about the same thing, and show you how their percentages are way, way, way lower. So this is abnormal. He's definitely plagiarizing. You understand what I'm saying? Versus taking this one work, because as far as we know, a lot of the other books in that area could somewhat be similar to the same percentage of quote unquote plagiarism as his book. So that seemed a little disingenuous to me, because you didn't set the you're judging about this one book, but how do we know that this same material doesn't show up in this book, this book, this book, this book at the same rate? You have to show me that this is kind of like a outlier. Like, no, this ain't a regular occurrence that's happening. This is an outlier. So clearly he's doing this and it's intentional. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. But this is the thing. Like I said, a lot of people don't know the context or the history of the topic, at least with certain people, not everybody. Like Chief X is a brand new, his speaking up or whatever is new. But for I know for a couple of people, this goes back, like I said, at the very least 4 years. And like I said, I could be wrong. It could be more. I know it's not less, but it's definitely 4 years and or then some. And the old Amara Squad channel was taken down. And so a lot of those videos where we had those discussions that I'm talking about was, they're missing because that channel was taken down. So that had to have been like 2015 or 16 or whatever the case is, 4 or 5 years. But anyway, so it goes back. So it's history. And all I'm saying, here's the point. Because it's about the information and the truthfulness or the accuracy of it so that we could benefit in some form or fashion. And so if people really felt that Asar is wrong in his works or whatever the case is, then you have to demonstrate how he's wrong, where he went wrong, where he got off course in the methods and so on and so forth. And in order to do that, you have to know the proper method yourself. And you have to demonstrate your competency and proficiency in the method to be able to show somebody else's method that's in error. And so none of that's been done. And it's been, like I said, at the very least 4 years. Nobody's doing that. It's always some peripheral other stuff, like that's not really relevant to the facts of the issues and things like that. And see, I've been witnessing it, and I've been participating. Matter of fact, I think it's 2000, because it's been 6 years, because I've been having these conversations for 6 years, and Asar has been having these conversations longer than I have. So I've been having these conversations about historical comparative linguistics, at least, or that, you know, somewhere around there for 6 years. I've been seeing it. And so you see the evolution of the conversation. First, people assumed that Negro Egyptian was a title, meaning that the languages, all the languages associated with it came out of Egypt or the Egyptian language. Like the Egyptian language was the parent or the first language, and everything else was descended from it. So that had to be straightened out. So nobody really thinks that anymore. Then you have the problem with the title, the Negro in the title, and then you got a problem with the Egyptian in the title. So the Negro in the title, they think it's blackology. Okay, you saying everything's black and this, that, and the third, because Negro means black in French and Spanish and whatnot, and all that kind of stuff. Then they had a problem with Egyptians thinking that the languages extend from the Egyptian language. Neither one of those are correct, but nobody looked further past that and, you know, to find that out. So that had to be explained. Then the Afro-Asiatic situation comes up. When that came up initially, people thought that we had a problem with the name Afro-Asiatic, you know, Afro-Asiatic, as if the name is a problem. So we had to explain to people, man, it does not matter what you call it. You could call it Oogla Boogla, Boogly Woogly, Piggly Wiggly. It doesn't matter what you call it. It's not that the name is invalid. It's the collection of languages that are grouped together, regardless of the name of that grouping. That's what's invalid. It's not a genetic language family. And so we had to explain that. And so that's where you got to get a little more detail about it and why it's not a genetic language family. So, you know, we've been having these conversations, you know, for a long time. So that still creeps up a lot more than the Negro and, you know, the black thing. And so as of right now, you know, Asar introduced Mboli to the community. And his book is in French, so it was inaccessible to a lot of people. But even still, people had so much to say about Mboli's work. Never read the book at all, but had comments and opinions about the work. So that cycle replays itself every year, just about every 6 months, every year. People had jump up and say it. So even with Chief X had so much to say. He bought Asar's book, never even read it, never even read the preface. But then he's going on, you know, and made all these videos and things. But I think he said he threw up a truce or whatever. And I, you know, hopefully that he stumbled across some things that, you know, caused him to kind of learn and be able to discern some things. So I don't know what his motivation for the truce, but I think he said he has a truce right now. He's not making any more videos or whatever case is. But anyway, it's
UCLA. He went to UCLA.
Oh, well, yeah, well, but still, I mean, at the end of the day, if people don't want to, if people are going to have something to say about it, they're going to have to learn more than what people are doing. And that's the bottom line. So it's really irrelevant to talk about anything else but to demonstrate. And the only person, like you said, I'm biased. The only person who's been the reason why it seems like you're only hearing from Asar, or if Asar has a side, you're only hearing from his side, is because he's the only one that's demonstrating. He has publications where he demonstrates, demonstration after demonstration. He has live videos where he's demonstrating after demonstration. And see, one of the problems is that a lot of areas of linguistics is being taken for granted. People think linguistics is a slouch study. Like we take it for granted as a collective because we all speak a language. We go through K through 12 learning grammar and maybe English literature, English grammar. Some of us take French or Spanish, and it's like, okay, cool, and I'm straight. You don't really need to dive any further. So we don't look at linguistics, especially historical comparative linguistics, as we would chemistry or something like astrophysics. See, nobody would have these kind of arguments about the details of astrophysics like they're trying to do with historical comparative linguistics. But it's based in logic and math. Language or linguistics is a math issue. And if you're not rooted in logic or math, if you didn't like math as a, in school or do well in math, then a lot of the concepts it's going to be a big learning curve, and nobody needs to be sitting there trying to argue and debate if they don't understand, these things. And so these are things that we are confronted with trying to explain to people. And so people just need to relax and chill, learn, and not try to be an adversary to it, and just learn. And then, get up to speed on it, then make some arguments if you see some errors and whatnot, and point those out. But they can't.
Yeah. I like that Bololo guy. That's my type of guy right there.
Oh, Bololo. Well, yeah, Bololo.
He did, or from what Asar read, he did what I was saying, like, to me, like, you have to come that way. And I get why y'all, well, for you anyway, you kind of want to just pare it down strictly to linguistics and kind of look at it in a vacuum, but and kind of leave the race thing out of it. But Bololo, man, he just straight up raw with it. That's my type of guy right there.
Well, but wait a minute. We say take the race. See, in a lot of scholarly fields, there is definitely racism. There are a lot of biases in there. And the only way to combat it, though, this is what people understand. You don't combat it with the anti or the other side of racism. You combat it with science. You combat it with evidence. And this is what a lot of people are coming to learn to know now. You can't, like, if somebody's being biased because they're white and they're saying whatever, and they write a book, you can't therefore come back and be just as biased, but on the other side and have a black bias. It's not about
not at all. But you gotta call them. You gotta call them on that though. Like every time. That's how I see it. You gotta call them on that every time, and you gotta show how their particular bias is informing their opinions and postulations.
And the thing is, the only way you can do that is by demonstrating the facts, the science, the evidence. Because if I don't have any evidence, then I'm just gonna appear to be, and that's what they blame us of being, this Afrocentric. They use Afrocentric, like, okay, they're just blacking out everything.
They took that word and made it a pejorative. And that's what I'm saying, Wu Jiao. Like, no matter how much,
though.
Huh?
I said, well, you do got real black allergists out there that makes everything.
Yeah, absolutely. But this is what I'm saying.
But see, the thing is the same as you do as white allergists, though. Like, so
right. White allergy was before black allergy.
I know, and that's the thing. I think the gist of what he's saying is, even when they present their white allergy, to some degree, they present an explanation, right, of why it is this way. Now, unless you do the proper demonstration, you can't really discount, okay, that's bullshit that you threw right there. This don't really prove that. You know what I'm saying? This is your bias peeking in. Versus somebody just coming back and just trying to argue against that from the opposite extreme. You understand what I'm saying? Without that demonstration, is going to continue to be that, because they are, for the most part, the quote unquote consensus. You understand what I'm saying? Those same biases are existing in their process. So unless you come in with the proper process and correct it, you're not really going to get rid of that.
And so basically it sums up to, you cannot defeat whiteology with blackology. That's not going to work. Yeah. You have to defeat whiteology with a demonstration of the evidence, science. Now you can point out, after demonstrating, you could point out the fact that they're wrong. And the reason why they're wrong is because they have this racial or this bias or whatever. You can point that out, but you can only point that out once you demonstrate what it really is. Like, I can't say you're wrong and then never show what it really is, and then reverse it by being equally wrong, but black wrong. You know what I'm saying? I can't make everything black or whatever the case is. So that's the thing. So what you say, Bololo, that's the point. he wouldn't be able to say what he says unless he was able to demonstrate and give evidence that he does and put it in. And that's and you're right. But that's a secondary thing. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
You get the science, you do the demonstration, and then as a secondary thing, you're like, well, listen, the reason why you went wrong, Mr. So-and-so, is because you have a history of this. And here's where you go wrong every time.
Right.
And scholars are hip to that. Like what's his name? We had a conversation last year with man, I don't know why I'm losing this guy's name. Man. Tag. It's gonna come to me. But it's somebody you all know if I say his name. Man, hold up.
Is he a linguist?
No. He's not a linguist, but he has to consult linguists in the work he does. Shamar Ikeda.
Shamar Ikeda? Okay.
Yeah, right. We had a long conversation with him, right? And he was saying the things that I'm saying right now. He was saying that we are in an era of time where we can no longer advance our knowledge by simply painting everything black and doing what our revered scholars have done in the past. We have to actually literally stand on their shoulders, or almost like a relay race, take the baton and keep running. We can't run towards them and the baton. We have to take the baton from them and keep running forward. And he was saying that to say that we have to step it up and actually put forth the demonstration and the evidence. And we can't come from the angle of it's this way because it's black and all the black and all the feel good and all the the attempts to put back the self-esteem and stuff like that. Because when we do that, we overcompensate and we come up with a lot of errors. That's where you get a lot of people trying to make everybody black, from King James to
the Vikings.
To Alexander the Great is going to be black next, or whatever the case is. Everybody's going to end up being black to make us feel good and whatnot. So
black Vikings and shit. Like, who would want to claim the Vikings anyway?
Yeah, so he was saying that we have to be signed, and this is something that Diop pushed, and it's something that I read all the time. I show it on the screen all the time. I read it where Diop was saying that we have to put together a multidisciplinary team that's rooted in science. And that he said that, he don't even like it when people just take him for his word. He wants his stuff to be checked and to be perfected and stuff and move forward. So, he had the same sentiments as that. So that's how we got to do it.
Oftentimes though, nothing can trump white fiat. And why I say that is, white fiat can say the sky isn't blue, and it isn't, because they have the resources, they have the institutions, and they have enough voices to where they could drown you out. Like, I was listening to a discussion that y'all had with Team Osiris. I want to say it was like 2-3 years ago, about Afrocentricity. And one of the guys on Team Osiris was relating a story about when he was enrolled in Nova Southeastern, which is a college down here in South Florida. And they were taught in class that the first autopsy or some sort of medical procedure, the first ever, was done by some Greek person. And the gentleman from Team Osiris said he went and got sources from the British, I think it was the British Medical Journal. So he made sure that he went and got white sources that showed that Imhotep had did the same procedure many years before. So he got actual sources to validate that. And then he brought that to his professors, and they just told him, hey, look, we're not dealing with that time period. We're dealing with this right here. So, we say this is first, and that's what it is.
Well, but to say that's changing. See, it's a change, it's an evolution. going on, and so a lot more. And this is what you, I mean, you're actually seeing it unfold right now. A lot of these conversations is a result of the change that's occurring. And people have to understand that it's not about the skin color of a person who wrote anything. It's about the evidence. It doesn't matter any of that kind of stuff. And then, people think that just because you can cite somebody, that makes the argument true. And that's a classic case of appeal to authority. So I went over that: appeal to authority versus deferring to authority. And so just because somebody can be cited doesn't make any argument any truer. It's the demonstration of the evidence. And that's what people are just going to have to get and understand. And once people understand that, it doesn't matter the color. Like, I shouldn't have to go get a white source, because there's no such thing as a white source. It's either a true source or a false source. That's it. It's not a black or white source. It's true or false. It's accurate or inaccurate. That's what people should focus on now. But the thing is, people are not equipped to discern if it's true or false. But you can clearly see if the author is white or black. You see what I'm saying? That's the easier route. That's the lazy route. Like, okay, I saw a picture of that author, he's white. I see a picture of that author, he's black. Because I'm black, I'm gonna roll with the black one. But they don't care about the truthfulness, because they don't know enough about the subject matter to discern if one author or the other. And I asked this question. I said, listen, if I don't know anything about a topic, I have to defer to the experts. And so if I go to expert one and he tells me the answer to my question is A, and then I go to expert two and he tells me the answer to my question is B, and answer A and B are conflicting or contradicting each other, what am I to do? Mm-hmm. I'm stuck at that point. So to make a long story short, I therefore, if I care enough and it's something I really need to know, then I have to take up and learn the issue myself. I have to learn to do the work myself so that I can discern, who went wrong, who's right, and stuff like that. And that's what collectively people fail to do. And for the past over 5 years, even with this linguistics issue, these linguistic issues that come up.
Hey, Wu Jiao, what's that papyri where the Egyptians talk about their origination? I heard it on a YouTube video, so I don't know if this is actually correct. I want to say it was the papyri of Turin, if I'm not mistaken, and it speaks about them saying they come from somewhere around the Great Lakes region, and that their kingship actually goes back 30,000 years, and going back to the time when the kings were divine kings and all that. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, but that's a couple of things you kind of mixing together. But the Egyptians, the running thing in the community was that the Egyptians said that their origins comes from the south, the foothills of the mountain of the moon, where the god Happy dwells. And that was pushed and made popular by Dr. Ben. And he said he got that from the papyrus of Hu-Nefer. And there's no such statement in that papyrus at all.
Right.
Matter of fact, no papyrus.
No, I actually heard this on another, it was on another YouTube. This was an Australian gentleman, a white guy. But is there any sort of papyri where they talk about their ancestors being these sort of god kings and their history going back as much as 30,000 years? Any of that sound familiar at all?
No, that's what I was saying. I was just clarifying that you were mixing two separate things. On the kingship side that you're bringing up, there's kings lists that go back, where if you read Manetho and Herodotus and stuff, where they talk about the kings, where the gods themselves were kings and they ruled for hundreds of years or even thousands of years and stuff like that. But that's not literal. But people who don't know any better will think that these people actually live 900 years, 1,000 years, because they may be influenced by the biblical narratives and taking those literal, as if a man lived 930 years and so on and so forth. The deities are not sentient human beings. Never was, never were, never will be. All right.
Mm-hmm.
They're not sentient human beings. They didn't walk the earth. They didn't have arguments. They didn't talk. They didn't, they weren't flesh and blood. The people understand the meanings of the names and how they are defined in the mythos, the various different stories and things. Nobody would think that. And I mean, even the most laziest person should be able to pick that up just by looking. If they even want to do the lookership, there's never ever on the planet Earth has ever existed a human being with a scarab head, a human being with a frog head, a human being with a lion head, a female lion, male lion, a falcon head, and all these other heads, snake head, and all this other kind of stuff.
Now, the reason why I brought that up, Buja, is because, it seems to me from my cursory little understanding of the culture, just like all the cultural affinity of the Egyptians, like it seems like most of the affinity is goes back down to that region. So, for instance, things like the head elongation, the tribes that you see in Africa that still practice it is down there in that region, around that region, the Great Lakes and that southern portion, the leopard skin thing denoting kingship. What else? Let me see.
I can save you the time. You have to rewind a little bit. First, you have to have the understanding that ancient Egypt or Kemet, was not a homogeneous group of people. It was a multi-ethnic group of people who came together and became sedentary along the river, along the Nile, over periods of time. When the Sahara dried up, people migrated there. People were already there. People came in, through the Delta. So if you start by understanding that Egypt was not a homogeneous one family or one thing from the get-go, then the conversation would change, because now we can't say, okay, the Egyptians came from the south. We can't.
But what I'm saying though is, Wuja, to me, the things that, all right, so like the things that are, I guess, would be staples, right, in their culture, insofar as their, like the jewelry and the dress and, we all know there are many cultures like the Beha, but I'm talking about the things that we associate with Egypt, like some of the, the staple things that kind of undergird the culture. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I hear you. That's what I'm saying. But that's all. See, it's just on how people discuss it, I guess, because the king shit came from the south, and it's trickle down. It's all about trickle down, economic trickle down, culture, and everything like that.
Right.
So, but this is where comparative linguistics comes in and helps as a tool to help. And that's a huge tool to have in your toolbox when you want to discuss history, philosophy, and everything like that of a people, because you can see the sibling languages of a group of people, and by seeing the sibling language, the parent language of several siblings, you can also make a correlation between culture items, because language represents the psyche of the people. And so once you make that determination, it becomes a tool that will aid you. And so there are a lot of affinities to central and south, to the south and to central or interiors of Africa with Kemet.
Right. So how much would you say, because, the detractors, one of their big talking points is, going back to that cultural milieu that you talk about, the fact that they were multi-ethnic. One of their biggest talking points is the fact that people of the Levantine region were quote unquote always there. So my question would be, just how much of an influence or impact would you say these Syrian, Turk, whatever those other countries are in that Levantine area, and that's starting from the point where Egypt became a polity. How do you think that's overstated?
It's stated for the wrong reasons, and it's really kind of irrelevant to a lot of the conversations, but people inject that. Like I said, if people understood that the Egyptians were not a homogeneous one people, then that wouldn't be a part of the conversation, because then you would focus more on what makes an Egyptian an Egyptian. And so what makes an Egyptian an Egyptian? What makes a person, they refer to themselves as the Rimage. What made a Rimage a Rimage? Was it their skin color? Was it their ancestral place to go generations back, or what? Like where is the demarcation to make for us to identify a Rimage from somebody else? And once you have that discussion, then a lot of the other stuff will fade away. Because like, for example, there's stories within Kemet that they tell you what these things are. There are people who are born and raised in Kemet who leave Kemet. They're no longer a Rimage. They have successful outside. They gain the language and the cultural facts of other people outside of Kemet. And when they come back, they are no longer considered an Egyptian or part of the Rimage group. And then they have to reacclimate themselves, and then they be considered an Egyptian again. So there's clear distinctions that they make that people don't bring up and don't talk about, but we want to superimpose other things that have no relevancy to how they dealt with things. And one of the biggest things is this modern social construct of race. And I'm not saying you're doing that now, but I'm saying that's like the biggest thing. And so when they talk about the people of Levant or West Asians and stuff like that, that was the running narrative from the dawn of Egyptology.
Right.
Because they could not have Egypt to be a homegrown African civilization. They just could not have it, and they fought against that, because you got to understand, there's no way they could justify enslaving people and treating people the way they treated during the transatlantic slave trade and all that other kind of stuff, but then at the same time give Egypt such great props for everything. You gotta understand, when European communities came out of their Renaissance and started to study their the Greek literature and Roman literature and all that kind of stuff, they saw how great Egypt was, and they themselves gave high reverence to Egypt. There's no way they could transfer that over to the same people or stock of people, as they say, as
right.
the ones that they enslaved. So the whole running thing was, okay, Egypt was a European or West Asian civilization or creation.
Right, but Wuja, you do realize that is like a huge talking point for why people subscribe to that Afro-Asiatic language family, or whatever you want to call it, because for you're looking strictly at it in like a mathematical sense, and you're kind of looking at the linguistics in a vacuum. And these people who are the detractors of what you're saying, they're saying is, a language doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's spoken by a people. And if at the heart of their argument, they're saying that the seed population, all right, so to use a modern day example, America is heterogeneous, right? Highly. Probably the most heterogeneous nation in the world currently, right? But the Senate is 100% white or European, whatever word you want to use to describe those people. So this is a big talking point of your detractors. They're saying the I guess you could say, the shot callers, the thought leaders then of the society. So sure, it was multicultural and heterogeneous and all that stuff, but the thought leaders were these people from Western Asia and the Levantine area. And if it were these people who are from a ethnology standpoint completely different from an indigenous African, and they're saying these are the people who were the nucleus then of this society, then naturally it would be their language and everything that is attendant with that drove the culture.
Okay, but see, here's the thing. One, I don't look at it in a vacuum. And I just, like, yeah, I know you and I just pretty much fairly recently met. And so this has been something I've been dealing with for a long time. So I'm very, very, very familiar with the detractors' arguments and things. And I've read a whole lot. So I've done a lot of literature review on it, et cetera, et cetera. You got to understand that you brought up Afroasiatic. Out of the Afroasiatic language phylum, under Greensburg's classification of it, only one of the languages is outside of Africa. So that's not why they're using that for that reason. Because if that's the case, that doesn't even make any sense. For that to be a nucleus when there's all the other languages in the phylum are considered African on the African side. So you got Afro-Asiatic. So if we wanted to break that up, the Afro side is dominating the Asian, Afro-Asian, the Asiatic side. Okay, so that can't be the basis of that, and that's not what they're using. I should say it's a whole lot of history there for the reason why they say what they're saying. But Afro-Asiatic and them holding on to that is not the reason. Because a lot of them, it's like everybody else. It's like if we're talking about a group of people, in order for you to know who I'm talking about, it may force me to have to use a reference to the people based on a language and a language family, or a language phylum, I should say. And the most popularly known are the four under Greenberg. So a lot of people use it, but they have no idea of how it was formed. What's the basis for it to even exist? Of why we're saying it. Like if I were to take a poll of the so-called conscious community and ask them, why was Afro-Asiatic created by Greenberg, or like why does it exist and what is it? Even the people that use it, they wouldn't be able to tell me. So it's just one of those things that people are used to hearing and stuff like that, and repeat it. Not until it's challenged or we dive into it that we understand that, hey, that's just a superficial reference to make. Afro-Asiatic speakers, like, okay, Afro-Asiatic speakers, which one? Which language? Because is it Semitic? One of the Semitic languages, Akkadian, Hebrew, Arabic, or whatever the case is. So it's on the level of that vague conversation that people have. So it goes deeper than that. It goes deeper than that. Remember, there was a race during the decipherment period, late 1700s, early 1800s. There was a race to see who can uncover the secrets of Egypt, because they felt that whoever was the first to do that will be an advantage on the world stage and take over the world. And so there was a battle between France and England to decipher, and that's the whole beef between Champollion, Thomas Young, and all the players that were involved. They were on a race, just like the United States and Russia raced to see who could put a man on the moon. Back then, it was a race to see who could decipher the Egyptian script, so they can get access to the text and the genius behind the text because of the civilization. They thought that Egypt was built by some mysterious group of ancient culture that no longer existed, but they had the secrets to the universe and the mystery schools, mystery systems, and this, that, and the third.
Mm-hmm. But
You know,
so I don't know. I don't know if you've been. I mean, you must. I don't know. Maybe you haven't been watching Team Osiris's recent lives, or really paid attention to comments in the chat or on panels made by, you know, folks like Sheffrin. But if you listen to Team Osiris recently, and Gozi stresses that point often. Like, to me, that's the main point that that I hear them. It's the main refrain that I hear all the time, over and over.
Wait,
and over.
what? Which point?
The whole argument about the West Asian Levantine area. It's constantly refrained. And if you look at that 2017 DNA analysis that those geneticists did of those 3 mummies in the what is it? Abu Simbel Melek, some area in North Egypt on the coast. The way how they titled it, you know, they said recent genome sequencing indicates that there was a increase of sub-Saharan DNA in Egypt in the post-Roman period. Like, if you are paying attention to the way how it was written and marketed, what they wanted the reader to come away with was ancient Egyptians, right, share the greatest genetic affinity with people of the Middle East and the Levantine. So, to me, this particular idea, it continues, like, you know, every time I look, like, that particular motif is constantly pushed. And
let me just say something to you. We did a live and we went over the study, and it's not what people are making it out to be, pattern after the headline, after the title of it.
No. I'm sorry, Wujah, to cut you off, because in the body of it, in the body of the actual study, they do make it clear that, hey, you know, this is 3 mummies from this specific area, and of course in the southern region, you're more likely to find Yeah, they go into details in the body of it.
Right. Now we read the whole thing. We read the whole thing, shared it with people.
Yeah, I've read it, but guess what? That's called being slick, Wujao. They know what they're doing. And if you pay attention to how headlines are written in today's society, they do the same thing now.
No, but what I'm trying to say to you is that this is an ongoing push. There's nothing new. Like, look at the Time magazine that published on the cover. It says the Black Pharaohs,
right,
of the 25th dynasty. That's also within that same thing. Look at how they paint the picture as if the 25th dynasty was the first time that Africans ruled in the Nile Valley and its delta.
Exactly, bro.
Look at how they changed Nubian. See, people think they're hip to the game, but they're not. They still got some fine tuning to do, because everybody that uses the term Nubian and Nubia is falling for the game as well also. And I explained that in detail in past videos. So it's what I'm telling you, none of this is new, and it's gonna be ongoing. It's not until we start to demonstrate. See, we can't reverse that with the Blackology. We have to reverse it with the science and the demonstration. So that's what's being done. And that's why I said people are actually witnessing a shift occurring right now. You know, and it's not going to happen overnight, because it didn't come this way overnight. And so as more information, as more people become competent in these various different fields of study or whatever the case is, and more work is produced, then we'll start to see more people get exposed to another narrative. But yeah, it's the running narrative. It's been the running narrative. It's been the financed narrative. and all that kind of stuff. So it is what it is right now.
Right. So that's what I'm saying, Giles, that I'm telling you, because I've heard Ngozi repeat this ad nauseum. It is really, it's at the heart of their argument. Because like you said, they told you that they were going to do studies into linguistics, and they haven't done it, right? So what are they using to buttress their arguments about why this particular language problem is legitimate and this one is not? And I'm telling you that probably principal on that list is that particular talking point we just were going over.
Yeah,
have you listened to Timo Ferris's lives recently?
No, I don't. But it's nothing new. That's what I was trying to tell you. The art I was trying to give you more context. It's the same arguments that are repeated over and over again, over and over and over again. So it's the same thing, same issue, same talking points. Maybe said a little differently, but it's the same thing. And there's a mixture of biogenetics with linguistics or language, and it's done all the time. And so it's nothing new, and it's not, it's just not going to be resolved until people gain some competency in these certain fields, in certain situations. So, until people start to demonstrate, then it's not, it's really not. I mean, really, like Asar, for example, when Asar had the video with the brother Joshua, like that was like a second thought. Like that's why it's a long time. Like Asar, for example, is not really how we say it, phased by stuff like that. It's not, it's not even a thing, because it's like, once it's like somebody trying to like Floyd Mayweather when he was still fighting, and if somebody just in the crowd just random just call him out, it's like, man, like what? Like I don't like what are you doing? Who are you?
What did you think about, I don't know if you ever read that the DNA analysis that DNA Tribes did on
Ramses III,
the Armani mummies? What did you think about that?
Oh, I mean, it's interesting, but still, see, those things only become a focus by people who are focused on that. It's coming from this
Blackology.
This need for something. Like I said, let me ask you right now, what makes an Egyptian Egyptian?
It would be their culture, is what I would say.
Okay, and what is it? What is the Egyptian culture?
I don't particularly know. I mean, I could speak to certain aspects, like I said before, like the head elongation, and I know in early dynasties they had this concept of the solar blood, and the royalty wanting to kind of the matrilineal thing, where the kingship was passed down through the line of the mother, I believe it is. So I could speak to certain little aspects like that.
But that's what I'm saying. So if people are determined what they are based on the culture, then the talks that are attempted to have in terms of identity, it becomes peripheral, and it just becomes, like a bunch of like periphery stuff that's clouding and fogging up, what's clear and what should be focused on. Because Egypt is Egypt. The genius that grew Egypt to be what it is embedded in its language and its culture. Language is the DNA of culture, and we're fortunate enough to have a literate society that had writing, unlike other places in Africa that didn't have writing. We have to rely on things passed down, oral tradition. Egypt documented so many things, and we're fortunate, and we're not taking that to our advantage. We want to argue about
race,
a modern social construct of race at that
right.
never ever applied. Race, like, I mean, I tell people this all the time. white people did not exist until 1681. That sounds funny.
Hold on. I don't think that's correct. I know
Yeah,
you were saying that the other night, but
correct.
that particular the taxonomy of putting people into color classifications was the first one to do that was Linnaeus, the Swedish taxonomist, and I believe he was in the 1400s.
Yes. What color? What color did he? What colors did he use?
Hold on, let me look it up real quick. He came up with black, white, red, and yellow, and then he also assigned certain typological traits to the particular colors also. Now I know what you're talking about as far as in the 1680s. That's when you could say it became like a as far as from a societal or a governmental standpoint, where it became like a demographic type of classification. Let me see if I could find this for you. But yeah, go ahead, Wuja. I'm gonna see if I could pull this up for you.
Okay, yeah, if you pull that up. So my point is that when we try to retrofit our modern concept of race on historical and ancient peoples, we do so in error. We do so to our own detriment because it doesn't apply. That's not how identity works by the people in the past like that. It's only through a modern lens and what we deal with today. And people don't realize even that this social construct of race is really a hierarchical structure based on levels and not colors, although color terms are used. Now red is replaced with brown. So you got black, brown, yellow, and white. First was black, red, yellow, and white. Okay, and so black becomes level 1.
That sounds like the making y'all cool, man.
Yeah, it sounds crazy, right? But hold up, but check this out.
You must have slept during the day, unbiased.
You must have taken a nap. But listen, if you were to replace the color words with numbers, then people would talk about it completely differently. You wouldn't be proud to be number 1 or at the bottom. Like right now, we say I'm black and I'm proud, but nobody, if they switch the colors to numbers, nobody would say I'm at level 1 and I'm proud. You would strive to be at level 4. And so the whole conversation would shift, everything would shift if people were to understand that. And so when they say that, matter of fact, you look up the birth of the white nation, and the lady, I forget her name, breaks it all down, and how within the law of this country, racism was injected, and it's talking about the birth of white people, this category of white people as we know it today. Not organisms and things being categorized and stuff, but white people as a social class of people, hierarchy. 1681.
Right.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, as far as it being like a demographic type of classification,
I see. True Story says if 1 means black, then I'm 1. But no, see, if you look at it in terms of video games, all of us play video games now or have played video games. When you first get the video game and you first start off at level 1. You have nothing, no money, no gear, no nothing. You have to kill things or do something in the game to gain money, gain equipment, and all this stuff. And then you gain enough of it, you go to level 2. You do the same thing, level 2, bam, you're level 3. So the whole point of the game, of all these different games, is to get to the higher levels. Look at it that way. Black has been made to be a bottom class, a consumer class, a bottom class, and a class that has no agency.
Oh,
that's how it's been designed.
I might have been wrong here. Linnaeus was born in 1707, so your 1681 date definitely beats mine. But I want to I still want to read this thing here for you. But go ahead though. I'm gonna get this thing together.
Well, what you do, I'm gonna look up the lady's name. I don't know if you've ever seen the video, but it's a 30-minute, 40-minute video that I recommend people to see it. I just forget her name. Um, Never memorized her name, but it's on YouTube. It's it's a video where she explains it, and she has a presentation and lecture. Matter of fact, if you search on YouTube and say "Birth of a White Nation," and it will come up. And her name is Jacqueline Batalora, and I believe she wrote a book about it. But she has a nice, concise video, 36 minutes long. "Birth of a White Nation." Matter of fact, let me just play the. I'm gonna play the first 60 seconds of it. She gonna say what I was saying right here. Let me play it right here. You should be able to hear it. Let me rewind this. It was right at the timestamp. So okay, so listen. Hold on, make sure you can hear this. Did you hear that noise real quick? Yeah, you should be able to hear it. All right. So listen. Okay, as soon as it gets off the name.
White people did not exist before 1681. Again, white people did not exist on planet Earth until 1681. Number two, any claim that this group called white people, any claim that that group is rooted in biology or derived from genes or biology or is innate or is from nature is a lie. Third and final point. As a matter of foundational law, actually, let me say it this way. White supremacy has been embedded in the United States of America from its founding as a matter of law. Now, I don't expect you to buy all that, to get all that, to believe all that, at least not now. But my job is to share with you the legal history that proves each of those three claims.
Okay, so her whole lecture is a demonstration to support those three claims that she mentioned in the beginning, right there. Mm-hmm. And so if you watch it, her name is Jacqueline Batalora, but you just look for "Birth of a White Nation" and you'll be able to see it. And so, but you know, that's somewhat what the Moors are, was trying to advocate about, as far as black being a status and stuff like that. But it's a lot of other things thrown in there, so people kind of not trying to hear all of that other stuff.
Right. But they put in a lot of extra stuff. Like Drew Ali was really, I mean, you got to think about it. We still use those classifications today. And if someone were to try to have this type of conversation we're having with your just your regular everyday person, they'd kind of be like, yo, what are you talking about? Like, yo, he's black. Like, look at him. He's white. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Now think about this. Drew Ali was basically saying what you're saying, Wu Zhao, in what? The tail end of the 19th century going into the 20th century. So imagine that. Like, where did he get the concept from? Like, when you really think about it, that was incredible. Because he simply stated that, there is no black people, there is no white people.
Well, so, and the thing that throws the race off, another thing that will kind of shake up the conversations where this social construct of race is constantly being injected, which allows the blackology, which allows all the other kind of stuff, is the very fact that anybody, regardless of their skin color, if they're born in a northern African country above the Sahara Desert, which includes Mauritania, Morocco, Egypt, Libya, and all that stuff around the north, that north area, when they come here, they'll be considered white.
Right.
And they could be blue black, in terms of their appearance, but they'll be classified as being white, or told to classify themselves or identify themselves as being white.
And you know that has everything to do with Egypt too. It really does.
Well, it goes well, that's the Middle East, Saudi Arabians, come here, they're classified as white. And this is in the census records. I mean, this is in the census classification schema today. And so that alone right there should kind of open up the conversation, like, okay, what does it mean to be white now? What does it mean to be black in that context and things? So things are going on all around us within these conversations, but people are focused on and trying to keep injecting this social construct of race, and then retrofit it backwards in history, talking about, whatever, even African. There's no, Africa is a continent that, is called that, but there's really no African something, because on the continent you have many different languages, many different expressions of life we call culture, many different ways people solve their problems, many different modes of food production, modes of distinct dress, modes of whatever, to say, okay, African, so because, on a biological conversation, all living human beings today can trace their ancestry back to the continent of Africa at some point. So biological conversation, everybody's ancestrally African. You see, so I mean, it's I mean, a lot of this stuff really has no like value in the way that we try to advance and make it seem, and just hold on and argue these things month after month, year after year, try to debate this or debate that and stuff like that. Like we gotta get to the real topics, the real issues, expand the knowledge. So, and I see True Story said that she is wrong. So True Story, I don't know if you can pop on here, but have you seen the video? Because it would be interesting if you have seen her video and you could demonstrate where she's wrong.
Yeah, I'd be really curious to hear her expounding on that 1681 data and what in particular she's referring to.
Yeah. The video, like I only played the first minute, 60 seconds, but
maybe you could kind of just give a quick little synopsis of it.
Well, I mean, she goes right into it. She sets up her 3 claims that we heard, and then she goes on and starts to build off of, and demonstrate, show the history, some documents and things like that of her claim. So let me see.
That I begin with.
Hold up.
So let's go. Let's get started.
Let me just see what she starts off with.
We have to begin this conversation in colonial North America, specifically in the colonies, the British colonies of Maryland and Virginia. Both were British colonies and both shared a number of particular characteristics. First, their economies were rooted in tobacco farming. If you know much about tobacco farming, it requires tremendous human labor. Lots and lots of workers. So those who owned large plantations, big landholders, constantly needed laborers to do the work to grow the tobacco. In addition to sharing an economic base, both colonies had an incredible gender imbalance, roughly 10 men for every woman. Now, let's understand a little bit about the folks who constitute the people in these 2 colonies. Oh, and by the way, let me give you a year. We're in the early 1600s, okay? The early part of the 17th century, colonial North America. England had, for some bizarre reason that today demographers cannot explain, there was a population boom in England in the early 17th century. So there were lots and lots of poor British people who were on the public doles, who couldn't find a way to make a living, who couldn't feed themselves. So the king in England was quite happy to have them sign a contract of indenture to then go work in the British colonies. And that is what happened. Both indentured and enslaved persons, according to historian Edmund Morgan, were sold and traded like cattle. But of course, not all laborers stand equal in terms of their labor agreement or lack thereof. Those who came under a term of indenture worked for a term of years, and presumably this indenture was an agreement that they chose to enter into. The terms of indenture were largely protected by British law, although the terms that took form in colonial North America were quite different than those that existed in
you got to talk in between her.
In England, indentured servants could marry.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
you got to talk in between. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna play anymore. I was just trying to see.
Yeah, you can. You just got to talk in between, like, you know, her video.
Where she was. Well, I was trying to see where she started with, because I haven't watched this in full in a minute. Trying to just refresh on where she started, what she started off with. But yeah, I would just recommend people, everybody, to watch it, and then maybe, and then I'll watch it and have a fresh watch of it, and then we could discuss it. But my point for bringing this up, though, my point is that we, to our own detriment, we retrofit this modern notion of this social construct of race when we talk about ancient cultures or historical cultures and all this other kind of stuff. And it does us no good. Like I said, it's to our detriment, because we can't get to the meat and potatoes of this information. And then that opens the door for Blackology to exist. It opens the door for people trying to prove an ancestry of a person and totally disregard their lifestyle. Because I don't care what you do, if you dig up a person's body, there's nothing that remains in that body that you're going to ever find that's going to tell you what language that person spoke or what culture that person lived. There's no gene marker for a language, because if that's the case, then I want anybody to give me the genetic marker for English, give me the marker for Spanish, give me the marker for whatever else, and you won't find one. There's no direct correlation between that. And so the injection of those things in the conversation is due to a lack of people putting in the time to study the actual culture and the language of these groups of people, because language is key in the sense that it represents the psyche of the people. That's how you get to know. Even archaeologists that deal with material culture, like the stuff that you can dig up and tangible that you can hold and put in museums and stuff, they understand their handicaps and weaknesses. Because you can have an object, but imagine if you had an object and you had something in writing about the object from the people who created the object. How much more that would inform you about the object. So just having these objects, in the field of archaeology, there's a limitation there. And every field should recognize their strengths and their weaknesses and things like that. And that's how come, Diop, for example, called for a multidisciplinary team of people who are experts in multiple disciplines, not one person, expert in all of them, but a collection of people who have specialties in these different fields coming together, unifying together to be able to cross-pollinate their information, compare, use it as a tool chest to put the puzzles of history back together again. That's what he called for several times. He advocated that for every chance he got. And that's what's happening right now. But you got the politics, you have the bias, you have the finance of scholarship that we have to contend with. So that's just where we are. That's just where we are.
Right.
So, yeah.
I found that thing for you. for you guys. It's from Carlos Linnaeus's book Systema Naturae. He was a Swedish taxonomist. Of course, he had taxonomies for animals and plant life and all that other stuff too. But in regards to human beings, he had four taxa. The first being Americanus, the second being Asiaticus, third Africanus, and the fourth Europeanus. Let's see here. These categories were based on place of origin at first and later skin color. This was in 1735. He published the book, by the way. Whereas Linnaeus used some physical characteristics in his division, he also wandered into attributing characteristics according to his perceived view of social and emotional features. Among the numerous attributes he recognized, Native Americans were considered to be reddish, stubborn, merry, and angered easily. Africans were black, relaxed, crafty, and negligent. Asians were sallow, and sallow is a word that means yellow, basically. Avaricious, which means greedy, and easily distracted. And Europeans were white, gentle, and inventive. He also divided them by how he thought they were governed by customs, caprice, opinions, and laws. Linnaeus's races were clearly skewed in favor of Europeans. So that was 1735. That's the first instance where I can find where human beings were specifically categorized by color and attendant typological traits were assigned to each color.
Well, so here's the thing. What people people have these kind of discussions and it spills over in a lot of things. We're just gonna have to become intimately knowledgeable with ontology and taxonomy, because in understanding that, you'll understand that for every category, in order for a category to be a category, there has to be an inclusionary statement and an exclusionary statement. So what qualifies something to be in a category? Like if you have a group of 1,000 people and I say everyone with blue in their shirt, come together over on the left, then obviously I've created a inclusionary statement, and by default, even though I don't have to say it, I've also made an exclusionary statement. Those that don't have blue, stay out. Don't have blue in their shirt, stay out. So we have to understand what are the what are those things for all these different categories. Any category we discuss, and the same. And it goes back to what I'm saying. It goes for anything, but it goes back to what I'm saying. What makes an Egyptian an Egyptian? What are the inclusionary things? How can I determine if someone in ancient times was indeed an Egyptian? And the Egyptians give you a lot of clues. Language was a big deal. If you spoke a different language, you were not them. Like, if you don't speak my language, you're not one of me.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That was a big thing. Not the only thing, but I'm saying that was high on the list. Very high on the list, because your language reflects your psychology. It also reflects your behavior, because you could peek into the psychology of a people by what their language, what they're talking about, and how they conceive the world.
Oh wow, Wuja, I wanted to interject this also because I didn't know this. I was just reading over Linnaeus, some of his other works in taxonomy. He was actually the one who created let's say the Linnaean system classified nature within a hierarchy, starting with kingdoms as the most all-encompassing level. Kingdoms were divided into classes, and they in turn into orders, which were divided into genera, singular genus, which were divided into species. So that's actually from him also.
Right. So saying when you study taxonomy, you're going to learn all about Linnaeus. You can go to the wiki article and see how a couple of those schemas were laid out, and then the most prevalent one is the one that we see today, starting with so it actually starts with life, and then you get to kingdom, and then it goes down. So you have this rank and file system. And see, we did videos on this. We had, the whole rank and file system. It gets into people having a what do you call it? They're opposed to calling themselves, or all the people that say, okay, we don't come from monkeys. Why you call yourself an ape and stuff like that. All that conversation straightened out by understanding the classification, the taxonomy classification. They'll understand that the great ape is another term or lay term for a hominidae, and that's what we are. So people have no problem saying that they're a mammal, but they'll have a problem saying that they're a primate.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I think that the same guy who came up with the racial denominations is the one who created the taxonomy for plants and animals and all that stuff. That's pretty. And then Truth Story in the chat said Blumenbach also. So yeah, Blumenbach built on top of what Linnaeus did as far as racial categories.
Yeah, I wish I could show, if I could show the thing. I'm gonna show you if I have it fast. If I can pull it up real quick. If I can't, then another time. I think this is it right here. I'm gonna show this. This is from conversation, man. We've given presentations. Yeah, actually, he's right here. It's on the same daggone thing. Let me just share this. We've given presentations. I know I've participated in giving presentations on this subject, and so I'm just gonna share a couple of slides. And so this is a slide. I'm not gonna go into no presentation now, but this is an example of where I explained that we have rank and file, and rank would be the vertical up and down. As you start up top, it's very, very broad and it's very, very numerous. So the quantity is great. So life will be the top of the thing, everything that has life. And then as you go down in the rank, you get more specific. So up top is very vague. The further down you go, you get very, very specific. And of course, if you get specific, the numbers or the quantity gets reduced exponentially. So we have life, we have the first thing, we have domain. And so this is the chart or the rank and file for Homo sapiens sapiens. And so we have life, we have domain. As in regards to Homo sapiens sapien, we're of the domain of eukarya. And so what I did was I picked out one of the attributes of each one of these things. So eukarya are cells that have a nucleus and organelles within membranes. So every single human being will agree that we are part of this domain. Next, we are a part of the kingdom. Kingdom is the rank, but then the file within the kingdom, because there's different kingdom. You have the plant kingdom, animal kingdom, and so on and so forth. So here's the file, but going up and down is the rank. So at the rank of kingdom, our file would be Animalia. And these are organisms that have the capability to move on our own volition, meaning that we can move on our own. We don't require the wind or anything like that to move us. And so this is rooted in the word animation, to be able to move. And so we're the kingdom of Animalia. So we're animals, but a lot of people may have a problem, calling themselves an animal, but that's what we are kingdom wise. Next rank is phylum. What phylum are we in? We are of the phyle Chordata. And these are animals with a backbone. All right. And we have a backbone. Our class, our rank of class, we're in the file folder of Mammalia. And these are chordates, which mean we have to be a chordata first. So we're chordates with hair and mammary glands or milk glands. That's what, and it's more things, but I just gave a brief statement about each one. So that's what qualifies us to be a mammalia. So obviously, these are inclusionary statements for this category of a file. Go down and rank to, now mind you, we get in more detail. Order, we have the order of primates. What are primates? Primates are mammals, so we have to be, so all primates are mammals. All mammals are chordates or chordata. All chordata are animals. You see how it ties into each other as you go up. But all primates are mammals first, but they're mammals with collarbones and grasping fingers and other things, like I said. That's what makes us primates. And then our family is Hominidae. And first, to be a Hominidae, you have to be a primate. So we're primates with relatively flat faces and 3D vision. And then to drill down, our genus or genera, as you said, there's several different genera, but our specific genera, which would be our genus, is Homo. And these are hominids, which will be Hominidae, with upright posture and large brains. And then more specific, our species is Homo sapiens. And we're a member of Homo first, with high forehead, thin skull bones, and so on and so forth. And below that, we're Homo sapiens sapiens, because you have other homos. We're the only surviving ones today. So if people understand this, then nobody would have a problem with the whole thing about being considered a great ape, because a great ape will fall here. Hominidae, if you look it up, it will tell you. I mean, it's like right there, clear as day. The great ape.
I wonder if any African civilization, let's say the people of Ouagadougou, for example, or anywhere, when Africans had agency, if they broke down life, looked at it in a hierarchical way like this, or if it's this a uniquely European conception.
No, well, that's why I tell people to study two things: taxonomy and ontology. Ontology is the categorization and organization of existence and why things are placed in different categories. And then taxonomy is a hierarchical relational system. Once you understand that those two things in their general sense, then you start to get into these cultures. You'll see that all indigenous cultures did this. Of course, they didn't speak and use these exact words, or may have this exact number of rank and file and so on and so forth, but they all did it because this is how people organize existence. Everybody who's living and participates in the world organizes the world, and they categorize things, and so they have inclusionary statements and exclusionary statements, like how we do today.
I'd be curious to see some other cultures' version of this, and if they included themselves as being a version of an ape.
Of an ape? Well, but you got to understand, there's two notions of ape. There's an ape that we see we go to the zoo today, like an ape, that we'll call an ape. We're not that. And then there's an ape as a classification, as a AKA for hominidae. So that's the difference. So, like, for example, I have on my screen another shot where I'm comparing a cat to a human being, and I'm going down the rank, and I'm showing the file. And notice that cats and humans share the same domain, share the same kingdom, share the same phylum, share the same class. But then when we get to order, the rank of order, that's when we differ. They're of the order of carnivore, and we're of the order of primates. That's where we depart. Coming down, we depart. Remember, it's vague, and then we get to detail. So once you drill down, you start to see distinctions. The more you go up, you start seeing sameness. And I explain this. The higher you go, you see sameness. The more you drill down and higher resolution, you'll see the differences. And so carnivora versus primate. They're feline, felidae, or Felis. They're of the family of Felidae, and we're Hominidae. They're Genesis Felis, and we're Homo, etc. And I do the same thing for the wolf or red fox, as well. But now here's what's interesting. So here's what people can visualize and see how the higher ranks is vague and oneness, and the lower you go, the more detail you get, the less number, and you get the multiplicity. You get oneness, and then you get distinct. So up here, you carry a plant, an insect, a fish, a rabbit, a cat, fox, jackal, wolf, and dog. All of them are of the same domain. In the Animalia, all of these are the same, or within the same thing. Something was excluded. What was it? The plant. Because a plant is in a different kingdom, the plant kingdom. Going down, you see how I get less and less. So in the phylum of Chordata, everything remains, or everything is still together except for the insect. Insects don't have backbones, so they're excluded. Mammalia, everything that's above it is included except for the fish. The fish, excluding a whale, because a whale is a mammal, so it's not a fish, and that's a technical thing. But the fish are excluded. Go down to carnivora. All of these stay the same, but the rabbit goes out. Okay, Canidae, the cat goes out because that's a felidae. These are canines. All right, and so that's the fox, the jackal, so on and so forth. Coming down to the canis, the fox is excluded because it's of a different genus. And then you go further down. Now you just have the wolf and the dog that are of the same species, excluding the jackal now. And now you're left with the dog as a subspecies. So as a subspecies, the dog and the wolf are different, but as a species, they're the same. And so that's how it's done. And you can look at humans the same. You can include humans in here and see where it departs. But our family, we primate. But I chose Canidae for this example.
Yeah. Again, like I said, a person's worldview or how they choose to identify or classify or whatever classification they subscribe to, or that's fine. I don't have a issue with that at all. I'll just be curious to know.
In the conversations, though, I'm sure you bore witness in the conversations, a person will have a problem with being identified as a great ape, but that same
I have a problem with that.
Okay, but you shouldn't, because great ape is just not on this.
Well, you know what? I shouldn't say I have a problem with it. I'll just say I don't ascribe to that. How about that? I'll just say that.
Okay,
because it's a particular I would say it's a particular culture's worldview and their way of classifying things, and that's fine. I just choose not to.
But see here, okay. Now here's how this can overlay with the recent conversation about language families or phylum, because people are hung up on the name. So if I say to somebody, you are a great ape, that word ape will trigger something in them to where they'll fight it, but they don't understand.
So I'm sorry. When you say that we're a different type of ape than the one that you see at the zoo, what does that mean?
Okay, like how I'm showing on the screen. Look at a hominidae. Now, if I were to exclude the name of this file and just give you some of the requirements, I would ask you, do you have a relatively flat face and 3D vision?
Sure.
And you would say yes.
Yeah, absolutely.
So then you are of the family of Hominidae.
Yeah,
according
to this classification system, but I could easily create my own and say,
yeah, you can.
Ability to, sentience, or the ability to think abstractly.
Yeah, you can.
Music, and then just name that Huminidae or whatever, and just you know what I'm saying. So
no, that's all good. But my point though is that people people reject it not for anything valid. They reject it because of the name. So great ape, if you were looking Wikipedia right now and look up this word hominidae, you're gonna see that great ape is another word for great ape. And so
Right. So
if the requirement to put you in that category of hominidae, you meet those requirements, then guess what? That's what you are.
that's what it is, you know, if you subscribe to that. But this is what I'm saying, Wu Jiao. Kind of lost my train of thought, but this is what I'm saying. You said that, you know, we are great apes, right? But we are distinctly different from the ape that you might see at a zoo. All right, so I'm with you there. By calling us great ape, is the idea that, or is it the idea that us, right, as a type of ape, and the ape that we see in the zoo, the ideation is that we descend from a common ancestor and we just diverged. We have two divergences. Is that the general idea?
Yeah, we have a common ancestor. Yep.
Right, right. So that common ancestor is like a ape foreparent. So we're just a variation of an ape. So we're like the ape in the zoo, but we're just a different variation. You know, with certain different capabilities and you know, and that's what I'm saying. For me personally, I reject that particular taxonomy. Now, within the confines of that taxonomy,
But why?
hold on. Within that classification matrix, sure, I'm an ape. I'm telling you, I'm not subject to that
No,
classification.
but I'm saying, but what the see again? Do you meet the inclusionary requirement? That's all that matters.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
if the answer is yes, then
Right,
that's what you.
that's why I said within that within that schema, yes. But I'm telling you, I do show me the taxonomy that was created by Africans when we had agency that stipulated that we and great apes are some sort of cousins that come from some nebulous ancestor. You know, show me that. Because this is a European ideation that can't be denied. And like you said,
No. Okay, man and woman is a European ideation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are you a man?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't
Okay,
have an.
so we can't. So if your rejection is because it is
Hold
a
on,
European
hold on. I
ideation,
gotta stop you there because I can guarantee you that in other cultures, in African cultures, they did recognize man and woman. What I can say with confidence, even though you'd probably disagree and say, "Well, you haven't actually done the research to 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 um to fortify that," but I'm gonna say this is gonna be presumptive, or presumptuous, I guess. But I'm gonna say there is no African schema, there is no African taxonomy that denoted that we and the zoo ape came from an unknown nebulous common ancestor that we diverged from. So the man and woman thing, that doesn't, it's not a one-to-one.
No, I got you. Listen, no. I wasn't using it for a one-to-one. I was dealing with the logic of your statement. So, you know, the fact, I get it that a European came up with what you see on my screen in terms of the rank and file, the names of them, and everything. I get that. And so what I was saying is that if you reject it based on the fact that a European set this up, then that's separate from the fact that you actually fit the inclusionary requirements for this schema, wherever you fit in. And so that those are two different things. That's all I'm saying. So you can reject it. You can say, okay, yes, I am a man according to European standards, but I reject it. But I fit all the requirements of the inclusion
of male
being
no.
male and blah blah blah, whatever that is. Same way
Yeah,
I can.
but that isn't. Well, what I'm saying though, Wujao, is that isn't unique to Europeans. This particular ideation though, with that is unique to Americans, male and female. That's universal. That wasn't.
I only use male and female because that's a no-brainer, obvious, and all I was using that for is the logic of that, meaning that you right now you would say that you're a man, and you will use the word man as a man. You won't use the African word in general conversations. You won't use some African word to denote the equivalency of a man or male and all other kind of stuff. And see, we have no problem doing those kinds of things. Just like like I demonstrated, or I assume that like everybody's familiar with being referred to as a mammal. And a lot of people are okay with that part. It's only really when you get to the being called a great ape do people raise their eyebrows and have a problem. That's the only time that the conversation gets some friction. But you can say mammal all day long, and the same people won't really have that pushback and stuff like that. But there's a reason for it, and mostly a psychological reason. Really, it's not based on the science or the facts, regardless of who made it up—a European, black guy, white guy, whatever. That none of that stuff matters. It's so what I'm gonna show. So like for example, let me just show this because it's only a minute too. I don't know if Unbiased still up, but this is only a minute long. Let me just play this real quick.
Yeah, I mean, I don't use an African. Go ahead.
Okay, let me just play this real quick, bro. This is Richard Dawkins, and the question was asked: why are there still chimpanzees? Because that's a big argument. People like, if chimpanzees and so have a common whatever, why do we still see chimpanzees and all this other kind of craziness? But here's his answer. It's a brief thing.
People often ask me, if we're descended from chimpanzees, how come there are still chimpanzees? Well, we're not descended from chimpanzees. We're both descended from a common ancestor.
So that's key. We're not. People assume that the claim is that we descend from chimpanzees, but we don't, and that's not the claim. So he said it straight out. But let me just go back a little bit. All right, here we go.
From chimpanzees, we're both descended from a common ancestor who lived there about 6 million years ago. That common ancestor then produced two branches, one of which went to us humans, and one of which went to chimpanzees, branching further to produce bonobos and common chimpanzees.
Say it again.
Not buying that because he can't prove that.
He can't do what?
He cannot prove that.
Prove what? Which part?
The common ancestor that diverged into humans and diverged into chimps. So when he points to the common ancestor being there, if you'll notice, there's pictures up top. Where's the common ancestor? There's nothing there.
No, not in this. This is wherever he's standing at. They don't have pictures, but I mean, my man has a lot of books.
No, but what I'm telling you, Wujao, is the common ancestor is not a corporeal thing. It's literally just a concept. Doesn't exist. You get what I'm saying?
No, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying I don't know. Like you have to tell me how well you are read in that for me to, because I hear what you're saying. Because I mean I don't see a picture. All I see is an arrow on the wall.
Right.
The arrow right here. So there is no picture right there.
Right. There is
right
because the common ancestor doesn't exist. Like there's no proof of it. There's no tangible evidence. Like where is it? Do you have some bones of it? Fossils of it?
Okay, so what? So are you saying you're saying that he cannot prove it? So why do you think that they say it? What evidence do they have that suggests that? Because you know they're not just reaching out the sky, pulling it out their rear end, right? Or do you think that?
No, I mean, I guess they have their different arguments as to the why this common ancestor.
And give me an example of one of their arguments. What do they use to make such a statement that you feel that's just absolutely not true?
No, it's not that I feel that it's not true. The common ancestor isn't a corporal thing. It's a concept. There's no
but you said it's not true. You said you're not buying it. It's not true.
No, yeah, I'm not. What I'm saying is I'm not buying into the idea that there is this mysterious, nebulous common ancestor in quotations that diverged into humans and into the chimps and apes that we see in zoos.
Okay,
not buying
but
can be proven conclusively. It can't.
Okay.
So
you know, science is about evidence and everything like that. So I'm asking you, what are they using to make that assertion? Have you reviewed what they provide to support that assertion? Have you reviewed it? Have you reviewed what all these you know, these he's an evolutionary Richard Dawkins is one of the foremost, you know, people in evolutionary biology.
Right.
So him and all the colleagues that do the same kind of work, have you reviewed what they are using or demonstrating to support that assertion?
No, nothing beyond a cursory level.
All right. I mean, that's cool. All right, that's cool. But we just have to understand that if you haven't, then now I can place your opinion.
Joe, no matter how many volumes of work they write or produce, or the arguments that they proffer to you know, to flesh out their arguments,
right?
I can guarantee without reading any of their books that none of them can provide this tangible common ancestor. I'll say that. I'll jump out the window right now.
Okay, but how do you know that what are the requirements for the demonstration though? See, I would stay away from making statements like that. Like a scientist won't say stuff like what you just said. Like
I'll step out of science right now, and I will jump out the window and say that this common ancestor, there's nothing corporal. This is not a corporal being. And it isn't. That is a matter of fact.
But I'm saying, but your stance, without even being in the field, without doing a literature review of those who actually do work in the field, your stance is that there must be a corporal entity in order to make that statement true. And let me just shift over to the language thing, because this is a perfect example. This is the same thing people do with the whole Afroasiatic argument. They will say that it exists as a valid language family, not knowing the methods that actually make it or anything a genetic language family in the first place. So like they people out here think that the typological or mass comparisons is the method that flushes out genetic relationships between languages, when it is not. And so like you right now, you're assuming that there must be a corporal, like they have to have a creature on ice somewhere that they could take pictures of in order for them to make the statement, for it to be all wise, right, and exact and whatnot.
No, I didn't say that, Wujar. I did not say that.
I didn't say you said that. I was actually exaggerating, but
right. So I'm not saying that they need to have that in order for them to verify whatever arguments that they're making. I'm just simply saying that doesn't exist.
I know, but okay,
right, that's what I'm saying.
And because it doesn't exist, you're not you that's not all you're saying though. You're saying because it doesn't exist, you don't buy it, and you don't think that what he's saying is correct. As far okay, so we're saying the same thing. So you're not just saying it doesn't exist. You're using the fact that it doesn't exist to come to your stance, your current stance right now.
Right, but that's a personal matter. Like what you're talking about, you're within the strictures of taxonomy or evolutionary science. They don't need a corporal entity. So within that matrix there, sure, I'm talking about in reality, you know, because from what I've read, when I read about science and they talk about things being testable, observable, and replicable, if this common ancestor isn't observable, how does it? It's not scientific by definition. So within their little niche there, sure, fine, I'm fine with that. In reality, that it doesn't exist. That thing doesn't exist.
Okay, so okay, but okay again, and I'm just gonna say it one more time. Because you say it doesn't exist is why you not buying it and you reject it and whatnot and so on and so forth, not knowing that what he's saying may not require it to exist in the form that you think it should. That's all I'm saying. So until, like, I'm just saying this because this is where, that's why I asked you the question. Are you, have you taken time to study, look into, and I don't even mean a degree or a formal course, but have you actually reviewed the literature by
Like
those who actually work in the field?
when I go read a Richard Dawkins book,
Huh?
To be honest, I really don't think we've had this conversation before. Like Asar and some other people are on too. I just don't see anything meaningful I could get from it.
Okay, and that's fine, but I just want to let you know that a person in your position, I hear and respect your position, but on a like a scale of weight, if I were to call it weight, it doesn't weigh very much. But I'm okay with that. Like your opinion has little weight with me because you're not one who I feel that's competent enough on the subject matter for it to have more weight. But you have an opinion like everybody else does. A lot of people say the same thing you say and stuff.
Right.
But
So what I would say is
about different things.
Being that you're a lot more familiar with the literature. Of course, perhaps you don't know it quite as um, as intricately as say Richard Dawkins.
Nah, I definitely don't, because that's not my thing.
Right. That's not your thing, but you certainly know more than me. So what I would ask you is, who is this common ancestor as best as you can explain it, and what mechanisms whereby did this common ancestor diverge into modern day chimps and apes and us?
Okay, I don't have the term, but I'm sure that it'd take me like 2 minutes to find it, and so it'll take the same 2 minutes for you to find it. You can actually probably wiki it in terms of the common ancestor and its various different names, proposed names for whatever they classify it as approximately 6 million years ago and things like that. But
I'm gonna look that up right now. Go
okay,
ahead.
but let the video finish,
Okay.
because I paused it right where you were, because I couldn't hear what you were saying. So let me just may turn off this closed caption. Okay, I'm just gonna play it.
To produce bonobos and common chimpanzees. We are all cousins. We are not descended from chimpanzees. More distantly related are gorillas. They share a common ancestor with both us and chimpanzees. That's the common ancestor between gorillas and humans and chimps. So humans and chimps are a natural group which are related to gorillas, cousins of gorillas, and all of those animals, which are all African apes. The African apes are gorillas, humans, bonobos, and chimpanzees. All the African apes have a common ancestor with orangutans. That's the common ancestor with orangutans. Those are all the great apes. So the great apes are all cousins. Within the great apes, the African apes are closer cousins. Within the African apes, humans, bonobos, and chimps are closer cousins still. And within them, bonobos and chimpanzees are the closest cousins of all.
If you look at the wording on the sign on the diagram and stuff, it's talking about DNA, and a lot of since the mapping of the human genome, a lot of it has shed a whole lot of light on evolutionary biology, where now they can, you know, do some filling in the gaps, filling in the holes and things like that based on the genes, you know, the math of the genes, the different sequencing of the genes. And so that very chart he's looking at says DNA reveals that humans share a common ancestor with apes, our closest living relatives. And we can't read the finer words down here, but it's talking about DNA and in more specifics. So, but that's not what he's talking about. He's just answering the question, the silly question that people ask: if we're descended from chimpanzees, why are there still chimpanzees? So he corrects the question itself, that nobody claims that we're from chimpanzees. So that just knocks that out the park right there. That's not the claim. That it's just that we all have a common ancestor, and DNA bears that out. So if you're looking for you know, a creature to take a picture of, I don't think you're gonna find one from 6 million years ago.
Yeah. So the DNA thing, it's the in the 2% of the genome that codes proteins, we have 98, or what is it, 98 point or 99.5% similarity with I guess chimps and bonobos or whoever.
Chimps, yeah.
The chimps. So that would be the 2% of the genome that codes for proteins. There's 98% that we don't really know anything about. So I'm fine with that too. Again, though.
So you're not a chimpanzee, but we share 99% of our DNA with chimpanzees.
99% of the 2% that codes proteins. And I'm not being hyper technical. That's just the fact. So if we're being scientific and we're being mathematic, it's really more like 1.9%. What 99% of 2% then is what we should with them. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so hold up. So say that again. What you said first.
Right.
You said.
So I'm gonna go slow. I'm gonna see if we could come to like a little consensus here, right? So when scientists say that we share 99.5% genetic congruity with chimps, right? They are talking about the 2% of our genome that we can currently understand the function for, or the 2% of the genome that codes a protein. Are we both in agreement there?
Okay, let me make sure I understand you. Are you saying that the 99% number is a subset of 2%?
Right.
Okay, where do you get that from? Like, can you I don't know if you have access, but where do you get that understanding from?
Sure.
That the 99% is coming out of 2%.
Right. So let me go ahead and look it up. So we'll just go to DNA here. Deoxyribonucleic acid. What is DNA? Explain. Is DNA a protein? Let me try this instead.
There's a very good. This is for everybody listening too. I don't know. I mean, we on here latest. I don't know. We got 18 people watching. I know Unbiased is probably knocked out, but a very good website to do some knowledge on.
Okay, so here we go. I found a quick little site here.
Okay, let me just put people onto this website for some good information about genetics. There's a website, genetics.thetech.org, and it's really good because it asks it answers a lot of questions that we see all the time, and it gives the science, the breakdowns and stuff like that. It's called genetics.thetech.org, and it talks about
DNA.
different kind of questions and things like that. Commonly, they have commonly asked questions, such as the questions about what we're talking about.
Non-coding DNA. All right, so I was just looking at some stuff here about non-coding DNA, and they say it's only about 1% of the DNA that codes, right? But we're looking for something more specific, something that says that the 99.9% or 99.5% congruity between chimps and humans is only in regards to that 1 to 2% of DNA that codes, right? I don't know if I'm gonna find something that's specific right now, Wu Zhao.
I mean, I know it's late. You bring it up when we cross paths. You bring it up.
Yeah, right. We could always back up. Hold on, let me see something here. Hold on, because I know if I search a certain way, I could find it. Let me see. DNA similarity between humans and chimps.
Because there's a question, like here's a question that's often asked, right, when it comes to these numbers and the misinterpretation of numbers. Like we can have a full sibling. That means a person, a brother or sister we had the same parent, mother and father. It's a full sibling. We only share 50% of DNA with each other. So me and my siblings, we get 50% from our mother, 50% from our father, but not the same 50%, but 50% nonetheless. But yet you hear this statement being made that human beings share 98% or sometimes 99% with chimpanzees. And so it's like, well, wait a minute. Why is it that I only share 50% of my parents' DNA, but I'm sharing 98% with a chimp? And people get thrown off by that. And so, and to break that down and to clarify all that stuff, what comes out in the wash is the information that I think covers what you're talking about.
Okay.
In there. And so it's on this website, but it's probably took me too long to find it. But it's on the website that I gave, but I just gave the top end, the URL for the website, but you got to drill down and it's a lot of information on the website and things.
Right. I'll look into this tomorrow. We'll pick it up some other time. But this, me coming up with that's something, that's a rumination of my own, right? Because it's a logical conclusion that I reached, right, by putting 2 and 2 together. So if it's admitted by science that we only know the function of 2% of 2% of the genome or 2% of DNA or whatever, 98% we do not know like what function it has. It was colloquially referred to as junk DNA at a point in time. Now I heard they have some new nomenclature for it. But if that's the case, and we know that is a fact, we can all agree to that part of it, right? Would you agree to that?
What about junk DNA? Or
not about junk DNA, but specifically that we only know the function or what specific function of 2% of the genome.
Well, I'm not sure about that, about the number, but I know that there's in terms of knowledge of the functions of certain genes, I know that we don't know the functions of all the genes. But that doesn't bar mapping the gene for relatedness. See, you have the issue of relatedness, then the issue of knowing what every gene performance or function is. Those are separate things. So I don't know how you can conclude on the issue of relatedness, because relatedness is math, it's code, it's codes. They're looking at the patterns and what matches. you know, the base pairs and all the other kind of stuff. And I think I found, I don't know if this is it, and I would hate to read this, man. This is long, but let me just show this though, on the screen at least. This is coming from the website, and it's probably too small for
Yeah,
anybody to read.
because Wu Jiao, the particular sequencing has to do with those 4 proteins, right? And how they're arranged in various different patterns. So that would be adenine, cysteine, tyrosine, and guanine, right? The 98. So if the 98% that they formerly refer to as junk DNA, they don't have those particular proteins, right? They don't have the sequencing, right?
Yeah, well, they've mapped the full human genome, so I don't know. It was fully mapped. No, that's what I'm saying. Knowing what the genes functions are versus knowing what the codes are 2 different things.
Right, but that's what I'm saying, Wu Jiao. The code is based on the various arrangements of those 4 proteins: adenine, cysteine, tyrosine, and guanine. Am I correct or incorrect?
No, you have the letters correct at 4. Yeah.
Right. So when you talk about code, they're talking about those particular proteins, right? So you
We're
have
not talking about their function. It's this. That's why they
no,
use the
I
word
know, it's a
sequence.
sequencing.
Okay.
I know. So you have A, C, G, T, and then G, A, C, T, and then, you know, to give like an analogy, if we were to assign those 4 proteins to, let's say, a Lego block, and assign each letter a color, right? So let's say adenine is blue, guanine is red, whatever. And you were to lay it out in a sequence, right? You'd have like yellow, green, blue, white, then green, white, yellow, and then so on and so forth in various different sequences. So I'm saying when they're comparing sequences, it's based on this the sequences of those particular proteins. And what I'm saying is, in 98% of the overall genome, those particular proteins aren't there. So you can't compare the sequences for 98% of the entire.
I
You
don't
get what
know.
I'm saying?
Yeah, but I don't know how you come to that at all. So let me just read this little section. I'm not gonna read the whole thing, but I want to show it so people can go to it and read on their own, because I'm about to get off here. But this is this question is related to what we're discussing. So this page answers this question. So I'm gonna read the question. It says, it seems like the metrics used to show genetic relatedness are contradictory. We read that siblings are approximately 50% alike. We also read that the average difference between any 2 humans is anywhere from 0.1% to 0.6%, which implies 99% alike. We also read that humans and chimpanzees share approximately 99% of their DNA. Can you explain what these various ratios are based on or based upon? And then, so this goes and answers those questions. And in here, it's gonna kind of detail. I'm not gonna read it all, but I'm just scrolling, and it's gonna detail giving the answers to those questions and things, and then the author's name or whatever, more information and stuff like that. Why siblings share 50% and all that kind of stuff. So I would suggest start reading there, but I'm not gonna read it now or tonight. But again, this is coming from the website genetics.thetech.org. I don't know if y'all can see. I don't even see the website on here, but that's just one. But it's a good website to kind of go to because it kind of goes straight to a lot of questions that we hear a lot. But I'm saying to answer that now, based on what I know, I have no idea how you came to that. So maybe another time you could break it down,
man.
because
Yeah, everybody
I don't.
have a good
Yeah, I don't know how you got that right there.
Yeah, we gonna pick it up. We gonna come back. I'm gonna get something together and further explicate it. But yeah, everybody stay safe out there, man. You know what I'm saying?
Let me see who's still on here. I ain't even. Oh, Saru, probably not even there.
Nah, Saru been on mute the whole time. Unbiased out of there by now.
Yeah, Unbiased is gone. So yeah, all right. Well,
yeah, man, that's
everybody
it,
in the chat. Y'all about to hear a bunch of crickets.
Yo, so, peace out, man.
All right, peace. I'm not even sure who's still in the chat, who's still awake in the chat.
Nah, that's a few people in here now. Fitzroy and goddamn Lynn going at it.
But hold up, who's Lynn?
That's indigenous black man.
Oh, Lynn, the one that calls in all the time?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So he's there, but are they current? Because I just now looked at the chat. They're like old type. Like somebody still there. Type something now.
On a 451 was the last reply by Fitzroy.
Okay, that's 10 minutes ago. Okay,
but yeah, 12 minutes ago. So
they probably
man.
Mika works the late shift, so she probably listening while she at the job.
Oh, there go Mika right there. She just said peace.
Okay, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get out of here. So yeah, all right then, peace.
Peace.
Unbiased, if you're there, this is my last little ditch effort to see if Unbiased is still awake. Well, it's about to be an unbiased, silent movie, and I know. See what happens though. Unbiased will get knocked out. Then his videos end up being like 8 hours, 12 hours, 16 hours long, or however the max is. If he don't wake up, Google will cut it off. They used to have a 8-hour max. I don't know what it is now. I think it's longer than that now. Or maybe you have to have a special subscription. But all right, anyway, so I'm out of here. Hope y'all got the website. I don't see the website on the page, and I can't see the URL, and I can't type it into the chat. So if one of y'all find it, or you just ask me about it, ask me. I got it bookmarked. Ask me about it. But yeah, all right. Anyway, so I see y'all. Today's Friday now, so y'all be safe out there. Among this corona outbreak and all that other good stuff. All right, so I'm gonna say peace.